OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. We are back for what will be the final week of Stage 2 for the Let's Play Live CSGO Pro League. I'm Conky. Alongside me is the ever so handsome Pilski. Mitch, how you doing, my friend?
Doing pretty good. Keen to get into some more domestic CS games. We've had some bangers lately, and I dare say we're going to be having some great ones tonight because we're going to get our next two playoff teams.
Absolutely, yeah. It's Elimination Station, obviously, in the last leg of the competition before that top four. But something else that's really cool is an Orcon deal, right? We've got to run through that for you guys because, getting that upgraded internet speed and also a couple of little treats as well. Thanks to Razer. Of course, they will be looking to give you guys a $1,022 deal of a little Razer gaming package if you do sign up to the 18th month plan with Orcon, !Orcon in the chat for all you guys over on the other side of the pond in New Zealand have a cheeky little look at that one. But if you guys are just joining us, obviously for the first time in this competition, we'll run through a bit of the tournament explainer. So we've already been through stage one. That was that double elim bracket, obviously getting all the teams in, trying to develop their way up. And, that was a really, really exciting run, seeing some new faces, some old faces coming through right into stage two right now. Of course, that 8-team double elimination. The two teams from tonight that will be going through, joining our other two teams that have already qualified into the playoff stage. And that is, of course, going to be the final stage, which I do believe is going to be not this Saturday, next Saturday, and the Saturday after. And, of course, that is where the teams are going to be playing for this cash money. So the two teams that win tonight are obviously going to be walking away with at least a bare minimum of that 850. But Mitch, mate, they're going to be looking to run for that $6,500 for first place, which will be obviously crowning in, again, only a couple of weeks' time.
Yeah, it's a pretty top-heavy prize pool. You've got a couple of contestants that could definitely be taking out that grand prize there, and we've seen even some upsets lately in domestic leagues. Some of these teams that are sitting around like the tier 2, 3 kind of status are actually punching above their weight at the moment and showing a lot of improvements. So really, there's no guarantees. There's no safe bet for who's going to take out that first place prize, and there's no safe bet for who's going to be advancing tonight either.
Yeah, for sure. Like looking at these matchups, which obviously we'll get to in a second, it's really, really tight. So I'm hoping for a big night of some big games and, all these teams stepping up to the plate as necessary. But speaking of some good games, we had some last week as well, Mitch, of course, yourself and Elfish Man. He did manage to walk through some, really, really solid matchups. Obviously, two of the favorites here in Vertex and DGG. How was it last week?
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. I think this game, Vertex kind of turned it on, particularly right from the get-go on this new game. They showed that they were a class above DGG. Brace had like an insane series. I think he was like plus 30 on the CT side or something like that. Like he had two just massive, massive games for himself. Second game, obviously being a little bit closer than the first map there on Nuke. And look, at the end of the day, you saw Vertex, probably the favorite team to take that one out, but DGG obviously still alive and kicking. Then you had this Antic 8-ballers game coming out, and it was a roller coaster, this one. You had Antic like winning 8-ballers map pick, which they just beat Order on recently in another league with 2 stand-ins, and then 8-ballers reverse sweep Antic once they actually get their RGL in the server, which makes very little sense, but I think 8-ballers at the moment showing that they're a very, very strong contender.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those teams where it's kind of like, you've been watching them for a little while now, all of us have been, and you kind of wonder, it's like, when are they going to hit that mark? And I feel like that is absolutely recently, right? Walking away with this win, getting into that top 2, obviously, for the top 4. And then, Antic obviously having a little bit of a struggle to try and force the narrative back. But that's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for exciting Counter-Strike, and that's exactly what we've been able to see to date so far. So there's your two teams so far, Vertex and 8-ballers obviously making their way into stage 3. the playoffs of the competition. And now we are down to the last leg of that lower bracket. Of course, Nutty versus Antic and 6020 Kings versus DGG. So two really solid matchups, I think, tonight, Mitch.
Yeah, I think we've seen a lot of improvement from all four of the teams that you're seeing down here in the bracket. DGG is one of these teams where it's a roster with a bunch of experienced players. Some of the other rosters are kind of mixes of players who both have experience and some fresher faces into the competition, but particularly like some of these players that maybe they only have like two maximum kind of 2 seasons of competition under their belt have shown a lot of improvement. And I think that's a really, really strong thing because for the domestic scene, you're starting to see a lot of rosters start to gel. You're starting to see the improvement of a lot of players. And I think you could definitely see these matchups, both of the series kind of go either way tonight.
Yeah, for sure. The old talent bringing up the new talent in some cases, which I guess is a sort of a runaround for the first team that we'll be introducing is Nutty. So a roster again, we've talked about them a number of times. It's really one of those teams that we have seen start to really improve. Looks like we will have a super sub standing in though again in Nexar tonight. That man has been certainly around the block, but again, there would be worse players to swap in and out for a man like Nexar. But of course, it's Mega on the IGL. We've seen really big things lately from Velocity, obviously Shah on the AWP and Super as well. But yeah, look, a solid roster, great bunch of guys, and again, another roster where it's like you've had those players that have been around for a little time, namely sort of Mega, but Velocity, Super, Shah, for example, all really stepping up to the plate lately, which has been awesome to watch.
Yeah, I think Nexar coming in for Talaj. Look, it's not much of a muchness. I think Talaj has definitely had some flashy points, but Nexar is someone that has a lot of experience competing in these domestic leagues and definitely has shown some promise on a number of different rosters. So he's not too bad of a player to come in and stand in for your team or sub in for your team in a game like this. I think for context's sake, Nutty, they recently had a bit of a disappointing finish. They went down to Dynasty in another league and didn't qualify for the playoffs there. So I think this is the game that they really are looking to win. You don't want to, there's only so many domestic leagues going around right now. You don't want to get knocked out of playoff contention in all of them, or you're going to have fallen a little bit short of your goals given the amount of improvement and practice that these guys have been putting in lately.
Yeah, absolutely. And, a team that's in the exact same boat, I would say, is their opponent in Antic. Another roster that has been around for quite a while, I suppose, at this point in time. All the players have definitely had a bit of a run around the block. Damio, I guess, probably the newest addition to this kind of scene in that regard. He's been playing for a little bit, but has finally sort of put his way up into, the Tier 1, Tier 2 zone. And it's been really, really cool to watch. A little bit of inconsistency from this roster, I feel, from time to time. And I know they've had a couple of flashes here and there, which is sort of meant for some different roster changes and that kind of thing. But regardless, in their full five, I think they've definitely got the capacity. We see them take the task to some of our upper echelon teams in some recent events as well. So really hoping to see some consistency come out from them.
Yeah, I would echo that sentiment. I think at the moment, Antic are showing themselves to be a pretty promising team. However, they're not necessarily as consistently as you'd like to see them beating teams like the Onatis or maybe like a 1620 Kings, something like that. This is a roster where the core of this team has a lot of league and domestic experience, even more so than some of the other teams that maybe are sitting around their level and their counterparts in Nutty. So they really need to flex their experience in a make or break game like this and just keep their composure and maybe not save any strats this time around and just go all out and try to make sure they're getting themselves into the playoffs.
For sure. Now is the time to go all out, right? This is the last leg of that stand for these guys. And, why don't we take a little bit of a highlight as well as some of the players that we'll be looking out for in this matchup, of course. So we've gone for Velocity and Skull Hunter. I think, two of the key riflers of the roster, Mitch. And, again, Velocity, we've seen some awesome things from him. And Skull Hunter, probably one of the veterans, I guess, of this entire competition, has had long-standing runs with former rosters. He's had a few international stints as well. Whereas Velocity is a little bit more of a new kid on the block, I guess you'd say.
Yeah, so in both of the matchups head-to-heads tonight, we're going like for like in terms of roles and in terms of impact. So for Velocity and Skull, these are some of the more aggressive players, maybe T-side entryers. If these guys are popping off, if they're having multi-frags or they're getting a lot of opening kills for their teams, it's going to be very, very beneficial. These are going to be two of the more high-impact players for their rosters. I think if Skull's running into sites and he's opening up for Antic, they have a lot of these sort of set plays. They have a lot of these nice little executes and whatnot. If they're setting him up for success, then they can do quite well for themselves. Whereas Velocity, I've seen him take over games recently. I've seen him multi-frag. I've seen him run out mid on Mirage and just shoot the window player 5 seconds into the round. I think he's another aggressive player that could do very, very well for his team. And if he's on, then he's going to be putting the Nutty Boys in a really good position to succeed.
Well, Guy, we actually did have a little bit of a chat prior to the game, so let's hear it from Velocity himself.
My name is Velocity and I play for Nutty Gaming. The season's been going pretty well, a lot better than expected for us. We kind of went into the season as a non-prac team. We were lucky enough to get a direct invite to CGP through the qualifiers. Our newest addition is Shah as well, who hasn't really had as much experience as the rest of us, but he's been putting up some pretty good numbers.
Oh!
And yeah, look, on our first time, we made stage 2 with this roster, and we're pretty happy overall.
What a fantastic round. A massive step up from Super. Oh, another one.
Look, in terms of team dynamic, we're very, very relaxed. So we kind of went into this series with no pressure. Now, we do kind of have our own individual aspirations, but as a team, we're kind of just there for fun, do the best that we can, try not to stress ourselves out. And I think that having that kind of, non-stressed playstyle kind of made it better for us.
Finishes off one, Mega's there for the other, and I think that's just about going to wrap it up.
One of the biggest comebacks that I have seen in a long time.
The Antic match is going to be interesting. Now, we actually do have a kind of spanner in the works where we have Nexa as a sub in our game instead of Talaj. Now, Talaj is a really good player. Nexa is obviously a lot more experienced, and Nexa kind of has a lot bigger of a voice in the team. Even though he's just a substitute and he's only played with us twice, he has a very big voice. He takes control of his portion of the map and he makes a lot of good calls. Antic, they're obviously still, insanely sharp, but that's not what makes them good. What makes them good is their structure and, their playstyle and the way that they can kind of find the weaknesses in the other team and really take advantage of it. I do think that most of the players on our team can out-aim Antic. That's not the problem. The problem is that, they have so much experience and so much kind of defaults and strategies, and the Fiend is an extremely good IGL, and going up against them, it's going to be tough, but the best execute won't work if everyone's hitting the shots. So that'll be the fun part.
I love it. I feel like that's one of probably the most genuine interviews we've had in a little bit. Just straight from the heart. They're here for fun. They took it a little bit more lighthearted on the entry in, and somehow they've made it all the way almost to playoffs. So I think that'd be sick if they do get through to that top 4, Mitch.
Yeah, I mean, I think downplaying the importance of individual matches can be a bit of a superpower for a lot of teams. If you let the pressure get to you, if you let all of the weight of your expectations weigh on your mind, it can lead to some detrimental performance. So sometimes the best thing is to just treat it like you're having a good time and you can play a hell of a lot better. And I think it's interesting as well seeing the dynamics of bringing a more experienced player in. I've seen a lot of rosters where you have a more experienced player come in and he has a big voice, he has a lot of ideas, and it can really change the dynamic of a team. Sometimes for the good and sometimes actually for the bad if you get too many cooks in the kitchen. So we'll see which one of it is tonight.
Yeah, Nexa definitely a guy that I think brings a good vibe, so that'll probably pay off for the Nutty guys here tonight. But it'll be a shame, not to have Talaj. So hopefully, if they do get through, they'll get him back. But Vetoes, Mitch, that's going to be the big one for us right now. Watching what maps actually will start to fall ahead of us for this series. Is it going to be middle of the map pool, or is it going to be a little bit more spread out? But we'll bring them up now. We'll go through them, and get a little bit of an idea for what we're going to be seeing. Mirage. Okay, so middle of the map pool, except maybe Vertigo kind of pulled in there a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, this kind of tells you a little bit about the styles of the teams and how they like to play. Nutty, as I said, they like to be a little bit looser. They like to play off the individual skill. They're going towards a Mirage. And we've seen that be quite a good map for them. We've seen Dust 2 be another good map for them. So Antic's going to take that out of the pool pretty early on there. Vertigo coming in there as a pick for Antic. You've only got really one rep on it for each of these teams. So for Antic, that's a win over X8 ballers with the two stand-ins. Not really too much you can say about that. Mirage is going to be an interesting one, though. I think Antic has played a reasonable amount of that. We'll see if they can get some nice little strats in there and give it a crack against Nutty.
I think it's a very important one for Antic to keep their stability early, because if Nutty hit swinging straight away into this one, Vertigo could kind of go either way. So we will start this evening diving on into Mirage. Again, our first map of potentially 6 tonight, right? We've got a crazy couple of series here. Obviously, it's elimination, it's qualification, all the marbles right now. I do believe Antic, being one of our invited teams, whereas Nutty has absolutely clawed their way all the way through. So lots on the line for both of these teams right now. I think the pressure might sort of amount a little bit more on the Antic side. The experience is definitely there, but Nutty, they are a team who have been putting in the work, and they've been looking absolutely fantastic. So, Mitch, I'm excited to be a part of this opening map here in Mirage for Nutty versus Antic.
Yeah, these two teams play each other on Mirage about a month ago. I think it was with slightly different roster. Might have been too large in the server. Yep, it was. And that went the way of the boys on Antic 16-13. So we'll see how much has changed in about a month here, as well as Nexar's inclusion, changing up the team dynamic a little bit. And the team dynamic, always important on the T side. That's where Nutty are going to look to start things off. T side pistol, always going to be huge in games like this to just build up the momentum, build up the confidence, get everyone kind of fired up. Then to kick things off here with a bit of a smoke towards the A side of the map and a walk-up underpass.
Yeah, cool. So they will hear the audio now. Obzen does get a little bit of it as they do start to make their way out. Recons is in a really good position inside Sandwich here, but some early damage already done by Super. But now Recon's holding on to that line, but he can't quite hit the head. Now it's on to Obzen. Actually does have to try and fall back in towards CT. Daniel is there to pick up the slack. There is another frag. Got to be careful here that they don't want to send too much aggression in. Shah will be able to reposition here, but they start to at least force it. Is there a kid around, Mitch? Have to find out shortly. Oh, Jesus.
Big shot from Nexar. Kit's picked up by Obzen. You were mentioning that. Don't see a smoke, though. And with a massive open plant like this and so many delaying positions there from Nutty, it's a very, very difficult retake for the CTs to navigate their way through, and they won't do so. Nutty going to pick that one up. Big, big momentum for them on that T side, just to be able to pick up the pistol and get themselves off to a good start. Keep that CT economy honest early on. As for Antic, not too many kills coming across. Obzen the only one to get a 3k there. And with 2.9 here, he's going to take the single save. I'm not sure if that's going to give him all money heading into the next one. Maybe if he wants to go glass cannon. But Antic obviously looking for that round number 2 buy. So USPs, realistically, really just looking for a couple of kills if they can find it. But Nutty have done a good job just splitting straight into the B site against the safe stack.
Yeah, nice and clean. Still checking their angles. Nexar taken very, very low there, but he will live on for the time being. Velocity's already taken some real estate of market. So yeah, really crazy round here. Done their due diligence. Fiend will be looking for a little bit of a rotation, but again, Velocity's still clearing, still cheering. And where will this settle? Fiend does try to find his way up short, but yeah, they're just locked down everywhere, Mitch.
Yeah, Velocity wants to try to take contact if he can. As many kills as you can get on the Mac 10, it's probably going to be preferable. And don't hate taking the Mac 10 into the first round either. Can definitely act as that entry player. 2-man setup towards Murder Hole here. Going to work beautifully. Velocity slides straight onto that angle. Gets his head absolutely popped. Nice little tap onto Mega as well. Puts him quite low. Both him and Nexar are very, very low. And Skull's going to take advantage of that. Grabs himself a Khalil. He's probably going to hold that into the next round, I'd imagine.
Yeah, no Kevlar to drop across, so it will be definitely that story of maybe the glass cannon AWP up early for Robson. I think that's still a pretty solid position, though, being able to play around, having the extra money for the utility with this Galil. Going to drop it to the hands of Damio. So first important round here for Antic. We haven't really seen anything to, get us too excited just yet. Relatively stock standard, close pistol round. Counter eco played nicely. So this is really where the meat and potatoes start to come out.
Yeah, Nutty. Just have that one player towards middle. Antic going to regress on that position. Nexar well and truly on top of things. He's looking sharp. The rest of Nutty scaling out A. All the aggro has been drawn by Nexar. He's got a pick and gotten out. That's absolutely fantastic work for him. Awkward scenario in towards CT there. And Skull's got a lot of value out of that one-way on top of Ticket.
Yeah, geez, this is all going everywhere. It was such a quick round, obviously, with that early control. Next, we heard from Velocity earlier in the interview talking about how he was quite a voice and he did make the big call, happy with his opening pick. Now in this position, Skull will be mollied out from CT. Might make it a bit awkward, but he does manage to get away. Still with 2 frags found so far. But Nutty have pretty much put the brakes on this round.
It's good util still on the CTs. Could set themselves up for success with some flashes. They're just going to play some of these longer range angles. Super going to throw a bit of progression utility towards Con. Unfortunately, look, no one saw it. It's fine. I'm just going to pretend that didn't happen. And they're going to have to do this the hard way now.
Almost finds the line. This is a little bit dicey there, but no, he doesn't quite hit it. So Super will be the lone soldier, and Recons will clean him up. So nicely done in the end. That's 4 alive for Antic.
Yeah, that con smoke probably would have helped out, though.
Yeah, for sure, yeah. As I say, it's one of those things where it's like, nobody saw that, yep, happens to the best of us, rah.
Did Damio upgrade his Galil, though? I think he was over towards that B side, so he's still holding on to it. After no bomb plant and pretty early days here, the investment for Nutty is looking pretty lackluster. Down to the D here for Velocity. He was obviously that player that got killed by the USPs early on, so his cash is a little bit behind the 8 ball compared to the rest of the boys. Really not a lot of nades here. So you're pretty restricted to what you can do as Nutty in a round like this. I'm actually surprised they're running a bit more of a default spread, like a initial 1-3-1 into a couple of players set up towards middle. It's going to be quite hard for them to take this mid control with the really limited util that they do have. They're going to get a bit crack anyway. Smoke into window side, get the fight on Con. Which results in a 1-for-1. Not too bad for Nutty. But how much more can they get out of this?
Yeah, trading out the Deagle at least, so that's a good position to be in. Flashed out short. Next up, playing with fire there for Recons, but you know, mid control is certainly happy days for the time being. Now repositioning over towards that A position. Skull will be poised to try and deny, but will there be an opening fight? Now he has the info. This is going to be where the site needs to settle nice and early, and we can really have Nutty going back into that post plan. Skull.
Oh, beautiful. Creeps up on towards that off angle, right behind the default smoke. Still a lot of room for these CTs to work with. Skull's able to get in there and just have so much impact. Highlighted as a player for a reason.
Yeah, wow.
And that is clean as you'd like for Antic. In fact, in general, after those 2 initial rounds, they've done very, very well for themselves. And their CT economy is going to start snowballing now, Mitch.
Yeah, well, I was just about to say, it's like, you know, you sort of set down, it's like, okay, they're going to drop back into this post plant, but by Skull moving in, taking control before his teammates are able to sort of find their way in, he did so much, so that's already 3 multi-kills in these buy rounds so far, and putting Nutty back onto an eco, Antic have set themselves up nicely.
Yeah, I wasn't too much of a fan of the slower mid play with the limited util that they did have. They did end up going 1-for-1, so it wasn't the worst thing in the world, but yeah, I think playing a longer, more drawn-out round up against a fully kitted CT side is obviously going to be a little bit more difficult. Now Nutty going in for the half fight. Mega's ready with this util over towards backside of ramp. And that's a really well-timed palace smoke. We'll see if Nutty are going to actually commit in through that.
Got some utility ready. A little bit of a lurk up unders. Molly goes down though, so that will buy them some additional time. XR just has the 1 flash in hand, it looks like. Will be cleared, though, so that will be taken away. But Fiend does cop a dink in the process. Now the flash goes through. Skull was already ready for it as well. Obson gets blinded, but he can repeat now onto Shah, so a nice and clean counter eco here so far from Antic.
Yeah, you can just see from the positioning of Skull, like, it's just such a common play on the half buy, like Waterfall out Palace. It's so telegraphed at this point that you even get, like, somewhat of a setup to deal with it. It's not like a hard commitment. And again, that's another really clean round for Antic. I mean, yeah, they lost 1 gun, but big deal. Like, their economy is absolutely skyrocketing at this point. They got 2 to 3 gun rounds going back to back, and they are in full control of this game of Mirage right now. It's really the pressure back on Nutty to see what they've got for themselves. At least they're going to have a much better buy than they had previously.
Got to be important. You know, it'll be a thing of whether or not we actually do see the double op setup come out for Antic. You know, Obson holds on to his for time being. Very versatile the way he plays. But yeah, Shah's got his out now. It will be the boost into apartments. He gets into a very good line early. Mega going for the peak, and there's the early control. Obson taking matters into his own hands. Nexar not quite spotted, but they're actually moving in. Aggressive and a good trade as well. So Obson picks up 2, and now they're very split up, Mitch.
Yeah, these are the rounds where you finally felt like on the T side you got enough money and utility to be able to run your game plan, and then the CTs just come and get in your face and disrupt it. And that's where the individual players need to be able to find the answers in the round. Nexar's not done too bad of a job going into be absent, trading that one back. Velocity's come up Con and found that player crossing back off of A. So Nutty know they have a lot of space in middle, but can they use it to win the round? And are they going to be ready for some of these forward positions that Antic are in? Recons has got a deep info line on B app, Skulls all the way in A main. So Nutty have to be very clever about how they're positioning themselves when they're coming in for this post plant.
I think huge as well. Like Murder Hole hasn't been broken either, so that's massive from them. That'll make audio if they choose to go for that rotate. And yeah, Skull already all the way inside A main. So even the fact that they're probably going to have to retake this A side if the plant does go down, they still just set themselves up so nicely. But they're clearing everything, Mitch, making sure that nobody is hiding sneakily at all. And even if they start to push forward back towards B, it definitely will be an A plant. But yeah, again, Antic setting themselves up nicely in for the retake.
Nice open plant there from Nutty. Skull going to start moving his way over. Spots a player top ticket. Let's put Shah in a very difficult position. He's posted up on the right part of the map here, but falls off the line at the wrong time, unfortunately. And with a fair bit of util, some flashes to come into the site here for Antic, they can probably push him off this ticket line.
It's always the highlight reel opportunity, right? You know, the AWP in hand, sitting in CT, first swing comes through, but it's a leg shot. Recons was there for a trade nice and quickly though, so you know, always one of those things where it looked like it was going to go Antic's way regardless. But look, that's double AWP setup, right? You know, the thing I was talking about earlier, potentially the second going over to Fiend depending on where they're playing at the time. But regardless, yeah, Antic have set themselves up beautifully right now. It's actually going to be Damio picking up the second, so splitting it up across the map. And then Nutty back into oh, okay, Velocity going for the Hero AK, everyone buying up around. Yep, force in, all right, meaning business.
Yeah, I'm not really... I don't know how I feel about it, to be honest. Didn't feel like there was a clear call, especially with Nexar going down to Deke here and Util. Would have liked to see him on a Galil or something like that, rather than saving some extra cash. And again, I mean, the issue right now has been limited Util with only a couple of flashes. They got one flash at 1 minute 30 against the double AWP setup. It's going to be a good way to start. Run boost across. Shah gets the opening pick in towards middle. So that's some space for Nutty. They're going to further extend that control if they can by chucking a smoke into window and trying to get into con, but Antic are kind of on top of that. They're contesting from brick side, and they've got Fiend deep in towards ladder.
Obson picking up another as well, so just going, again, for those picks. Catching the cheeky little lurk out. Now, there is some further control, but Fiend up in ladder will be able to find an additional one. Now the split cat, still a member in bottom mid as well, so it's a very, very tough one. Fiend on the line. They are looking really good, Mitch, right now. Very confident. You're setting themselves up in tradable positions as well.
Yeah.
So next 1 versus 4. You know, he has the AK, but it's just that one flash, as you mentioned.
Yeah, the Antic are playing very, very well. And I think Nutty looking a little bit uninspired, which was kind of the issue with their Dynasty game the other night in a different league. Just weren't really playing like themselves. When Nutty are playing at their best, they're running out with confidence. They're swinging things. They're taking duels and winning them, getting those key entries. Haven't seen too much of that tonight. Next up, I mean, yeah, I'm not really casting it because it's a bit of a foregone conclusion. It's almost an unwinnable situation. And now with the full loss bonus here for Nutty and no bomb plant, they're again in a situation where they're going to have a little bit of a lack of util. I'm just really not a fan of them throwing out these slower rounds, these split peaks when they're going up against fully kitted CT side with double AWPs. You know, if you're a little bit limited in terms of the util, wouldn't mind a bit of a quicker strat or something like that. Maybe try to hit a sharp timing. I know it's sometimes hard to get through just the wealth of util that the CTs have available, but clearly this slower, more drawn-out start is just not working for them right now.
Yeah. Antic are in such a good position. You know, cash stacked for days. They're not really going to have any strain, I guess, here and there. They'll be able to, you know, keep themselves in a nice position, repurchases if needed.
And I don't think they're doing anything outstanding, to be honest.
No.
They're just kind of going through the motions. They're doing very, very standard kind of default angles, good util, good positioning, good team play. And that's good enough right now to put Nutty firmly in the bin. That's 5 in a row on the CT side. And that's where this game gets a whole lot harder, right, Mitch? Now the CT side just has great money, and one of your biggest win conditions on T side stringing consecutive rounds together is resetting that economy, and that's just not an option anymore.
Yeah, so far away, you know, in a position already reinvestment, probably not the best idea. And obviously, as you guys can probably see, we do have a disconnection, so that shouldn't be too long before we do get that one sorted. Looks like Mega has fallen out of the server, but yeah, that's why the cheeky little tech pause is up for the time being. But yeah, look, again, I think you're exactly right. Like, whilst it is nice to see that Antic are, you know, in a good position here, you know, they've kind of dug their heels in nicely already straight off the bat. But like, yeah, it doesn't really seem like they're doing anything over the top, like different. It's just kind of, you know, setting themselves up into good positions, and, you know, mid-round aggression has been fantastic, which obviously, you know, on a map like Mirage, super important, especially when, you know, the CTs get quite split in, you know, mid-round.
Well, bit of a delayed tech pause here. Obviously struggling to get 5 in the server, and you do need 5 Pokemon to battle for Nutty. So they're going to have to wait for the last bloke to rock up, I guess.
Yeah, shouldn't be too long, but we'll throw you guys to a break so you can have a little bit of a rest on us for the time being. But we'll be as soon as we can right back into the server.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have returned, and it looks like we are not too far away from getting Mega back into the server. So we've had an explosive start here, obviously with Antic and Nutty. Antic have set themselves up very, very nicely on that CT side. They've got the double AWP, they've got some cash, and, you know, they'll be looking to push pretty hard down here in trying to capitalize on this lead that they've got so far.
Yeah, they got so many gun rounds flowing back to back at this point. They could probably lose 2 or 3 more and still continue to bite. Nutty going to even up their cash across the board. Had a fair bit of time to think about what they want to do. Going to throw some util over middle, and they've just got the 2 A smokes here. They're going to try to creep out onto the line. Full retake setup here for Antic, and with no flashes to push Obstin off the line, I dare say someone's going to die before getting onto the A site.
So late smoke into window, kind of mid-round here, I guess, to a degree. Still some time, just kind of creeping through, poking and prodding. Looks like they are kind of set up now outside A, whether or not they want to do a whole lot with it. I think, you know, very imperative again to sort of say that Skull's moved over to jungle. He's ready for it. Obsen still happy to sit back CT. And, you know, Fiend's actually managed to find that pick on the Nexar as well. So just the slow pace from Nutty. Yeah, really not kind of paying dividends for them at all so far.
Yeah, it's very one-dimensional at the moment. Missed opportunity from Obsen. Nutty going to start scaling out onto the site. But you can see Antic playing very kind of basic angles. Once again, sitting back in jungle side. They're sitting back on the con line. Retake CT, the T's have pistols and peek into them and just instantly get lasered. And yeah, I feel like I'm watching the same round over and over again. I need to see something different from Nutty, you know? Like,
yeah,
this is not the kind of pace and the kind of variety that you need to do on the Mirage T side. That's the great thing about playing Mirage T side. You can do so many different things. You can do your slow default, mid control, bam, I'm doing a power spot, bam, I'm doing a B exec, you know, and just layer in different kinds of strats.
Straight up con, so this is one of those different strats, and it may work out for Velocity. Okay, that's 2.5. That's very nicely done.
Textbook Velocity right there. That's exactly what he does best. Just sending it straight in and finding some big impact.
For sure. So it's only going to be left onto the double AWP retake here, which is a little bit rough. Looks like Fiend has picked up one out of the cold dead hands of Obsen. So they do make their way towards the site now. Shah holding that line. Fiend getting a bit too excited there to reposition accordingly. So it's on to Damio to pick up the scope. Does hit one. Bomb dropped as well. Onto the line, though, and it's Shah. And, you know, he was one of the people that Elfish has been talking about a little bit, you know, being in one of those high-impact players. Very good on the AWP. And, you know, we heard from Velocity in the interview as well. Teammate with not a whole lot of experience, but to be able to step up to this level of Counter-Strike, I suppose, you know, like it has been a little while where maybe the last 2 years it has been very top-heavy, I guess you could say. So finally, like, moving and pushing forward into 2022, we really are having other teams step up to the plate, individuals especially at that too. So bit of a change of pace here out of Antic. They're going to look to take some control of top mid, and Nexar seems to be ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, Gain's been out for 10 years. He's still got some new talent coming through the woodwork. It was promising to see. Pressure on middle. Flash catches Obsen, but just, again, very basic, very simple mid setup. You've seen a million times. Absolutely destroys Nutty. The flashes just weren't layered enough to be able to catch those multiple positions.
Great nade as well. Forces Mega into a bad line. He hits a very nice shot onto Recons, but Obsen can peek up with the USB, happy to take it. And Fiend has pushed apartments with the AWP. And I only just realized that he's actually 16-4. The IGL of Antic can't hit this in a pug, but can do it in an official. Beautiful stuff.
I mean, he's well within his element. I think Fiend, he's not the most, like, at least from what I've seen, he's had some better and better games. I don't think I see any, like, phenomenal individual skill out of him. It's really, like, his special skill set is his positioning and his read on the game. Just being able to be at the right place at the right time and throw the right utility. And I think against this kind of style that Nutty's doing, everything that they do is very telegraphed. He's been given some very slow-paced kind of duels, not really pushed out of his comfort zone. So he's well within his element to just post up on favorable lines and win the duels.
For sure. And Skull's found another straight into Palace. Shah's going to cop a big chunk of damage as well. So they do manage to force him off mid with some basic utility. Con will be smoked as well, but Recons is already ready up towards short. They've really kind of not gone B too much on that short split. They are going to try and make it happen now, but Mega not quite clearing the line. Does push forward as well, and obviously Damio is going to be ready for it up on the apartments. So another round where Nutty just absolutely fall apart. Like, you know, it doesn't feel like they've found 3 rounds, Mitch, you know, and I guess that's off the back of them picking up the pistol and the counter eco, right? You know, every single gun round, bar one, has been all Antic here. And whilst, Nexar does find one, 10 HP, no bomb, 1 HE, that's it.
It's the util game that's really been lacking for Nutty. Not only have they either kind of cooked their own economy, overspending, or buying into rounds that I'm not really a fan of, but like also, even when they do have the utility, like the basic level of utility from these guys right now is just not good enough against these double orb setups. They're getting caught by like very basic kind of mid setups, like between feed and ops and there.
It is so dangerous, isn't it? When you do get that double up setup up and, it's a team that doesn't look like they've got the utility, as you mentioned, to break through it. It just can be real decimation because look at the lean that they've got now, obviously all around the bomb. They're happy to completely give everything up. They're just going to sit in all the extremities, like almost in the T-spawn completely. And that'll be a save up for Nexar. So rest of his team doesn't even really have enough money to justify a buy around it. Maybe they just play around this AK, have a bit of fun with it, pick up some Kevlar. But that will be a pause, and I'm interested to see if it actually is on the side of Nutty, because that would be a good opportunity for them to do now. It is, it's tactical. So yeah, they really have to sort of shift their way and their mental into it, because it does seem like it's quite a, kind of flat emotion level at the moment.
Slow is not working for them. They need to get some unga bunga going. I need to see velocity with this W key firmly held down. That's when they do their best work. Get some nice
Didn't they
entries.
win that round where he just ran down Con?
I don't think
they
so,
did.
But they could have.
Yeah, true. He got the entries. That's the main thing.
It was the best thing I've seen this game so far. So
it is what we need. Just a change of pace.
Yeah.
Always sort of
Turn
shifts it
brain
up.
off. Too much brain going on right now.
Yeah, exactly. Overthinking though as well. Like it's not brain of let's try take this approach. It's just kind of like, we'll go slow, we'll wait. Hobson misses the old flickeroo, but he does hit the short line at least, so that does give them some space. But mid control has been given up at least, I guess, in this position.
Well, Scout's not going to be good enough there against Hobson. Able to kill that player on Delpan. Nice HE nade as well, just to be able to like maybe catch someone who's going to go pick up that Scout. Did a little bit of damage to velocity. He's trying to play those cheeky little angles. That's I love how he just still commits to the jump up after making like such a big sound cue. Antic, I mean, they're doing exactly what they've been doing. Nutty have been taking mid control. Antic's been like, cool guys, you can have that. They just sit back on their angles. They play retake on middle. As soon as Nutty stick past Con or boost window or try to go up short, they just get railed.
And Fiend's really tucked up for another couple of frags here as well. That'll be 18. Will it be 19? It absolutely will. 19-4, 12 rounds in, 13 rounds rather, is a fantastic run. I definitely think he should be happy with that one, but it looks like it's just business as usual for him, right? Like he doesn't seem to be super overhyped. It's just kind of like Antic are set up tonight to, understanding that they want to be in that top 4, right? They were one of the invited teams, lots of pressure on their shoulders, obviously getting felled by 8-ballers, which was, I guess, a little bit of a surprise. You'd kind of match them up relatively evenly now, but still a team that's been around. Correct, that is true.
They weren't playing in the ideal circumstances. At 1.2 stand-ins and then 1 stand-in. This is a team that thrives off their chemistry and having all their set pieces and protocols.
Absolutely.
So, give them the benefit of the doubt. They're playing quite a great game this time. Nutty again. Bit more of a 1-3-1. Bombs in top middle. Mega with some agency and pressure towards B apartments. He's got a bit more of a forward position that could be used as a launching pad to a B exit. And Antic, again, it's been working for them. So they just keep playing retake middle. They don't have a single interest in this middle hold at all.
No fight is going to be the split towards B, it appears. But again, it is kind of slow, a little bit hesitant. They are set up nicely to try and find it. Looks like they are playing anti, but it is going to be velocity. Diving straight through that smoke, so Damio is going to start to feel the pressure amount onto him now. Does miss the flick, unfortunately. Had to reposition back onto that one, so now he is really forced into the back of the site. Velocity does manage to find another. A little bit of a pace changer here. 3 for Velocity. Mid-control established, and then the split down towards B. Mega will close. So finally, we do see Nutty get back onto the board in what is a very convincing round there. But again, that's the thing about letting your letting your enemy, pick up so many rounds consecutively, because Antic max cash almost on a few of these players. Yeah. They're just ready to reinvest.
Yeah, I feel like Antic went way too passive there. Like, it's been working for them, don't get me wrong, but at least they had someone like in ladder before Like, I think Reckons and Fiend have both like multi-fragged out of that ladder room position. That time they didn't even have anyone in ladder and they just got B-split and got absolutely railed.
We'll speak of it now. Like, they've immediately accounted for that, right? Super, though, has found the opening. Just a very, very big pick here. Bomb's still down towards top mid, so Reckons might be able to find something as Shah does drop off. Nexar looks to find something from the back of Heaton, but still at 5 versus 3. Much better opening here from Nutty.
Good pick from Shah. Nutty's starting to get warmed up, and hell, they make this a 9-6 half, and we can kind of forget about how the half started. They could really start to be cooking with gas. It's time to encroach onto this A site. They've got 2 AWPers to contest with, so look, I don't have high hopes for Antic being able to pick up a round like this. And as for Nutty, I mean, considering how one-sided this half has felt, if they're able to just scrape 5-6 rounds together, then, you know, they're going to be probably pretty happy with that, moving on to CT.
Still a default plant, so they do give a bit more space to old Obsen, but looks like Damio actually wants the save, which is, yeah, look, I guess it's not, like, it's a catch-22 here, right? It's like, you don't really need a save. I guess some of the money has dropped down a little bit, but at the same time, you know, by finding these exits, you're not really going to do any damage to the Nutty economy anyway. They're going to have a reinvestment into the next round, so that's fine. Obsen picks up 1. Velocity is sitting just outside the murder hole. Wants to go for the swing, but he's just going to wait patiently. Some flashes in towards the CT line now. It's another great flick. Velocity looking for more, and he will be able to drop at least 1. So Damio has to tuck away behind bench, and it looks like he will be taking his weapon into the next round. But again, you know, Nutty looking really, really solid there, and I think it's very much about that pace shift, right? They move as a unit and get the, you know, opening duels as well. And they just look really solid. So that way was much better in the position. I think, you know, locking down Con for quite some time, still clearing all the extremities of A before they get that plant. And yeah, much happier with that position for sure.
I don't even necessarily think it's a pace change. I almost just feel like instead of changing up their pace, they've almost recognized how much space they're being given, and they're just utilizing the space better than they were before. Shah takes a lot of damage from the molly. Well aware that this B-Apps has been aggressed on before, so wants to try to punish that if he can. In fact, Nutty in general right now, just playing for picks, trying to punish aggression, but unfortunately the weakest part of the map was middle this time. Previously, it hasn't really been the case. And Obsen's going to capitalize, just walking up mid, single scope. Easy first pick.
Yeah, double AWP on the T side, a little rough, but looks like Super is actually onto that line, trying to find Skull. Get the leg shot, so nicely done there, but Tetris Molotov'd off, forces them away. Bomb is going to recoup though, heading back towards that A site, so looks like they will be able to settle before they do make a decision. What's their utility looking like? They've got the single smoke, so whether or not they choose to smoke CT, yeah, I know, it's such a rough prospect, but, you know, Skull's tucked in on the balcony. So flash out, looking for some vision. There's that utility as well. Damio been relatively quiet, but so has the B site. There's Skull with 1, and now as they do start to try and clear this under balcony, that'll be a second in the round for Obsen. Shah jumping back on the line, but right eye peek, it'll be Reckons, and there we have it, Mitch. In the end, it is Antic walking away with double digits. Started to get a little bit dicey, you know, you sort of think maybe that was looking like a 12-3 half, but Nutty woke up, ready for it, realizing the space, and yeah, in the end, it was just a nice round to kind of wrap up for Antic in the half.
The amount of times where I saw like Nutty going out A and just getting railed by like Con and Jungle and like really, really basic kind of lines, it's kind of crazy to me. Either they're not getting they're not playing with their cross smokes well enough, or the flashes are just not being thrown at the right timings in the round. You really want to set yourself up to take those duels a bit more favorably. It felt like they were just kind of walking onto those lines. Bit of a role reversal now though. Antic going to throw this stairs and jungle smoke from spawn and kick off this B exit.
Yeah, looks like it hasn't really pulled a whole lot because they are still focused up towards short. Velocity will get some extra space from that smoke grenade, but now Nexar watching down towards default. Does manage to make his way to bench Damio, and that dink onto Nexar is going to make it hurt as well. 1 from Super, but Skull does trade. Now it's into that 4 versus 3, a very, very hard round to retake here, but Reckons maybe gives up a little bit too much here. It's back to that 3-on-3, and the bombs drop down bench.
Going to be difficult to retrieve that. a lot of util invested in just setting up the post plant and using it for the fake initially, and now they don't have a whole lot to work with. Super, very favourable line for him on towards market side. Skull's probably got to walk up close market here and get in a better range for the Glock.
He wants to try to take this fight, does spot the gun barrel. There's one, and both these remaining members very, very low. Ready to walk his way into door, but he's looking the wrong way. Now it's on to Damio in the clutch, but there's 6 HP between these two members. It's only one USP headshot, though, to get the job done. Does cross for one more, and Damio, you got to keep your composure here, my man. They're both very low. There's one. Where's the second? Should he be able to find it? Yes, he will, and a headshot to close two. So Damio with 3, picking up a little bit more into this half to start. As, Antic walk away there with an 11. So a very important pistol round, I feel. That's a hopefully big momentum kicker for them. Nutty are going to have a hard time to sort of fight their way back into this one.
Yeah, Damio just doubled his kills. He was anchoring and didn't see anyone the whole half.
Yeah, no friends on that half, yeah. The old jump spot apps.
That used to be me, bro.
Yeah, it is still me, Mitch.
Well.
They give me short sometimes when they're feeling generous.
Yeah. That might be a bit too much work for you, though, Mitch. So
yeah, you want to peek mid? Only on the Deagle rounds. Everything else, no.
Well, Skull running up with the Mac 10, looking to farm up some USPers. Already got himself the juicy little plus 600, while the rest of Antic are execing the B site. Not having too many issues walking in there. So Antic, I mean, things are going fantastic for them. I think, look, 2 for 1 for Skull is perfectly fine on a Mac 10.
Yeah, good cash. Shah just trying to pull some interest at the moment. Fiend looking for a swing. He's got to be careful. We'll be able to find the frag in the end. Super wants something with the Zeus, but unfortunately a little way away. So right now just playing for exits, just chilling. See if anyone does tempt fate. Looks like potentially, but Obscene cruising through unders. So nobody's walking into ladder just yet. And, okay. Some further good damage. Super, does he get one? He will. At least it is 2, maybe even a 3rd here. That could be big. That is actually oh my god!
Sharp.
Super hitting some bloody shots.
Yeah, mechanically, I've seen him have a couple of pretty big games.
Yeah.
He's been quite quiet this game, though.
I remember that Deagle round earlier in the season on this very map, where he got that big 4K you guys were casting. It was nutty.
Haha. This is because of the team he plays on. I see what you did there.
No, I didn't even do that intentionally. That's the worst part.
Yeah. Look, most of the stuff I do well is unintentional as well, so that's fine. Quick one out, main. This is quicker than Nutty ever went on their T side. Seeing them just jump straight up top stairs.
Oh, bomb!
Counter flashes coming in, though, I think, from the CT side. Nexide's just pegging those from jungle side, and it's setting up the CTs for success. Just 2 players, Super and Mega, with some supportive util, shut that A play down.
Very nicely done. I think the round was kind of lost there as the bomb dropped over stairs. Thank you, Fiend. But that's okay, because he's got lots of frags, so we'll leave that one alone. Was just a quick bonus round, trying to throw it out with the Mac 10s. But good response from Nutty, straight back in. Only losing the 1 member means that they'll have plenty of cash, plenty of equipment to reinvest into this next round, and it's just going to be the telltale of what we actually do see come out from Antic, because obviously, losing those rounds to the pistol of Super, or the frags rather, they've only got 2 Deegs, which is pretty goddamn rough.
Yeah, not ideal. Mid aggression here for Skull. Able to be deflected. Good util dump just to be able to push the CTs back off the line. A main line being contested by Deagle. And this is a similar story. I've seen this movie before. Try walking out A and against rifles.
Didn't have a happy ending?
I mean, yeah, last half, not really.
Shame. So many players think it works really well. It does if you don't
when
molly
it works,
main.
it works, and when it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
If they ain't throwing down that molly, why not? Go for it. 15 rounds in a row if you want. Creep into window though, Shark. Will he be ready for Recons? Somewhat, but at least Recons will be able to equalize with 1. Looking the wrong way though. Super is so sharp. Good swing in from Nexa. Now that leaves old Scully Man into a very, very awkward position. So that's a very big response, Mitch. I've got to admit, like realizing that, yeah, sure, it's still 5 rounds apart, but now that's the AWP up for Sharp. We see an eco win for Antic. And I think this prediction it could potentially start to turn over these next couple of rounds.
Yeah, neither one of these teams can T-side for some reason.
Yeah.
So that makes things a bit difficult. Oh, we're going to get a rattlesnake strat. I love this. I've missed this.
All right. Rattlesnake.
So we'll see if Mega is going to be the fool here. This is what it's all about. Just Mega, whether he rotates B or not. How much faith does he have in his teammates?
Oh, there's one in jungle. We'll just have to see. Now, Mega sat still. Very nice.
That's
good
trust.
Man. That is trust indeed. And we saw even another rotate not going through. So 2 members stay. They've been pugged against once too many times to be dealing with that business. No, it will be a nice 8th. Nice and easy. So no AWP cache, though, for the Antic side. I mean, Obzen's a proficient rifler, so it's okay. But can be quite impactful still on Mirage. You know, there is a lot of space to take those duels.
All right, first proper gun round here for Antic. Without the Deegs and whatnot. They're going to do this 1-3-1 yet again.
Ooh.
Next are contesting that short line. Gets picked, but Shah with a tiny gap in the left side of the window smoke to work with. Takes away any short-lived kind of advantage that Antic might have had. Now they're in a 3-on-4. They're still kind of in this 1-3-1 formation. They've got plenty of time to kind of make something work here, but I'm interested to see what they're going to come up with. I think just in the positions that they're already in, it's pretty clear what's going to happen. I mean, it's going to be mid-pressure. Skull's going to try and walk out A on the timing. I kind of feel like he might have gone a bit early. I almost want to see the players pressure Con and try to draw attention from the A players before he attempts that entry, but I mean, it can work the other way as well.
Yeah, timing is such a beautiful thing. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good. Obzen does at least find one back, so a decent response. But, 50 seconds left. Obviously, the bomb still left back in spawn. Smoke out for the cross for Damio, so it will be Obzen trying to find that. Damio has to pick up a lot of space here. And it will just be Shah still keeping a keen eye down towards short. Jumping up on the van will be Velocity. So taking advantage of his sole position to try and find some earlier control. And now we're seeing something different with Mega walking into A main as well. So I guess actually quite a similar structure to what we were seeing from Antic. So both teams, looking good on the CT side, but kind of a little bit limp on this T side so far for both
I think
sides.
limp is the perfect descriptive word. Very flaccid right now.
Correct.
Not really a lot going on.
No excitement.
Yeah. Just kind of walking around. Oh, I got domed on a very standard line. That's very unfortunate. half by
an
now.
eco. Yep. Correct. So yeah, we need to see some spice. Throw something in.
I mean, it's half by is where it's got to come from, surely. At least they're not doing the throwaway. I've seen a lot of Deagle split picking lately, Mitch. It's making me upset. But I don't think Antic is a Deagle split picking kind of team.
No, you definitely don't see it. It's not like you're watching, your Paradox who will be happy to buy Deagles and Galils.
That's fine. They get a pass. They get a pass.
Yeah, because they're so good at it.
That's all good with me. Paradox, you go for it. But if you're teams that don't have Chelios on it, then maybe give them this.
Yeah. All right. So it will be the move out B. Velocity tucked in. Is a little bit blinded, but runs out of bullets. That's the danger. Supar, though, still in position. Outside of the market. Happy with that. 3 nice and easy. He's really starting to farm up these frags. So now the AWP money is available for Obzen if he does so choose to wet his whistle. But, Nutty has just very much closed this gap. Like, we spoke about how it was going to be a close series for all of these matches, and, exactly what we want at this length in the competition. To have a bit of a wet wipe would be quite sad. So, quicker towards A here. Fiend is going to be the first man to kind of take the charge. Nades in, no molly. So they're going to be holding on to that one. So this actually could maybe go the other way. They do have to get a little bit more of a wriggle on, though, because they do appear to be ready. Shah with the opener onto Skull. And, Antic have just completely sat still. So the utility goes out now, but whether or not this rotation will be in quick enough. Good opening from Fiend. Still inside Palace, though. He's going to be a pesky man, this Shah. Whether or not he tries to take the fight early or falls away and tries to retake with the rest of his team. Molotov's off, so it will be the latter as the bomb plant will go down.
Let's start playing up above this ticket position. Can't stop that plant for going down. So Antic now starting to get themselves into some post-plant positions, but exactly this Velocity in on the flank. This is an important kill. Now this applies so much pressure. Antic are kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place on this flanking player. And Velocity is just having so much impact right now.
Jeez, that's insane. What a quick turn of events. Yeah, Velocity with the quick flank, obviously having the info from Shah, pushed into Palace. they're just backs up against the wall right there. And now we're only within 1 round. And, what's the cash going to look like for Nutty? I mean, they should have a buy, obviously, off the back of the plant, but that is definitely not a position you want to be in. Finding the pistol, the second round, you are receiving what you have given to the enemy team into the second half. So, yeah, I don't know. The hesitation, like the second they found Shah in Palace, they very much still had the brakes on. It was a very, very slow take.
I think it was a bit of a lazy pick from Skull, unfortunately. Yeah. Taking for granted that there could be an AWP on the line. Shah is actually finding a lot of opening kills right now. Another man advantage.
CT half. Just playing from that window position, not ever really going to the same spot either. Very versatile with where he's playing. It's paying off for Shah in dividends.
Yeah, and for Nutty. They're chilling now. Sitting back in a bit more of a retake formation. Velocity's on all the way through B apartments, but that might actually be a false sense of security here.
Yeah. What's Skull going to do? Is he going to clear anything? There's footsteps everywhere. I think Velocity will find the timing. Absolutely will. A little bit shaky, but will be stirred in the end as Recons does find one. Hobson. A little bit of a tick. He'll have to wait. Velocity now going for that peak. Does try and face the fight, but now Recon's in a little bit of a predicament here as well. It's getting so awkward. They need to try and find the plant, but Supar's going to be able to pick up another, and now Mega. Hobson's in a 1-on-4, and he's just had absolutely no respite at all. Nutty are tying it up, and they are max cash walking through, just like down the goddamn runway right now.
Yeah.
Strutting.
Bomb plant is going to give Antic somewhat of a bite. Going to be a little bit strapped in terms of the util on a couple of these players, but apart from that, it's not too bad. They can give things another crack. It's going to be very, very hard for them to win this game, though, because unless they're winning some very, very clean rounds on the T side, they're going to have just a significant both weaponry and utility disadvantage as these rounds get closer and closer. So, bit of a different look here. Antic going to make it look like they're doing this AXE again. Mega's deep on that Palace line, though. He's got so much info. In the meanwhile, you're starting to see these players shifting through mid, looking for picks. Fiend's made contact on that cat player. In comes the pick from the window. Anticipated well by Fiend. Skulls picked the B here in the meanwhile. So all of the rotations being picked by Antic very, very well. And now they're starting to re-rut B.
Yeah, they've done very, very well sort of finding this space, but Super has actually managed to pick up another in the process, and already this rotation is here. Nexar ready for it up towards the short line. Skull will be found. Huge pick here from Nexar. If he's got another in him, be absolutely massive. But Shah can now reposition as well. Did Hobson? I don't think he spotted it. That's really, really dangerous. He is firmly holding that line. Is he going to try and tempt fate with the plant? Super with another. This is just insane right now, Mitch. Super is on one. And now Shah leaves it to Hobson. Will he go for this peak? Will he find the timing? Will he find the cross? It doesn't matter. Super's swinging, and he certainly is dinging. Taking the lead is Nutty. This is just Antic. Yeah, like, Antic's been asked if they can leave. Get in the Uber, mate. Go home.
I think Super was like 6-14, by the way.
He was, yeah. He had an absolutely awful first half, but it's just a similar thing. Was he playing? I think he was playing B, wasn't he?
What?
Was he playing B on CT? No, he's on... No, oh my God. Shut up, Mish. As in me. I'm losing my mind.
I think he was playing
T-side.
on CT.
Yeah, no, look, I was getting my teams confused, okay? It's fine.
Oh, look, it would have had an excuse.
Positions, right?
If it was Dynasty. Then, look, there you've got an excuse. Again, it's this B exit on the half bite. They've got a little bit better spacing onto Velocity here, so at least they've been able to get into the site and potentially get themselves into a post plant. Hands on one rifle. Shah, very brave is the way I'd put it. Very brave angle to be holding.
Oh man, and he gets it still. If Damio swung just a second earlier, it might have been something, but now it's on to Hobson in a very tough 1v4. I feel like I've said that many a time. Does hit one and a second, so valiant effort, but now it means that Nutty walk away with 14. This is insanity, really. Like, I cannot believe this, right? Like, it's Mirage. Like, this map is never this CT-sided. But yeah, Antic have just had nothing really to work with, and you know, it was crazy how we were sort of talking about how Nutty's T-side looked very, very weak, but Antic's just has not sparked any excitement whatsoever. And I feel like Nutty have walked away with, you know, namely kind of 3-2 alive pretty much every single retake.
Yeah. It's the battle of who's got slightly worse T side at the end of the day.
Yeah. Oh, okay, good shot.
Okay, this is the round you have to win. Like, you got man advantage. It feels like Antic have had a really tough time getting any kind of inroads into any of these rounds. So pick onto the B anchor. They've still got Fiend with some pressure on A. He can come out A ramp on a timing or something like that. They've got one in unders. What's their game plan for the mid to late round? Because when they've slowed things down, they've had a lot less success here. They're going to actually go back for mid control, and that's something that they can do. With the pick being that early in the round and them having so much utility, they can definitely still work middle. But they need to be careful not to run the clock down too late.
Will they overthink? Doesn't look like it. Gonna retake mid with some good utility. Flashes in. Where will this reposition lie, though? Forced back away inside the jungle smoke. Our interconnector now. Damio does manage to pick up another. But still with their sights set on towards this A position. Super does look the other way, but Shah finds Damio. So in the process here, they are looking to take this side, but Mega's still hiding Firebox, and now it's all on to Obson. In a 1 versus 1 at the very least. Let's get the plant down. Reverse default will give a lot to sort of think about, but does he peek the line into short? He's looking jungle. Goes for the AK. Information comes out. Khan and Obson can go for the fight. Jesus, it should have never been that bloody close, but, you know, Mega plays the time so well. Super strikes from the jungle. And certainly looking like Nutty's still in control. Antic do find one, but exactly as you mentioned, right, it was needed desperately. They have another reinvestment, should be okay, but, you know, it's just unlosable from here. Like, they cannot drop it, otherwise Nutty close it.
Antic win a couple gun rounds in a row, they can still break the CP money. Reinvestment in the double AWP is quite taxing at this point. Bit of a slower approach from Antic, looking for a pick on the extremity with the AWP yet again, and they almost catch Mega. Still some pressure on middle, Fiend throwing some utility over there. Antic waiting for Nutty to make mistakes that they can punish, and then they seem to be just playing a very, very slow late round. Just walking around the map, seeing if they can find some CTs, and then playing it accordingly from there. There's no set mid to late round strats that we're seeing. It's very much just kind of on the fly.
They are tucked in nicely. Whether or not there's a scope being heard, regardless, it is going to go the way of Sharp. He's been very, very good keeping Obson at bay. Fiend gets the trade, but he's 2 for 0 at this point in time. Mega's trying to take this fight now. Skull does at least get forced away, but now they have plenty of information. 45 seconds, so certainly not a whole lot of time to start to work with, but next up, is he going to be the big man on campus from this B position? It definitely looks like they are starting to work their way there, but they're still pretty much stopped in their tracks right now, Mitch. They've got to pick up the pace, got to move as that 4. So once they collect themselves, they've just got to explode onto the site.
There's no util though, here from Antic. That one flash is the only one that they have. Doesn't catch Nexar. He's missed that first shot, so that's space for the T's to actually scale onto the site. And Fiend, that's his 3rd for the round. He's going massive for Antic.
Yeah, tucked into the Africa side as well. Sharp, very much keeping him enclosed. Nutty do look like they want to try and fight this, but as you mentioned, it might not be the best of ideas, right? You know, reinvesting into that double AWP. That's going to be the pull away. Mega has called, will defend his maiden in Sharp. Taking him out, walk him into CT. Yep, exactly. Tips his Fedora. Says you can take that AWP. Bring it back tomorrow. And now the scoreline will be tied up, though, which is, I guess, a good cause. I was getting a little bit concerned. Really don't want to be seeing series go like that way at all, right? Like, it's always awesome to see, you know, so many rounds put together consecutively, but when it's Antic just looking very, very flat, it kind of feels like Nutty's getting away with murder. But now, and Antic have decided to wake up. Fiend has, you know, cracked the whip of some nature, and there has been some momentum behind it. And obviously, you know, they've got some reinvestment cash, but it still ain't fantastic. So Nutty definitely not going to be looking great. Like, both teams are going to be looking a bit rough into the 30th, regardless of the outcome.
Nutty giving this one a bit of a crack in terms of the reinvestment. you can see a couple of their players getting a little bit lower in terms of the economy. So that's a nice opening shot from Obson. Would have liked to convert there, but just clipping Supar through the wall. Man's lucky to be alive. Mega on the deep line here on that secondary AWP. The shoulder and the crouch peek is excellent from Damio, and now they have room to actually get into this site. He's burning alive. He still takes one with him though, Mitch.
Yeah, certainly not bad. The old martyrdom nade. They still forced off. Super. Oh, geez, these AWP shots have been appalling. This is the opportunity. Nexar, though, he's out. 3 versus 2. Fiendo drops it into the 1 on 3. And that'll be Antic walking away with the 15th here. Finally, they come to play. Maybe they were just messing with us, really, for the entirety of the series, it feels like. Let them, let them think that it's going to be a huge game, think it's going to go overtime. But that is always an opportunity, right? The money on the side of Nutty. They still have an AWP up for Sharp, which is going to be a big, big potential play. But that means that Velocity has no Kevlar. And look at the speed so far. Already up in towards this Renegade's boost line for Obson. No one's crossed to the stairs side, however. So it's just going to be Mega going for a little bit of walkabout up towards top mid.
Kind of pigeonholed into being a bit more aggressive. Don't have the util or the weaponry to play a more drawn-out round here as Nutty, and you've got a couple of unarmored players, so it'd be good to get an early pick or an early advantage if they can get it. Antic working this A side of the map and towards middle. Mega, that's beautiful. A 2K with that A1S, aggressive position from him. Sharp picks one from Spawn, and Nutty setting themselves up for OT.
Always seems to fall into place, doesn't it? The OT setup is there, but Obson has something to say about it. Trying to tuck his way into jungle. He's got to find the quick scope here. Velocity on the line. Obson gives the AWP up. Now Recon's in a 1 versus 4. This is not the situation you want to be in. Bomb was dropped. They were literally handed their breakfast to Antic, and they've just kind of dropped it all over the floor. Maybe stubbed their toe on the corner table. Recon's with 1 and 2. Ooh, making it exciting. This is the play. Take a breath. Make it happen. Sharp peeks in though. Perfect timing, and it'll be overtime. Certainly did not expect to be here given the turn of events that we had, but, Antic unfortunately left it a little bit too late to open up, and Nutty, they don't want to let the match end up too quickly. It's going to be overtime on Mirage of all maps in our opening map of the night.
Why?
Correct.
I wonder if Skull is one of the people... I need to go back and check if Skull is one of the offenders of the original Mirage OT.
I think he is. He was on the Chiefs roster with APOC card, right?
I think so. Why you gotta keep doing this to me, bro? Come on.
The old 60-round extraordinaires. And, you're a big fan of Asian Counter-Strike too, Mitch. Vici and Tyloo, 60 rounds.
Ooh.
Been there before. Super, though. He's going to get the opener onto the offender. So that's a very good position to be in. And it looks like they want to try and speed up B. Out to the other side of the smoke. Great drop from Velo. Good trade from Damio. Nexar has to try and make something work here from the short position. Does let them cross. And no, Damio's going to find it. But Super, he has been the superstar. Smoke down towards door. Will he wait or will he strike? Shah goes for the cross, but I don't think they're ready for Super just yet. There's one, there's two. The man, the myth, the legend, and Shah to close as well. This is Nutty on top. And their CT side is looking absolutely beautiful with it.
Yeah, Super's kind of unreal, dude.
He's a good player, yeah.
CT side, been fantastic. This is 10K
This
OT.
season has had so many of these players, Mitch, that's maybe they've come from, LPLE or something like that, and making their way all the way up and finding themselves here. They're just crushing it. It's awesome.
Got an AK now. A bit more one tap potential. Like I was saying, there's a 10K OT as well, so you need to be able to pick up that 1 CT round. I think whoever gets 2 T-side rounds of these OTs has probably just got the game on lock.
Yeah, both teams just really putting up the numbers on CT. Nothing really overly exciting on the T side. Either of the halves.
Window and con smoke, and then Nexar just peeks mid. He's like, yep, that's bullshit.
Rough. So creeping out A main is the strat, Mitch. Mega. Poised in CT. Molly goes on the balcony. Nexar has done some really good damage onto the IGL here, but some flashes out should be able to give them some extra space, and they are blind. Mega one, not quite the second. Recon's good pick, and Skull with one more. Now Velocity trapped inside jungle side. It's really awkward, but so much money. Sorry, not HP, rather, is what I was going to be saying on the side of Antic. Damio does manage to pick up another, and now it's a 3-on-2, but it's still not a great position to be in.
And planting in the smoke. Super's got Flash, same for Sharp. Good set his shutter up a little bit with some nice timings, but seems like they want to go and take those duels. Reckons, I mean, that's a great line to be taking against an AWPer. And I think this is probably a little bit too far gone for Super.
He's been sharp. Handed for the team, but it's going to be Fiend to find the line. And that will be 16-16. So talking about this potential 2T side sort of rounds, is it a possibility here for Antic? Or are Nutty going to fight back and take the momentum into their T side? Still really kind of need to see what it's going to look like for Nutty on their T. Will Antic be able to, you know, settle on the CT side nicely after so many rounds off?
Get the mid-aggression again here for Nutty. It's going to give him a lot of info. We're not going to see a single player out there, so it's on Velocity, who's already burned his Molotov to kind of go huge on the B side here. He doesn't have a whole lot of support or any players that can really rotate. You got pressure out A main as well. Fiend gets that pick. And Antic pushing and pulling the CTs around the map right now.
Will it be this peak? Velocity spots the info, goes for the spray. It's not quite enough though. Some nades to kind of whittle him down a little bit. He's still gone for the peak. Oh my god, how does he get away with that? I can imagine that's an old desk slammer for Obzen, but Shah is here and so is Super. They've been a very, very dynamic duo, but Shah, the Draken 20-degree window or whatever it's called, he's missed it. Super has to pick up. Now they're very, very much trapped here. Look at this rotation coming in. Damio's found one, but I think it will be Fiend getting taken down by Nexar. No, he's ready for it, but it doesn't matter. Bombs drop, 30 seconds. Skull has to try and find it here. Damio's also got to try and do something. Shah under the smoke. This is a scrappy bloody round. I hate it, but it makes for good content. Nexar, I think he's heard his opponent in Skull, and he will find the shot. Jesus Christ. What the hell was that round? Oh.
10 KOT here. See if there is the double AWP investment. They're just going for the singular, so a little bit too greedy sometimes to have that double AWP going for yourself. It's a good pick from Fiend. He's been pretty on point this game. He's kind of been a standout along with Obzen for Antic. Seen him had a pretty good game on Inferno recently as well, multi-fragging up a storm from that porch side, so good to see him finding some form here. Nutty. It looked like they wanted to go for a B play, but now seeming a little bit less sure of themselves, going to start walking back for some mid control.
Yeah, very late, but good time to do it. Cruising on out, nobody home. Once again, Antic, I guess, sort of, you know, sitting back into their happy to leave mid open in this mid round, not trying to take the fights early. Molly down, unders, kind of showing that there is a little bit of presence about it. But it will look like it's going to be the short split. I think Fiend actually did spot something on that line, and he's not going to repeat, so 45 seconds. They are going to get a bit of a wriggle on here, but it looks like Recons is there for the opener, but Shah good for the trade. Now Damio picking up another, tries to tuck his way back into the apartments, but it is going to be Super to find one more. Fiend looking to stack on top of his existing 30, and he will. 31. Obzen edging closer as well with 28. Tied up scoreline though, 17-17. It's still anyone's game here.
Again, another one of these kind of slower paced, unimaginative rounds there from Nutty. Obviously, Plan A didn't go well for themselves. They wanted to go for a 1-4, throw a bit of mid pressure and try to creep out B, but lost that mid player immediately. And Kind of makes things a lot more one-dimensional. Again, taking their time. A bit more of a 1-3-1. Next side's got an info line here. Deep in towards B apps through the smoke. No one moving a muscle right now.
Yeah. The old game is stalemate. Smoke into window. Once again, Nutty looking to sort of recollect some control of mid. That nade is good. Does manage to keep velocity at bay for a little bit. Walking out unders will be Nexar as well. Now the smoke down towards top of connector. Fiend did toy with that idea for a second to take that control, but smart to sort of leave it up for the time being.
I mean, they've had a lot more success, at least initially, giving up middle. They're going to push Skull into A main, get him on a much better line now, and we're getting this con split with Super lurking towards Palace. Mega applying pressure to Short simultaneously. He's got himself into ladder.
Now Scully Man going to go in this position inside A main. CT as well for Obson, does fire a warning shot, but Fiend obviously up close. Shah, will he be spotted on the line? It'll be Skull. Find the opener, gets a second as well, and a third. Skull, what a round. Looking very, very good right now. Super does fell him in the end, but it's a 2-on-4. Bomb is dropped, 20 seconds. Gonna need to see this pace to come out from Mega as well. Inside jungle, Super finds one more. It's not done just yet. Damio looking for the swing though, and he will be able to pretty much drop the hammer. Antic walk their way up to map point here, 18-17.
Just good use of pushing Skull into that extremity. That was the key play of the round. Flashing Skull into A main, setting him up for success. It's these adjustments that Antic do really, really well. Just no-nonsense Counter-Strike from playing a million games of Mirage, knowing what you need to do when you've lost that mid-control.
Always crazy as well, and Obson hates this map. Still dropping 30. It's a very hard map to hate, though, in this region, isn't it? You just have to deal with it. It's like a given. But another given. Is this B site push potentially? Are they going to try and find the fight? Damio, really awkward spot now as well, but Recons ends up fight. Wait, was that from... Okay, no, just through the smoke. It's all good. Relax. Mega. Also going down to the molly, so this could very well be the map victory here for Antic.
Yeah, Shah trying to retrieve the bomb, and he still cops a nade for it. Nexar walking up middle. You've got one player in spawn. They just don't have any kind of map control that's filling me with a whole lot of confidence they're going to be able to get this done, and they lose the player in the most forward position. Nexar probably had to make a play up con there to make this round work, and he's been lost.
So the last two, Super and Shah, they both had a fantastic run in this map so far. Fiend looking for the spot. Super, though, tapping away. Has narrowly missed. Fires a couple of warning shots over towards CT. That'll be onto Skull. And that lurk smoke as well to try and give them some extra space. But it looks like it is going to be Fiend to close it. And in the end, it will be Skull to find that final frag. So there we go. Antic. Well, Mitch, I've got to say, they made it very, very hard for themselves. But in the end, they do walk away with a map 1 victory. And that was the map selection of Nutty as well. So Vertigo, I guess my biggest concern for map 2 was like if Antic went down on that one, and given the CT sort of comeback that we were actually seeing from Nutty, I was like, oh God, like Vertigo could be a little bit scary for Antic, but now it could be anyone's kind of game.
Yeah, I think similar kind of issues for Nutty in that game to what I saw from their recent series against Dynasty. Just looking a little bit lifeless, looking like they were not really having that creativity or the good flashes there on the T side. And look, you had a similar thing for Antic, but they were good enough to put the pieces together for a couple of rounds, and they were able to just eke it out over time, be the more consistent team. Now they're moving into Vertigo. I can't even remember watching Nutty play the map.
Yeah, no, exactly right. But look, all I'll say is after a very, very lackluster Mirage set of T sides, we do have an exciting game moving into overtime. It will go the way of Antic. So guys, we are going to take a short break whilst we load up Vertigo, and we'll see you back very soon after.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return. is a champion to be born.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have returned from what was a very interesting Mirage that we have seen right now. Normally, a lot of T-side aggression comes through, but this time it was all CT-sided dominance, as we did manage to go overtime, but it was Antic to walk away with a 19-17 victory on map number 1. Obviously, that was Nutty's map pick, though, Mitch, and is Kongi and Pilski. We're running it back for map number 2 in Vertigo just around the corner.
Yeah, so I mean, it's hard to kind of get a read on what these teams going to be showing us. Nutty, last time they played the map, about a month ago against Vertex, got 5 rounds. And then as for Antic, the last time they played Vertigo was picked against them when they were playing with 2 stand-ins. So question marks about who the hell is going to be good at the map, who's going to be bad at the map. I would say, though, that Antic probably going to be picking that one. And we know that they're a core that they've been playing together, pracking quite a lot for quite a while. Taking things quite seriously. So hopefully they're going to have had more time to flesh out their map pool and they're going to reap the rewards of that. Whereas we even heard it from the interview there, Nutty, a bit more of a fun team. They are playing with somewhat of a stand-in right now. So Vertigo is going to be a little bit harder for them to navigate their way through than Antic, I would imagine.
Yeah, it was good, though, to see, Nexar, even though being the sub, still stepping up to the plate, hitting a few home runs. And, Supar and Shah, really, really impressive as well. It was just a shame that we didn't really sort of get to see, the usual velocity activation that we were kind of hoping for. And also, Mega had a little bit of a quiet run, too. A couple of times he did get taken down, but a few moments. So overall, it was just a very, very interesting game to try and follow along with, right? Not seeing any kind of T-side fanfare, really. Just it was very much like kind of slow CT sides, allowing them to really walk into it, and that's where it really sort of paid off for them. But regardless, this is a map which is very, very different to Mirage. I mean, it's got a very quick sort of space for rotation, but it's still a map that, despite it being around for a little bit longer, despite some teams kind of bringing it in a little bit more, it's still not a team that you kind of see played by teams that don't have a massive sort of structure set and have been practicing, because it is a very technical map at times.
Yeah, I think it's played a little bit more at the upper echelon. I'm feeling like Vertigo, the way that it's played at the moment, kind of reminds me, the position that it's fallen into kind of reminds me of Inferno, to be honest. Like those utility sets, you need to know the right nades, you need to throw the right utility at the start of the round every time to just get that base level of map control. That ramp contest always reminds me of Banana quite a bit. The stairs fight kind of reminds me quite a bit of the old carpets area. Obviously, middle is quite different, though. You have those 3 very, very separate lanes as opposed to like those 2 important parts of the map you need to take control of. So that's like the different dynamic that Vertigo presents a little bit. You get a little bit more lurky, I feel like, in that map. You have a few more avenues to actually catch timings on the CTs, whereas Inferno is a bit more straightforward. You on the T side, you take control of the certain parts and you don't have many chances to actually just shoot the CTs in the side of the head or something like that.
For sure. So I think it's going to be a massive factor of momentum. Antic may potentially have the upper hand picking into this map, but look, if Nutty has some sharpness behind them, they can still win the duels, and that is why Vertigo is a very, very exciting map. As we sort of mentioned, it was a map that came into the pool. People were a little bit kind of off with it, I suppose, at the start, but it's undergone a fair few changes, and it definitely has switched around to a spot where we've seen some very, very high caliber games, not only locally, but also internationally, putting up some really, really big things. And I think it's a cool map in the way that it can be played so differently, whether or not it be like a Furia jumping straight down mid with a P90, or something a little bit more exciting like a G2. But regardless, it is a cool map to see, and Antic looking picking this one up. They must have something ready for us going into a map like this against Nutty, who is a little bit more looser coming into it.
Yeah, I think Nutty, look, we'll see. I'm not going to count them out 100%, but it's probably going to be a bit of a worry for them that they drop Mirage at the end of the day. Very quick one straight through middle here for Antic, kicking things off on their T side. That is a very sharp little tap from Mega, and you see Antic already scaling mid to B into the site. Next side's about 15 steps ahead. Easy shots to the side of the T's heads, and that round has not gone the way that Antic would have wanted.
Not at all. That was almost a very, very easy round. I guess the only thing here would be if Rakons picks up a couple more, but already with this flank coming in, the rotation's making it super, super challenging. Still got to be careful, but Shah looks like he will be able to find it nice and easily. There we go. So in the end, it is going to be Nutty walking away with that one. Do not let the overlay confuse you. We are there with it, with the opening round going the way of the CTs of Nutty. And I guess on a map like this, very, very important to get those early rounds. Pistol, huge. Whereas, look, the fast play, to come out from Antic straight over mid in towards B didn't quite pay off for them.
Yeah, lost those initial duels. Mega doing a great job thinning the numbers early, and just a nice position from Nexheart, putting himself in the perfect spot against exactly that kind of play. So we'll see what Antic are going to do here. Didn't get that bomb plant down, so often makes forcing a little bit more difficult to kind of commit to on that 2K kind of money line.
So just taking some extra time. Definitely an interesting thought process here. Kind of trying to line up what the map will end up looking like. How it is all kind of going to fall in. There you go, overlay fixed, all ready to rock and roll. So off the back of no plant, Antic just going to be taking the gentle save, throw away this round, get into the wriggle of it.
Just the gentle Glocks.
Yeah.
Might be a little bit of a tickle.
Sometimes they can do it, yeah.
Sometimes
we've seen worse.
Sometimes you get tickled to death. It's a good way to go.
Ooh, certainly put himself into a predicament there of velocity. Not really feeling the tickle. Maybe he's not ticklish. He can just continue to fight.
Isn't it weird when people are ticklish, though?
It is. It is actually terrifying, yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Come on, dude. Have some feelings.
Something's not connected in the brain there. I'm thinking.
Yeah. Someone in chat right now just going, I'm not ticklish, I'm tough. I know, man. Even the biggest dude can be thrown down by a good tickle. A good block. Oh, there's one back. So Velocity did farm up a little bit of cash there. It was sharp to find 3, but now we can actually talk about something other than tickles. And hopefully Antic will do a little bit more than that with their AK purchase up. Plenty of utility, so should be kind of a nice setup for this round. And a good opportunity to take the fight. Didn't obviously find too much. Nutty, or whether or not they buy into the next is a big maybe, but regardless, Antic have got to overwhelm this one first.
Look, I would do my Elmo impression, but I'm a bit sick at the moment, so I'll give it a miss this time.
We'll save it for the finals.
Yeah, of course. MP9 being the only gun that's lost. Pretty happy about that if you're Nutty. Mega disrupting middle there. He's got the smoke quite nice and deep. They got a lot of info. And in general, Nutty right now, they're burning a lot of util. And look at the response from Antic. They are totally happy with what's happening. All of the nades just being burnt now for a Nutty. They're left with 5 grenades at 1 minute 15. Very hard to hold on to scaffold, contest secret, you know, if you're out of grenades. So Antic just max chilling, ready to retake this part of the map with superior util.
Guess you could say Bing chilling.
I haven't seen that one in a while.
Oh, dude. Come on, man. That's the best one. So, I guess they've pumped the brakes a little bit, Antic here. Now just waiting off the back of it. Actually play enough time that they wait for the flash in. After all, utility now down towards the elevator side. Clearing out sandbags, nobody home. So at least Super is there with Sharp, but now with this cross setup down, it is going to be a tough one for them to overwhelm, especially when Skull very much gets up in their grill. Mega will at least get 1 for the trade, but now it's set back to a 4-on-3 on the retake.
Yeah, refresh of the smoke there from Antic. Happy to sit back in these post plants. You do have the smoke for Mega, so the Ninja defuse is a very real possibility. Worth the consideration of the save as well.
Yeah. Like you can see it just in them right now. They were certainly hesitant, but Mega definitely trying to go for a dive down now, and I think that's been the call. Gets the dink. Fiend will live on though, so just take it into the next round. We'll have an interesting buy maybe.
Yeah, it's curious that that third player dying is the call to save. Like actually, the third player is kind of the swing. Like it's no longer a good save after that third guy dies. I have to say as well, what doesn't fill me with a whole lot of confidence is that underarm flash from Velocity. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that. I'm always seeing people flash people onto lines in scaffold, set flashes that hit the right angle at the right timing. Everything's lined up perfectly. The util is like one of the most satisfying things to watch on this map. So when I see him underarm flash himself onto the ramp line, I shuddered. I physically cringed.
If you're not cringing watching some Counter-Strike sometimes, Mitch, you're definitely doing it wrong.
Look, respect to him. That's a...
Exactly.
Good on ya. That's a bit more like it. Maybe a little too deep, unfortunately, in that. But they do want to get the bridge line. But that's the
crazier things.
That's the second time Velocity's died a gun round first pick, unfortunately, which is not what you're really looking for. It's nutty.
Maybe a little one-way flash there to a smoke rather to creep around and have a little bit of a look-see. We'll call it that. Recon's soul lurk up over towards B, hasn't spotted anything. And now Damio will have a look back to make sure nobody is there on the flank either. So still yet to make up their minds really here, Antic, but if they do pick up this round, it's obviously going to be a big one for them. Resetting the economy of Nutty, setting themselves down with 2, and really should be picking up 3 off the back of it as well. Super doesn't quite find the timing. Don't actually think he spotted anyone just then, but might hear the footsteps now. No, they're actually rotating over towards B very, very heavily. I think they've got some sort of read here, maybe off the back of some utility thrown out by Recons, but A-side should be taken almost for free here, Mitch.
Yeah, and I mean, you probably just save if this doesn't go well for you. I love that Mega's just swinging in the open, no one's looking at him. That works out very well.
2-on-2 now, yeah, jeez.
Yeah, they're going to win this round, I'm thinking.
Big turn of events. Hobson, though, 1 HP, not enough. Recons. Find it. Will Shah hit the good shot? Okay, very scrappy from both teams there. And the battle of the wet pool noodles attacking each other goes the way of Nutty.
Yeah, Mega had like a baseball bat. Everyone else had pool noodles.
Don't you tell me. No way.
I'm not even surprised.
It was a no-scope.
I'm not
He
even
only had one
surprised.
button.
Yeah.
He only had one button on his mouse, Mitch.
That's all you need, bro. One button on your keyboard, one button on your mouse, W and mouse 1. If you're doing it any other way, you need to question
Who's
your
that guy?
masculinity.
The scout guy with Phantom Blex, wasn't it? Yeah. He made some good videos.
I don't even know who that is. You're gonna have to leave me one.
I will. Very good video.
Oh, okay. Beautiful. 1 for 1. A lot of damage onto Damio. Velocity's been getting the short end of the stick in these opening duels, but it's good to see him stick to his guns. Players like him are very important on Vertigo. You need that aggressive rifler to go and contest space. You're thinking some of the top tier teams, like your Vexites, walking up, scaff shooting people in the head. Very big asset.
Yeah, Vexite certainly instills fear. Another member of the family, though, here in Damio. Big shoes to fill. Molotov goes deep. Nexa. Get away. One's actually managed to live on for quite a while here. Some good damage back onto Obzin as well. Mega, though, another multi-frag. Very, very big plays here. Recons does manage to take him down in the flames, but 45 seconds, I guess. Good position here. Damio can hold the trigger finger. Does he go for the knife? He will. Gets it done. And now the two members are very, very split of this CT position. Mega also very low. He tries to take this fight. But the main thing is, right, Damio has to pick up the pace. Has to cross into position. Smoke goes down. Gonna make it a little bit awkward. Good molly in and finds the shot. Here we go. You know, we're just talking about them right now. Will he expect the flank? Will he look the wrong way? Plant goes through. Has to clear. Has to swing. And he walks straight in. Well played from Super. Good line to be held. Cool, calm, and collect. Nutty walk away with the 4th.
Yeah, good crosshair placement. Just had to use the one button on the mouse again. And that's what you want in CS. One player surviving multiple rounds here for Nutty, though, means their money's pretty cooked. Antic losing a couple of rounds that they probably shouldn't be. You got to give credit where credit's due, though, to Nutty. They are playing with... they're playing very ballsy CS right now. They're swinging and they're swinging hard.
Yeah, for sure. I guess that's what you got to do, right? You know, when you don't have a whole big set of strategy on this map, or, you know, maybe not so many innings, it's like, okay, let's just take the fights. But then again, you know, they're starting on the CT side. The T side will be the telltale for this one. And I guess that's really where we end up with the Antic conversation, right? You know, we've seen them take away some really, really big things. I think, you know, in one of the... it was the major qualifier, pretty sure. They had such a deep run, and I don't think they're actually expecting to get as far as they did, because I think Fiend had to go to work, and that's the only reason they ended up losing. But Recons has just held W onto the B site this time, so maybe he's just, you know, sort of said, bugger this. I'm going to do exactly what Nutty has done to me, and this very well may be the save, because they've got absolutely no cash.
Yeah. Even the save here isn't going to produce some kind of nice buy. They're on like that full reset potential, so maybe they just de-armor with a couple of rifles. That's something I could definitely see happening. To pick up your point from before, though, what you're saying effectively is if Fiend didn't have to go to work, it'd be Antic at the major, right?
Correct, exactly. Yep. All the way over there, yep.
Yeah, just so we're on the same page.
Yeah. I don't know, it just feels like not always are the cogs turning in the right direction. It'd be quite an emotionally driven team. Kind of reminds me a little bit of that old, which, funnily enough, was another Skull Hunter roster. I think it was when it was Genuine Gaming. You know, we'd see them come out and hit these massive home runs out the park. A little bit of a further forward step, I guess, you know, in the sense that they did take like a map off, a series off Order on LAN a little while ago.
That was Chiefs, actually.
That was it Chiefs? There you go. Yeah, big series.
That made me sad.
Know, LAN stage finals.
They grinded for so long, and then they got that big win, and then they really didn't do very
Just fell
much
flat.
ever again.
Yeah, correct.
And like, it's so sad to see that career trajectory, because it was like, yeah, they've grinded for so long, and they finally got that W that we've been waiting for, and this is where they're going to start being a top team in Oz, and then never happened.
Correct. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because Skull is hunting skulls over towards the B side. And this could very well be another save again, but a similar prospect, though. No cash in the bank account. to really try and, sell this fight.
Yeah. I think Antic have identified what's working. Hitting that B site and hitting it really hard. And
Correct.
Look, sometimes when a team doesn't play a map so much, you can just do that. You can do like very basic exes, and like the other team just doesn't really know how to hold them.
It's just got to be that confidence. Hang on.
Yeah.
No turn just then. Their money's not good either.
No, it's not. That's what I was about to say. At least they're going into some anti-eco territory. They can build it back up again, Mitch. It's alright.
Yes, yes.
Don't get too upset. Oh.
The Legos have just fallen onto the floor for a little bit. Put it all back together.
We'll put it back in the toy box and everything will be okay.
It'll be fine. But yeah, those are some of the players I miss, like Maker, Jinx. Jeez. That was like when we were over in China, I believe.
Yeah.
Little run back. That team came and, what was it, Ground Zero as well, and Genuine, I think it was.
Yep.
Which was like Void and Zeph and stuff, and Burn. Oh, I'm getting sad
Noobster.
now. Yeah, Noobster.
Don't bet kids.
Yeah, correct. Be responsible.
That's literally the name of his Valorant account. I didn't know who it was. I queued into MM with him in like Radiant Elo, and there's a guy called Don't Bet Kids, and I'm like, who is that?
And then you start talking,
and I'm like, oh god, really?
The man who ordered dinner for us every night. What a guy.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Now, so many, I think that's like a perfect sort of, segue, and just like, a roster like Nutty, for example, right? We're gone are the days of where we've been seeing the same kind of gatekeepers for so long, and it's really the new kids on the block, outside of those top 3 rosters, and, maybe arguably then Paradox and Vertex, but lots more firepower, and that's a jewel that they want to be fighting for. Super now tucked to the sandbags. Molotov not quite going to flush him out, but he's going to get tagged up very heavily by those nades. He's still looking for more. Another. And Damio will send him packing straight off the side of the map. But there's still 2 members here, Mitch. I think he's just got to be careful that he doesn't fall off.
He's kind of the key player for Nutty, actually. He was 7-1 when he was multi-fragging. They were winning every round. Now he's had a rough couple of rounds. Finally got an A1S back into his hands, and that's a big one to peg back for Nutty. Another kill for him. Nexar deep in on this flank.
Ooh.
Would have some impact.
Skull ready for it, though. I really like this. If he finds the timing, this could actually be massive. Who's going to clear who? It'll be Skull. There's the control. B's open, boys. And they're actually going to start to walk their way up side hall, so they aren't really trying to sell this. I think Skull's basically made the call. I'm going to go B, sell the fake, yep.
Yeah.
Mega starts to walk away too, so this is huge.
Skull's literally selling some products that are full of rocks over there at B.
Correct. Mega timing. Doesn't fare him the best. Does get quickly traded out. So Shah, if he can kind of, find this 1 versus 1, but I think hands are now being held inside the ramp, so that's going to be A-OK for now. The one-way smoke comes out, and Shah does flick over, but Skull's ready for it. So big man impact Scully in this one to take Antic to a 5-4 lead. So very much have worked out their rhythm. Their groove has been returned.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of what I was saying before. Like, outside of the big multi-frags and the individual fragging power on Nutty, there just isn't really a whole lot behind that right now. So Antic, they build up really, really good money now. This should be a very one-sided T-side if they play their cards right. And I feel like for Nutty, it's kind of multi-frag or die at the moment.
Yeah.
Velocity's not having a good strike rate over towards ramp side, so unless he starts to get that going, once he has a gun in his hand, it's going to be quite difficult for him, I think.
Yeah. Well, that's what, sort of 3 or 4 times now where we've kind of seen him try to take that fight towards ramp. And
yeah, I always look at those players, like those aggressive riflers on Vertigo. It's like, if they're playing good, you're probably winning. And if they're getting domed, you're probably losing.
Well, mentioning Vexite earlier, right? Like, or even like an Alistair on an aggressive AWP, just taking that fight towards side hall, like time and time again, getting the opening pick or 2, and then being able to kind of waltz away happily. They have managed to, make good work though of Skull, the Lurk. Another one of our highlighted players, obviously, of tonight. So the Deagles are poised, ready to defend the A site once more. Bomb will be joining them as a couple of members do start to make their way up this ramp. Still a bit more ground to create, though.
Nexar's got himself an AK. Not really in a good enough position to use it, at least for the time being. That's almost not quite the cover that you would have wanted to see.
Saved by Damio. At a second's notice. Well done.
He 100%ed it though. He gave Obsen a heart attack and still got the kill. So that's exactly what you want.
Instilling fear. So Nexar still obviously going to be able to drag this AK into the next round. Potentially drop an AWP over to Shah.
Probably needs to be a rifle drop to Super or
really?
Mega.
Yeah. Just not a good position to be in. You know, just constantly questioning. And wondering how they can sort of stabilize a little bit. Okay, money's good, you know, max loss obviously, so at least Shah can buy one of his own if he wants, but you know, the importance of util that we've kind of touched upon many a times this series, Mitch, is, you know, it's being expended so early, even when it's being purchased.
Yeah, which kind of, you see that from teams that don't have like the fundamentals down on a map, because they don't have like quite have the understanding, I feel, that of like when to sprinkle in their util and when to hold and all that kind of stuff. So you see this util dumping right at the start of the round, similar to Inferno. Like, think about it like that.
Yeah,
you drop
correct,
all your
exactly.
util into Banana like the first 30 seconds of the round, you can't hold B anymore.
Well, that's where the teams really do start to separate, right? You know, why we think about like your Vertexes and your Renegades, they've holding on to those mollies until 20, 30 seconds left in the round. And there's the opening picks found again. Shah looking to also shoulder out the line, but Skull's there to keep him at bay. Straight over the top.
Saw the change up from Nutty. They tried to go for double AWP. Fortunately, it hasn't worked out for him. Fiends where they buy guns.
Not at all.
He's like, cool.
This is what I mean, though, right? Like, we've seen it twice now in this series, where Antic have just looked absolutely in control the whole way through. And
they're playing T side.
At least this time it's on the T side. Correct, yeah. So, hey, maybe that means they're going to have an awful CT side. We'll have to find out.
God, I hope so. I didn't know that was an angle, but Damio did. Good on him. Super, even very, very low. He just only clicks on heads. There's no other options for this man.
Well, player that, like, just over time, you know, with the good leader and some extra kind of time in the oven, you know, 280 degrees, 30 minutes. Check the core, see if it's cooked all the way through. He could be a really, really good player.
Then you take a phone call and forget about it.
Correct. Burn the
But it's all
apartment
good
down.
because you bought some insurance from Mitch Concannon.
Snapping necks, cash and checks. Prestige worldwide.
Well, you got this hero rifle here for Nexar. Gonna have to be the difference maker. Got some sharp deaglers on Nutty. They got that boost going over towards Scaffold side. Nice little one tap from Velocity. This round could get interesting. Ah, yeah.
He's gone for another one,
Give him another one.
Don't mind if you do, yeah.
Give him another crack. He's earned it at this point. Yeah, beautiful.
Oh, good shot too. Earned it.
Good on you, Shah.
Absolutely.
I don't even care that he hit that shot. Like, Shah's just running around. Yes, my lord. Where may I boost you next?
I will boost you, yes. Darling, please. Okay. But, 3 minutes here. Somewhat ready for it. Velocity reposition on the headshot. Jumping up, trying to find the fight, but he does get forced away by the pressure. Be an interesting looking retake here, though. No kits to work with, a little bit of utility. Nexar has managed to pick up an M4 for his troubles as well. But they're so far back, you know, already set up ramps, sandbags. Can Velocity find any more? It's a good line to be in. Narrowly missing the headshot, but Super trying to find more. Taps away. Scully, though, finds it. And now one for Obsen, too. So Mega, last man standing. Recons is watching the scaff. And that'll be Antic winning out the half here on this T side of Vertigo. So, yeah, it looks like the wheels have certainly fallen off the bus. And it ain't the Magic School bus.
No, that was very not magical. Antic winning a 3-on-5. Just walking up and execing the site. Too many opportunities being given by Nutty. And they really need rounds like that because they're struggling in these gun rounds. So Bit of a missed opportunity, perhaps. Some ramp control here, but Antic... Remember when they were going B and winning every round? This might be one of them. Mega's got deep in towards middle, so he could be quick on the flank. But Shah is out on an island. He literally could not be more deserted right now.
And look at this. Oh, timing from Mega! Okay, well played. Does find it. There's the info. So that should be a foot press down on this accelerator right now. Shah does get stuck on the Jennies, but now he's ready for it. Rakon's good. A little late response, but that is site secured. So now once again, it'll be just about how they set themselves into this post plant. Still have the lurk, still not getting the bomb planted just yet. Rakon's picks up another. He has been looking great, but now we do see the trade come out from Mega. And just as they look to settle into that post plant, they're already up in their grill here, Nutty. Flash their way in. Good opening from Velocity and Mega, another. All onto Obzin, the Meshuggah man himself. That's a good nade to come through. 1 versus 2. And he's got the wallbang. Good lineup. Still not on the defuse though. Just going to wait, play the time, play the patience. Does he go for the spray again? He will, and I think Mega's going to have it here. So a little unfortunate there for old Obzin. Does certainly make it look flashy, but doesn't quite secure the round out. So Mega with the 3K. 5 rounds, at least it's something to work with. But you'd hope for a couple more off the back of this in these last 2 rounds.
Yeah, it's big from Mega. Opens up the round and closes it down as well. Picks Fiend in towards that ladder room and even just provides some supportive flashes over the top to slow down that round long enough for Nutty to get involved. They're able to kind of scale out to Gen before that bomb even went down. Here's the pace change from Antic, straight up ramp side. Getting in Shah's face nice and early on. Super boosted up in middle, able to pick that lurking player, but Fiend in the meanwhile has taken out Velocity. And that wall of smoke across the site, and Nutty ready to kick off this retake. See if they can get any cheeky spams through the smoke or any nice boosts.
The old Classico. Oh, Nexar's been spotted though. Getting sneaky. Obzin's not going to have any of that apparently. They're all just ready for these forward positions. Mega does manage to at least get a response though, but he's taken down very, very low in the process. Sharp, obviously with the AWP in hand. Mega with the kits. A little bit of utility to work with too. So that will be that smoke expended, but Damio does pick up another. Now it's the swing from Mega again. The low player gets the job done here, but now it's on the Damio in this 1 versus 2. And Damio has a big all round. 3 kills, 9 for Antic. And unfortunately, the money is well busted for Nutty into this final round of the half. And Antic looking solid for 10, so it might actually be that 10-5 half, except the switches over from the T's to the CT.
Yeah, this is looking a bit like a veto diff right now. Which, this is Antic kind of reaping the rewards of their hard work that they've put in. All the cracks. Standing that map pool, keeping the chemistry strong. Good opener from Fiend. Again, Velocity, I think he's been first killed by Fiend these last 2 rounds.
There's another for Velocity, as you say. But Shah this time, the AWPer, gets a little bit of a wriggle on. Him and Super, as I said, have had a great run as a duo. The trade will come across the map, this time in the form of Nexar. Damio looking for something, but he's given that something to Mega. Shah was not close. Recons walks straight into the claws, and Shah has been activated in this round, the final round of the half. And now Scully, what have you got for us, my friend? At 1 versus 2 in the wrong spawn. Bomb dropped inside A. So he's got a lot of ground to pick up here, and it looks like all of remaining 2 Nutty members in Shah and Mega have gotten sort of gritty with it. Straight into main, cuddled around the bomb for warmth. They're still going though. Do they even have it? Surely. Yeah, surely. Dropped it.
As long as they stay together, it should be okay, right? Tell me it'll be okay, Mitch.
Look, the only saving grace is the fact that there's 20 seconds and Skull has a long way to go. He just has to W now. No, I don't even think he's got enough time, bro. Yep. Saving in the last round of the...
He just looks at the camera like,
Well, it looks like I'm losing this round, boys.
Is it the bomb site? Another big round. Big individual play equals round for Nutty. Playing Vertigo nicely on the T side is equals round for Antic. Them's the differences. This is team play against just individual. How much can you rely on that individual prowess on the T side, though? I think Vertigo is one of the maps where you can rely on it a little bit more. Especially, you need your players feeling it on the on the aggressive rifler positions. Most of all, these entry players got to be popping off. Like, if we're winning this game, I need like big entries from Super, Mega, and Velocity in multiple different rounds on the T side here. They just need to be running in and cracking some heads. I feel like that's the win condition for Nutty.
Definitely. They've taken the tactical timeout to talk strategy anyway, as they do fire up.
What are we doing on pistol?
Yeah, exactly. What's the strat, boys? Where are we going?
Let me link you to smoke, bro.
Yeah.
Saved it in my private videos.
Open up Nade King. It will be a quick hit. Obzen. Nope, he's out of there. Doesn't want anything to do with that. Absolutely fair. And now in this position. We'll be ready for it to a degree. Fiend with a couple of warning shots. Obzen with one. Has spotted out Mega on this cross. Shah's actually picked up a couple for his troubles. So Obzen really the one trying to do the damage here. Shah looks for more. It's another dink, and he makes it a little bit scrappy, but gets the job done. Ultimately looking for a fourth here, which he could very well be on for, but no, it'll be Recons. Getting one back. Was there a kit, though? That'll be the question. Maybe in the hands of Fiend, which was up towards heaven here. Mega does try and take the fight, but now they've got to swing for it. Still so far away here. Doubled up inside the side hall, and Mega does get his head ripped off by Recons here. Creeping around towards the scaffolding. Recons looking for more, picks it up, but now inside the smoke, not quite. Not enough time, not enough juice. He will get the frag in the end, but that'll be the round done. Will he live? He will. Certainly style points there, Mitch, but in the end, it'll be a nutty round.
They've won themselves both pistols. It's making this game a lot more close than it might seem. Will those pistol wins be enough to get them across the line? Going into the anti-eco now. Reckons with 3k here. Could be the ult fun.
Good flash.
Hello.
Very good flash. This could be not quite. I was going to say maybe, but there was a lot of defensive members there. Super and Velocity go low, but...
That one kill on Reckons though, 5.7.
Yeah.
That's an ult drop.
It is.
It's not an ult drop. Forget about it.
Doesn't want to though this time. Fair call. Fair call.
He's literally like, I guarantee. I'm in the TeamSpeak. He said, "F you, Obson."
Don't blame him. That guy does stink. In a good way. So, look, I can't be mean to players on the stream, right? You got to always turn the tides. Velocity, though, he's turned the tides to some sort of way, but Fiend has also done the exact same. Hiding behind the sandbag. He's got to clear that one, boys. And he managed to actually bring it back. So that's Velocity going down after a solid opening. Mega trying to reposition in towards mid. Recon's poised up towards B. So Antic have good positions. Ready to rotate. Ready to defend. But, you know, Nutty still utility in hands. Disadvantage with the Galils, though.
Yeah, these are the situations you want to be in as Nutty anyway. Just forcing those early trades and then getting into these scrappy rounds. That is very, very sharp from Super. Boosted up. Reckons in the back of the site, though. He's been kind of on point. Finally traded by Nexa. But both of the CTs close enough to probably trade this one out.
All right. 2 alive, certainly not exactly what they wanted, but regardless, it's a round. It's done. Nutty do have the reinvestment here. Mega doesn't have a whole lot of cash, nor does Velocity, but it's that, you know, Galil territory, which is always very, very scary to be facing off against. When you're on that CT side, they are going to go for it. Yes, they are, but again, it's another late call, isn't it?
Why?
Like, yeah, looking just like kind of, yeah, not all on the same page.
He said, for 15 seconds. Not the worst thing in the world to be laid out of spawn and sit around on Vertigo if you're going to play that ramp retake kind of style. That smoke's gone to Narnia. Not really providing much coverage. Yeah, Mr. Tumnus.
Yeah, good
Hit
guy.
him up for me. I missed that guy.
Do you ever see that Epic movie? The meme version of it?
No.
It's horrible. Good shot though from Mega. So they invested a bit of Velocity's HP, but they do end up on top. Still an awkward position to be in for Antic. You know, minimal utility to kind of fend them off for these next 50 seconds.
Fiend on the deep info line though.
Ooh.
At least it's Velocity to die and not one of the high HP players. You'll take that if you just... His life means that it pushes the CT off the line. Fiend re-aggressing though. Gets caught by the flash. Nice shot from Mega to capitalize. And now they're able to scale a little bit further onto the site. Reckon's trying to play around Jenny.
With one, Recons responds. And Mega also doing the exact same thing. 3 kills for him. Skull tries to push it forward. And he's got to do it very, very quickly. The wrap is here. Will he be ready for the flank? Here's the footsteps. Knows exactly where he is. Is the swing going to come in from Shardo? Well played from Mega and 8ballers in the chat.
Dude, everyone's getting around 8ballers. The other day,
yeah,
Mont was wearing an 8baller shirt.
On cam.
Yeah, like a collared shirt with like pool balls on it.
Well, who is it's Dynasty that all wear the liquid jerseys, isn't it? I think they were doing that the other day.
I wasn't there that day.
Okay. One of the teams was all wearing like liquid jerseys at the same time.
I saw it on the replays. Yeah.
Oh, so good, man. Yeah, that's what I love about the cams.
Dress for the job you want.
Yeah, exactly. That's right.
Yeah.
You want to be liquid? Well, dress like liquid.
Wear a glass.
Fake it till you make it. It's got to be a glass half full, though, Mitch.
Yeah.
None of that empty business.
I don't know. I'm feeling a bit empty these days. But
right, mate.
At least some CS gives me some purpose.
You haven't seen me in too long. That's the issue.
Yeah.
Soon. Then we'll be sad together.
My life's so hard. I have to speak over video games for a living.
Yeah, exactly. We'll go for a walk, holding hands in the rain or something.
It's been raining a lot lately. Rain of bullets.
Not
for
over
Antic,
here.
though.
Big sad over here. It's like it just gets really like muggy instead. It's like, come on, man, just give us some rain, dude.
I was feeling that in Thailand, dude. The humidity.
Oh yeah, of course. Level. Yeah, step outside and just immediately like feels like someone's put a weighted vest on you.
You just don't step outside, bro.
True.
That's just a mistake. Yeah. Quick smoke into Secret here. Nutty maybe looking to contest ramp side or scaff. See some quicker rounds from them overall. Mostly as a unit, less on an individual basis of players looking for duels. This is a super important round for Nutty. They're starting to run out of opportunities. They're starting to run out of gun rounds here, and this is an elimination point here. On Vertigo. Got to really dig deep and make something happen, but they're losing every duel on this ramp side. Mega.
Yeah.
A little frustrated. Goes back for the
I was going to say, like, how's the difference in sides, right, for both these teams? The fights towards A ramp from Nutty on the CT side were really, really kind of poor. But just there for Antic, they had 3 ready to go. Flashed in for each other. And end up walking away with 2 picks in the hands of Skull. Recon's keeping them at bay for now. Mega is on the line, though. I don't know if Recon's will be ready for it, but Fiend actually does manage to spot him, so saving his teammate's life a little bit here. Has the molly, but has to fall away. Recon's dives over the top, but now it's a 5-on-1. And look, I guess, Super, he would definitely be the man to win it. There's one, but takes a whole lot of damage in the process. Fiend looking hungry for it. Going to be swinging around, but he wants to live on at the exact same time. Money's still not amazing. It's good, it's fine, but look, Super taking a few rifles away here would certainly be a good thing, even though they are going to be onto a full eco into the next. Always makes me a little bit nervous right on the edge of that.
Secondhand anxiety from someone playing a video game. Get a grip,
All right, no, listen, dude. This is like no
grip.
cap. This is no cap, Mitch. If someone Like, if I look over the edge on Vertigo, I actually feel like upset in my tummy. It's bad. I'm very scared of heights, even in not real life. It happened the other night, and I was just like, oh my god, I'm a loser.
At least you know, though. Self-reflection.
True.
That's what's
yeah,
important.
exactly. You gotta accept before you can grow.
Yeah. Unfortunately, once you get to our age, Mitch, you can only really grow in one direction.
Out in the stomach area. I've learned that the hard way. Skull, he's just farming. A-Ramp. 2 HP. Doesn't even go down just yet. Nexar, oh, Jesus. Couple of warning shots. Skull lucky to be alive. You know, he can take that. Happy to walk away. Save his M4 into the next round.
Yeah.
Really antic, like, they have to basically, like, not only trip over and fall, but kind of, like, fall off something high and break their legs or something to really lose the plot from
I reckon no legs, they probably still win this game.
True, they can crawl.
They can probably
still
crawl
probably
across.
would work, yeah.
The money's pretty good. Oh.
There's Fiends. Certainly not crawling. Nor dribbling.
4
He's
alive.
got the job done.
Look at the money. Nutty. I mean, like I said, their T side has kind of been the same thing. I don't hate it, like, at all. I like the approach that, you know, I don't get the sense that they have a deep playbook or anything, but they're trying to force these early fights or wait out the util and then just try to go for that. Those important duels being won, but they're just not winning enough of them, I guess. Kind of the last chance saloon buy here for Nutty. If they get a bomb plant, they'll have another good buy round. So if they can get on the site, that'll definitely help out.
Skull somehow allowed to get away with this. Mega does get the trade, but some good damage peppered down by Damio. Unfortunately, not quite enough. Fiend still wants to take the duel.
It's good.
But he's got to be careful that Shah still on the line. So exactly right. Puts themselves like one step forward. But are they going to be able to recover from it?
Yeah, they just need to kind of maintain the status quo. Group up. Good spacing just wins you these kind of rounds. Which is actually something that, you know, 8-Ball has just been doing so well lately. They've kind of really been setting the standard for just winning these kind of rounds that they should be winning by just having good spacing.
Yep. Well, the cool thing about that team is, you know, 2 different playoff spots. So perfect opportunity for them to, you know, kind of deny the naysayers, I guess you would say. That's what I'm excited for. Those kind of teams that have had the capacity. They've had the, you know, as I mentioned earlier, time in the oven, slow cooker. Nice little curry over 6 hours. It's good.
Yeah, I think they got, like, if that's the analogy you're going to use, I think they, like, switched off the heat a couple of times.
Exactly right. Like, you know, forgot about it.
Yeah.
Because that's the whole thing about the slow cooker. You're allowed to forget about it, and you'll come back, and it's still not overdone. It still can be put back on. And that's, I guess, what sort of happened. Excited to see them.
You're making me
Same
want to
with
watch.
Vertex, really.
You're making me want to watch Huey's Kitchen.
All I can think about is just on those videos where it's just like, I think it's Marco Pierre White. He's like, a little bit of olive oil, just pours in like the whole jug.
That's a Gordon Ramsay skit, bro.
Is it?
Yeah. Have you seen what's his name? Gus Johnson.
No.
Oh my god, I'm linking you that straight after this.
Yeah. Also, Gordon Talks Dirty. Great video.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
All of those videos are pretty solid.
Quality
Nutty.
kitchen content.
That's a good round for them. That's actually chipped away a lot of the CT economy here for Antic. I'm not going to get carried away or anything, saying they're going to win the map, but that's the first step forward of many that they need to make. There again, just walking around the map. It's simple CS, but effective. Just need to win the right duels.
Right?
Yeah, they need to win the right duels at the right points in the map.
The split up approach wasn't really working, nor on Mirage either. So this cheeky little packed up walk seems to be at least getting the job done. Recons though, oh, he wants to play with fire here. For the boost, great angle, great line. Velocity finds one. And there's the second, there's the trade. That's the site open, but Fiend It's not the bomb. Bomb is moving up at a very electric pace towards the B site. But the wraparound is, this pincer approach. They're coming from all different lines. So it is a little awkward because, you would kind of all like to have that same one-sided attack together. But they're going to have to try and play this time. See if the side of Nutty try to cast out their line. Maybe try and pull the big fish. Sharp starting to question, looking around. Good flash over the top. This is a close shot again in a second. Leaving the opportunity there, but Super, he's gone fishing. Does find one. Smoke now down. Skull looking for more. Does pick up a second. Now Mega. Daniel's just going to stick it. I think he might have actually won it.
Oh, no!
Nicely done, Mega. Gotta be happy with that. Even get the replay.
What is
just
this?
for good measure? One rogue bullet.
Just hoping for the best.
Spray and pray.
Yeah, literally spray and
and
pray.
it pays off. Yep, there you go.
Money's broke. That's big.
That is. They're
They're
invested.
forced as well.
That's potentially 12 for Nutty. Maybe even 13, depending on how they play their cards. But yeah, Antic. Definitely got to be careful. We know what happened on Mirage.
This kind of strat is even better in a round like this from Nutty. They've done a good job of waiting out util, but particularly even in a round where the CT economy is a little poorer. You wait out those first couple of nades, you're going to be setting yourself up for success. Just util dip from in the mid-round.
Once again, same approach. Utility up. Slow walk. Damio on that line. He's going to be the first point of contact. Scaldo over the top. Does try and find something. Will be unsuccessful, but now Damio can look for a bigger round here. Does pick up one. Back to the AK. Mega, though, looks for the fight, and he won't quite find it. Shah, though, pulls out the Glock and gets the job done. Obzen also forced off the line at the exact same merit. Smokes down towards Elevator, gives them some space, but it's going to actually dissipate. So there's actually an opportunity for them to sort of get their way back into this round very, very quickly. There's Obson finding one, but Sharp gets the response. Super up close, but Recons finds it. Now all in the Sharp, 1v2. He's already found 2 in the round. Will be on for the 4K. So it's just going to be on to these two to play the duo very, very well. He's got to pick up the bomb and try and find that plan. It just didn't go down quite in time. So they are going to know at the right time to swing, find the opportunity, going for one more. But Obson, great line, great crossfire, and great counter-strike. 15 for Antic, and that will be series point to go into playoffs.
Money's cooked for Nutty as well. Out of a round like that, really could not afford to drop that one. They got a couple of players sitting around 2.5. See what they can put together here. Maybe, Scout, not a whole lot of util. I don't know how I'm feeling about that one, Mitch.
Yeah. Yeah, util hasn't exactly been Nutty's forte, I guess, in the entirety of this series. Kind of give him a little bit of room, understanding what Velocity sort of said in the pre-match. But I think they've got a LAN coming up shortly, some prac. Time to all work together. Good nade, though. This could be the finale, I do very well believe. Depending on how it ends up, Fiend does have a molly to get down to afford some extra time, but they are looking across around towards the site. There we go. Shah loses the scout. Obson does manage to find it here, Midge. So now we have to see something big come out from these individuals of Nutty Super. He was potentially looking to be the man to do it, but it's going to be Obson with another large round up close and personal. Oh my God, Obson almost made the clip happen. Now it's Nexar into the 1 versus 4. He finds 2.5, but that will be the victory from Antic. And they don't even look overly excited, which is all I can say. Is kind of maybe they felt like, Nutty pushed them a little bit too far in this series, but there was a little bit of a cheeky clap there from Skull. So I do have to say congratulations to Nutty. They certainly ran the long haul. They made it through a fair bit, Mitch. They looked into the face of adversity. They got some maps. They did some good things, and they certainly, stepped up this season and really showed us that, some of these teams are going to start throwing the fists and, try and develop and get their way into sort of this top 4 position. But today, it will be Antic to join both Vertex and X8 Ballers.
Yeah, I think for Nutty, expectations-wise, you got a couple of players who have a few seasons of competition under their belt, but the majority of them are a little bit newer to these domestic leagues, at least at this level. So credit where credit's due. They've had a couple of good maps. You've definitely seen some flashes of brilliance and some potential from almost all of the individuals on their roster. But at the end of the day, you know, it's the same old thing again. The team that has more chem, the team that practices most of the time, more consistently, going to be putting you away. And that's where they're going to need to make the difference. Just got to put some more prac in, get some more reps in, and maybe play a few more of these leagues, and they'll get there. Whereas Antic, I mean, you said that they didn't look overly enthused about that game. I don't think they were necessarily even playing their best game tonight, and I think like experience-wise, they probably expected to take that series away. But credit for Nutty to push them quite a bit.
Well, I think it's just a perfect example, right? You know, a couple of these teams like Bandits, for example, kind of just tossing themselves into the pot this season. You know, there obviously was a little bit more of a shift up. You know, kind of a couple of those gatekeeper teams in Paradox and obviously LFO are out of the competition this season. You know, had some other things that they all had on this time around, couldn't quite make the competition. So it really did give a massive opportunity to not only the other teams like your Vertex, like your Antic, like your DGG, obviously new coming in, and 8ballers, of course. Like, it also gives the opportunity to those teams that are on the come up, right? And now you sort of hope that the individuals, you know, like Bandits, for example, I think that team's going to, you know, not quite stay on, but like you hope the individuals find other teams that they move forward with. And then like Nutty, right? You know, continue to work on that, continue to work on your flaws, and you could be pulling off like an 8ballers or, you know, something along those lines. DGG gets a little bit of an extra benefit given the fact that they're obviously all coming from, you know, some higher divisions in the past. But like to any team that's watching right now and goes, man, we could beat Nutty, well, shut up. Beat them then. Come on, come in next season. We'd love to have you.
Yeah. I think the overall level of domestic CS is actually in a very, very good place at the moment. And I don't want that to change because I've been casting this kind of gameplay for like 10 plus seasons now, like 3, 4, 5 years, something like that. And I've definitely seen some pretty stinking seasons, not going to lie. Like I've seen some absolute whitewashes. I've seen some waiting for the grand final kind of seasons. But that's not the case at the moment, and I'm really enjoying a lot of these games. So, look, we'll see if Nutty are going to come back with another iteration of their roster in some of these leagues, because I think that's them done and dusted for multiple leagues now. They just bowed out of the other league recently as well. So hope that they've had some fun, like they said. Hope they've gained some good experience, and hoping to see them back again in the future, either just the individual players or a different iteration of the roster.
Absolutely. Now a name stay inside these leagues. But of course, again, congratulations to Antic. We do have another series around the corner, though. So, guys, take a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest. And we'll be back as soon as we can with some more action with DGG and 1620 Kings. Take care.
Kia ora whanau, that guy Zeno J here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us and said, hey, Zeno, do you want to review our latest game, Elden Ring, and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open-world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times, and you have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic, and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed, Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys, and what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed as the buff you take in. What I really like so far is, like, in terms of graphics, the sheer fidelity is so beautiful. But yeah, these graphics just run so smoothly. I know that the way we're playing at the moment is to prioritize the frame rate. So Now you gotta stick with the crispy frames. It's all about the frames, especially in a Soulsborne game. You know, you want the frames because you need to be able to see what you're doing, see how you're reacting. This man is trying to one-shot me. Oh, he had me. I did like a piercing strike. So as you guys can see, there's a ton of different enemy types. And so you have to respond accordingly to how each of them play. And so make sure, folks, when you're playing Elden Ring, you jump down into this tutorial area so you can do cool eliminating things like that. So let's head out the door. I'm hoping into the world of Elden Ring this time. As you guys could see, that was a tutorial. So if you guys can see that character over there, everybody knows who that is by now. That is the Tree Sentinel. I wonder if they're friendly. They're not friendly. They're not friendly. It's like I've played Souls-like games before. Sir, stop. Please. Oh my god. So, there you have it, folks. A one-shot from the Tree Sentinel, which makes me think I definitely should avoid them. Let's see what the steed can do. Yo, during mounted. What do you mean during mounted jump? So there you guys have it. That's some of the early game. But what we've also done here at Let's Play Live is we've also prepared, something we cooked up a little earlier. So let's take you a little bit further than what we had shown you before. So what you guys will experience in Elden Ring is just there's so many different landscapes that you can actually travel through. So whether it's the weird insecty-like vibes of Caelid or Liurnia's lakes, even things like Storm Hill's devastated area from all the wind, but things like the mountainous greeny range of Weeping Hill, which has this giant freaking walking building just going across it, which supports that Hidetaka Miyazaki. His city was heavily influenced by the likes of Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. And you see it right here because this is a giant colossus walking across this landscape, and it's just so beautiful. The way they've captured all these different fantastical elements that they've been responsible for over the years is just a sight to see, and I really feel like this game encapsulates it's just everything From Software has done so far. This game is the culmination of everything they've learned, and maybe that's why they felt they could approach an open world game now. So it's really cool to see just how much more expansive their games have become because of it, because you're typically really used to those kind of claustrophobic corridors and castles that they normally build. Well, what do I think of Elden Ring? Well, I think it's the best game we've had from Software so far, which is saying a lot considering how critically well all of their games have done. If you have wanted to check it out because of the hype, then I suggest you do so, but it's not going to be easy. And for all the fans of From Software games, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and Elden Ring still lives up to that. It's going to be a magical time, and you can pick up Elden Ring right now on your PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox consoles, and PC.
Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world watching Let's Play Live Pro League. We are here and we are back for what will be our final game of Stage 2 of this competition. It's been a wild Pro League of Season 1 of 2022. I'm Conky, this is Pilski. Mitch, we just saw a pretty interesting one between Antic and obviously Nutty. We did have to say farewell from Nutty, but Antic was always kind of that team we're expecting to hit it home.
Yeah, they've gotten their way into the playoffs now. So we decided 3 of our teams, and I think most of them will have been expected for the most part. I think Antic in particular and Vertex already securing themselves spots in playoffs. 8 Ballers have shown themselves to be super consistent across multiple leagues, having gotten themselves playoff spots domestically quite nicely over the last week or so, or last couple of weeks rather. So only one more to go between DGG and 1620 Kings. I think there's a very clear favourite in this series, but 1620 Kings have been showing some decent form lately, so let's see if they can have a crack at this.
Absolutely. Why don't we introduce them as well? We all know them from watching them through the course of this series, or season rather, but it is that team who has really been causing a couple of upsets, turning some heads. Obviously, with the newest addition in Sunshines, Forvin and Nor have been looking absolutely awesome. Then obviously the experience carrying over from the Orperian Cookie and the IGL of Cheeseball. Looks like Cheeseball's finally found himself a couple of young sharpies and has managed to toss them all together in quite a nice little salad in the form of 1620 Kings. Looking really, really good lately.
Yeah, and then that old chestnut Cookie, who looks like a young Sharpie the way that he's playing lately. That guy has literally been playing for a million years, and now picking up an AWP at the ripe old age of 56, it's actually looking like a pretty good player again. So that's been excellent to watch, and he's going to need to bring some very, very good form into this series. Everyone on 1620 Kings is going to have to probably go above and beyond and show some good form if they're going to take out DGG.
Absolutely. Fierce talent in the form of DGG. These guys have been causing a bit of a stir, obviously, locally. As of late, it's been very, very nice to see. Obviously, all familiar faces to us across the board. Got Versa, Gump, Mizzy, Wombat, and obviously Zeph on the AWP. Look, a bit of a mishmash of a couple of different rosters. We've seen all of these guys kind of coming in and out of the scene here and there, taking some time away. But regardless, this is a really, really solid looking roster. Mizzy, obviously, at the helm. And look, it's just been exciting to see. They've got some org support, I do believe, from an international org, as far as I'm aware as well, which is awesome. So we're just getting some good eyes on the region. And, these guys, they made this team to win. Only obviously taking the fight pretty damn close to Vertex on a couple of occasions. These guys are looking like a serious contender for the whole league.
Yeah, for sure. I think if they can show some better form against Vertex, but at least in the head-to-heads between them and Vertex lately, Vertex has been looking a little bit more solid. So I think they've still got a little bit of a ways to go, and they need to really work on their consistency in their map pool, but the potential is definitely there, no doubt about it.
Yeah, again, sort of another roster where it's like more time in the oven. But those key players are obviously going to be the ones that we've got our eyes on, of course, to walk through. And I do believe it's some of the ones who have been stepping up to the plate lately. Forvin and Gump. Now, Mitch, Forvin for me has been one of the probably most impressive players to come out of kind of quote-unquote nowhere, right? I'd never even heard of him prior, just, playing around some of the lower leagues and then very much rising to fame very, very quickly. And now, in the position he's in, he has been looking awesome. And Gump is no other difference. He's pulling off the mullet somehow, making it look good. And, he's been putting in some big numbers as well. He's been a little bit more of a namestay around lately, obviously in a former rendition of a Chiefs roster. But yeah, he definitely has some really solid capacity. And I think, a little bit more time, obviously, with this DGG roster. And they're going to be the team that is kind of really, taking the fight to some of the gatekeeping teams like Vertex and obviously Paradox and that.
Yeah, so I think head-to-head wise, last series I kind of chose the 2 kind of aggressive riflers. In this series, these 2 kind of riflers fill a similar role again. You've got 2 players who I think are good to lock down a bomb site. You've got two players who are going to hit all of the shots in the post plan and the mid round that you need them to hit and are pretty consistent. So their impact's really going to come in the most standard way possible of like you put them right in the middle of a default round that goes into an exi, and they're going to be good for a couple of frags and have some big impact that way.
The impact will tell, though, what those maps will be. So let's bring them all up below us right now, having a bit of a check in to see what we will be looking to deal with. And okay, at least Mirage is out, but that's always going to be a stock standard for 1620 Kings. Dust 2, Inferno, and Ancient. I think we've had some similar kind of matchups, maybe with the Dust 2 swapped out for Mirage as of late. But a very interesting start in the series that we're going to be having the middle of the map pull straight away, and then obviously Ancient to spice things up if we need it.
Yeah, so 1620 Kings, very clear that they've gone through DGG's map pool with a fine-tooth comb and had a look at some of the recent games. And obviously the big one that you're looking at if you're 1620 Kings is that DGG dropped Dust 2 to Nutty 9-16.
Yes, I remember.
But
yes.
Nutty were playing pretty good at that time. And I actually think the last couple of series we've seen out of Nutty weren't reminiscent of the same level of form they were bringing earlier into the playoffs of both this and the other league that's going on at the moment. So I think that might be a little bit misleading. Regardless, we'll see if 1620 Kings can give it a bit more of a crack. As for the Inferno pick, we've seen that from a lot of teams lately. DGG's got a pretty good strike rate. 1620 Kings got a couple of reps on that. And then Ancient's an interesting one as a third map decider. We haven't been seeing too much of that. I feel like Nuke and Inferno have often been the third map deciders of almost every series. So it's good to get something different.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think that'll certainly spice it up. But let's dive straight into Dust 2, which realistically could go either way, right? You know, I think both these teams definitely have the capacity to do it. I like exactly what you said there, the fact that it looks like 1620 Kings, they've done their research. They've taken a real good look at what DGG have been playing, what their scores have been looking like. And I do actually remember that Dust 2 map where, you know, Nutty was just looking absolutely awesome. Their retakes were fantastic, and they really did manage to push back DGG. So into this one, it's a confident pick. You know, this map, again, can go either way. Obviously, the recent changes, not so recent anymore, to kind of the way that mid is structured, means that there's a lot more space for these CTs to kind of work with. So I think realistically, this one, I'm not going in with any kind of favorite really to the first map. Inferno maybe a lean a little bit more towards DGG, but regardless, this should be a really good series. DGG most likely the ones in charge, but again, 1620 Kings with the form they've been putting in, we'll have to find out. And it's a very heavy lean, Mitch, towards B-Long, nice and early from DGG. And they're straight into bedroom. Looks like they're actually kind of ready for it to a degree.
Yep. See you later, Nor. Nice knowing you, brother. Cheeseball's going to die before he even gets to throw his flash either. So very, very nice opening pistol round there from DGG. The contact straight out bedroom. That pushes the T's over towards the B side of the map, where there's still plenty of players for DGG to welcome them with open arms.
Looks like Zeph can just pretty much happily sit back and wait. Versa will pick up another. And is this going to be a absolutely clean round? It will. Gump actually manages to pick up a third there as well. Great flash over the top from your Wombat. But, you know, still holding onto the kit, still holding onto the additional flash. And that was a beautiful, beautiful round there from DGG. What a risky but advantageous reward play to just push straight into long. And, you know, I thought potentially there might have been a timing factor there. But Nor turned away, watched towards top mid to support Cheeseball. And they got the job done.
I actually think it's a bit underrated of a play, to be honest.
I loved it.
You never see that many people holding a long on T-side pistol. So if they haven't made contact on long, you're usually going to walk in through there and probably make contact with that player at top mid. I actually like that. Either way, opening pick goes the way of DGG. 1620 Kings seeing what they can do to kind of turn that around. And unfortunately, what they've opted for is a bit of mid control, try to take some map control, and they're losing players right and left to these rifles. Getting picked apart by the Scout, getting picked apart by the A1S, and struggling to have too much impact. The taps are just beautiful, concise. DGG, a flawless pistol and a flawless anti-force.
Yep, huge position to be in, nice and early. And there we go. There's those jerseys donned. And look at the hoodie. Dang.
Dude, I want that hoodie.
Very nice.
I like purple, and then the teal on the inside.
Yeah,
on the inner
I know.
line.
Are you joking, dude?
That's pretty. I think that's what the kids call swag.
Or Pog, maybe one of those. Could be. But no, it's looking good. And again, you know, just how nice is it in a time where people are looking for orgs and all these kind of things. It's beautiful to have that investment coming in internationally. So the full eco goes out for 1620 Kings again. Yeah, poor Cheeseball, as you mentioned. He doesn't seem to be too phased. He'll deal with it. But, you know, they're ready to go into this round fully. Make sure they've got everything to work with. And, that'll be obviously, I'm assuming, Cookie on the AWP very early on. Excited to see, though. We got to see some rays of light from Sunshines, no pun intended, in the last couple of games, where, a guy that has got, to our understanding at least in Oceania, no runs on the board at all, randomly rocks up and I believe almost drops 30 in his first map in LPLP. So
straight out of Hong Kong.
Yeah, straight out. Living up with Terry and Banana. Some of our other Sharpies from overseas who have been putting in some good runs here.
Seen a few Hong Kong teams, but I think the only real successful player that's Hong Kong has been Freeman. It's a nice little pop flash, late long take. Always a good timing for the T's to take after the CTs throw that initial utility just to be able to take long. You're often seeing one player left on the extremity, and 1620 Kings have done an absolutely gorgeous job at isolating the pick.
Oh, Zeph. He was looking for it. He managed to get it in the end, but then quickly traded out by Sunshines. Now Gump's going to be falling off the line, so he did try to get that earlier dive down, but now with this long control, Wombat on a very, very nice line. Actually does manage to spot out Forvint, but can't quite do the damage. Mizzy has picked up one, but then he's quickly been traded. It's going to be a tough one for Gump, but certainly winnable. The exact same light. An awkward line. Molotov does go down towards Wizard. Gump does get tagged up, but he's actually being able to find something. Very lucky for Forvint there to be able to find the opening onto the other side of the smoke, crossing it down. 3 frags for him in the round, and that will be 1620 Kings pulling it forward. But the amount of damage that they did to the economy, and obviously with those opening 3 rounds, Mitch, they've managed to stack themselves up very nicely.
Very worried for 1620 Kings. The degree of confidence that DGG are playing with at the moment is going to be difficult for them to deal with. Double orb straight away. CT side economy doing quite nicely for DGG after such a clean couple of rounds. Pop flash onto the line. Still doesn't stop Mizzy from plucking one of the T's away. So, nice flash layered in. Again, the flash work has been superb from 1620 Kings, but unfortunately, still losing a player moving through the map and now looking to make contact on short.
Oh, playing anti, but inside the molly, Zeph's on the line. It's not going to matter. Cheese ain't happy with that one. DGG are very, very forward. Just absolutely rinsing everyone. It's another flash in from Zeph this time. And Wombat will fall away. He knows he's dropped the bomb. Zeph has fallen away back towards side. Sunshines can't quite capitalize on the shot either. Smoke goes down, and it's all in a Nor in a 1v5. This is, disgustingly strong from DGG early on the CT side.
Yeah, this is the issue with basing your map pick off of one series result. Don't know if that's all of it for 1620 Kings, whether they don't mind a bit of dust too either. Obviously couldn't go for their overpass pick or anything like that because that's gotten banned away from them. But sometimes one map can be misleading. Like, perfect example of that was like the Bonkers boys overseas. Never played a single game of Split. They 16-1 a team on Split, and it just gets banned against them every series, even though they literally barely played the map.
Yeah, kind of
not always like a fair representation, you know?
Well, I think the thing as well with DGG, right, is like, given their experience that they've got, like already, you've got Zeph with those international innings that he has had, and obviously pretty much every single player has played in a, arguably tier 1 position. So, like, you'd expect them to at least have, basic fundamentals on every single map.
Well, if you remember that Dust 2 game against Nutty, like, they were just not on their game at all, but that's not the case this game. I mean, they are all
sharp as anything.
Yeah, really sharp and on point. Another pretty flawless round.
How many total kills now? Sunshines does pick up another. Zeph on the line, though. Oh, will he go down here? A couple of warning shots, gets swung. So 6 total kills in 6 rounds for 1620 Kings. That's kind of wild, really. Like, I know we're very much kind of closing up shop here, but like, it's early days and it's early signs of strength for DGG. 1620 Kings very much like lean into the more structured kind of style of play, and DGG are just very much getting up in their face right now and dominating. So Zeph, great line, held, Sunshines. It's a good flash from Cookie, but didn't quite catch him off.
Man, disadvantage again for 1620 Kings. trying to utilize this U-tilt to further put them in the pole position. They've got long, but again, lost the initial pick. Lost that upper dark control. Mizzy on the secondary AWP, having a whale of a time of it as well. The T's just continuing to lose pick throughout the map. And in these kind of situations, it can start to feel more and more hopeless to run your default. Might start pigeonholing 16-20 Kings into some quicker plays. Often I feel like if you're getting smashed by double AWP, you might be feeling like a quick mid to B might be a good option for you.
Yeah, very much try and fight that, especially two AWPers that are going to get aggressive too. You know, we've seen Mizzy peek low and dark, Zeph getting aggressive up towards short. It's got to be a flash here, surely. They do shoulder it out. They do appear to be ready for something, but they just go for the dry drill. Cookie, though, gets the Kaladi. Now there is one member close in CT, does get the Molotov up. Cookie will be able to get around it, however. Where's the other member? Is going to be up towards long. That is Cheese Ball. Great line to be held. It's a 2 versus 2 now after that collateral. Now Cookie with the bomb plan. They are in towards CT. Where's the other member going to go all the way around towards long? I do actually think Cheese Ball is going to be ready for it at the exact same time. Straight onto that line. Flash goes over the top. Cheese ready. This is going to be a 2v5 at this point in time, Mitch, unless Mizzy's got something to say about it.
Looking for one of these players. Creep up on the elevator line. Gun spotted out. Nice 3K from Cheeseball. 2 from Cookie on that collat. That round's fallen apart from DGG. 16-20 Kings. Credit where credit's due. They do a good job often of still giving rounds a crack in the right way. Still trying to win rounds even when they're down and out. You see some teams... I think Nutty is actually an example of this. When they lose first pick or the start of the round doesn't go well for them, they kind of wander around the map a little bit more aimlessly. They don't really have a clear direction. Opposite of the truth for 16-20 Kings. Even after losing a bunch of picks, they're still playing to win the round. They're still making the right moves.
Money moves round after round. Look, I do love to see a little bit of recompense. It's that short progression once more. They've repositioned slightly. Wombat now playing a bit more of a distance line. Zeph is going to be reapproaching as well. Happy to have Versa down in pit.
They're all alive.
Yeah, that's
a
the
W.
big play. Huge dub. Boss man.
They've got short control as well. This is a much better round for 16-20 Kings than most of them so far.
Sleeping Sunshine's waiting upper tunnels, seeing if actually anything will get aggressive this round, but obviously with, again, a bit of a structurally different setup in the rifles that they've got. Obviously no AWP except for Zeph, and he's obviously taking his up towards the A side of the map. Now at Car. They've still burned a lot of time, though, 16-20 Kings. Now they are going to be looking to set out towards A, but again, great utility usage. We're going to have to run through the molly. Zeph does miss the first. Find some sight spacing.
Flash.
Yeah, very good flash. That's going to get your Wombat. So now Versa has to try and find Nor in the process, and obviously Sunshine's could be a real menace here as well. He's still a while away.
Oh,
Ooh.
Good patience from Nor. Almost loses his life to the A1S, but able to hit that critical headshot. Wins that duel. Sunshine, so you're mentioning him in middle. Still got a lot of value out of that position, and even going to crack onto Zeph in towards Long Heart. Very well navigated round for 16-20 Kings. And I was saying it, the setup of their round was much, much better than they've had in the opening portions of it. Credit where credit's due. They win that 2-on-5, and then they just get a much better run of things into one of these T-side rounds. They set themselves up for success, and they are grinding into this half really, really nicely. That's a really, really nice round from them.
Very, very big turn of the tides, showing that DGG were kind of just like trouncing on them, disrespecting them, and 16-20 Kings have been able to push back accordingly. So means that we do definitely have a game on our hands, a series on our hands.
It's very important for them to get these early rounds. I've seen 16-20 Kings in some games kind of fall flat a little bit from time to time and not really show up to games and just kind of get shut out.
Well, just taking a long time to get there, you know, like they'll start to find their feet when they're down 10 rounds, like end the half, maybe, you know, 12 to 3, 12 to 11 to 4, something like that. And then, you know, finally kind of turning it around a little bit, but it does seem to take a bit of time. So now they are, starting to look real good. But I like this, that DGG have decided to take the save, take the, pause, have a chat, not have it forced upon you.
Yeah, I mean, they in recent times have just been singing the praises of their coach. Not too many teams in Oz that have a fantastic coach.
Mm-hmm.
So it's obviously a pretty massive asset. Just the full save here for DGG around that singular rifle.
Good opening. Doesn't work. Sunshine spotted off the boost, but Forvin will be able to collect one on the Mizzy. Top mid, great quick scope from Cookie. It's just looking easy. Nothing really to stress about. Gump takes one for his troubles, but will be able to reinvest easily. Forvin did well here. I was actually shot up to short too. Well done. But yeah, 4 rounds now. Certainly a good position to be in. You know, as we sort of mentioned, like a little while ago, this map was, I guess, especially around the Krieg meta, like T-sided as hell. Now, definitely starting to lean back, you know, with the M4, with the changes. Starting to feel a little bit more CT-sided. So, 1620 Kings definitely lining themselves up for a few more runs on the board. But Zeph gets aggressive. He'll find the opening pick. I love that peek down towards short, knowing that there's not really a whole lot of aggressive up top mid.
Yeah, it's surprised you don't see a flash onto that line for 1620 Kings. They usually don't skip the extra pieces of utility moving through the map. Usually got all their I's dotted and T's crossed. Cookie trying to creep out B on the line. Can't quite convert there. Gump dumps the smoke onto the choke. Now 1620 Kings. We're going to creep up short. Still got that player in long hearts, so they can get some A control here. This could still be a recipe for success. The orbs kind of floated over towards mid-side here for Zeph.
So 45 seconds. Zeph obviously now down towards CT. Fires the warning shot, now gets away. Utility up and over the top of mid. Nor does have another flash to send his teammates through if they so choose. But again, they're just burning a whole lot of time here. Realistically, it looks like it has to be a Wriggle-on up towards that A-site position now, unless they go through doors. But with that smoke down, they've got to get moving nice and quickly. Maybe a member off short in the process, but Mizzy already locking down that line. There's 2 members up towards the site. Mizzy does lose it, but now Gump, if he sits on the other side of Heat Mitch, I think he could potentially deny it. Is that the bomb drop? No, not quite, but it's still a while away. Exactly right. That's the frag. Do they have the time? No, just missed it. Bugger. As he was landing on the ground, it just wasn't enough. So they've still got money to work with. 1620 Kings into the next, but 3 alive for DGG, and obviously, yeah, the lack of loss bonus for 2 of them. That's a big, big dub for DGG.
Do still have a couple of guns taken out of their hands, though. So reinvestment here from them. Going to be quite costly. The reset potential still there for 1620 Kings. Onto this long line. Gonna get flash back on there. Good util from the T side here. Mizzy aggressive into lower dark. Checked by Forvin. It's a good first pick. Not too many rounds where 1620 Kings have had first pick for themselves. And they've got long control. And I think they've already shown us so far on this T side that they know how to convert these rounds. They've shown that even in the man down situations, they've shown a lot of patience. So I can only assume that 5-on-4, they're going to be sitting around for ages waiting for this aggression.
Oh, Versa. A little bit dusty, but gets the job done. Almost finds a third, actually, in the end. Forvin down to just 7 points of HP. Still 3-on-3, though. 50 seconds. Oh, he's looked for it. He's found it. That is massive. What a play. Taking matters into his own hands, old Gumpton. Is a cleaning product, and that's exactly what he's done out long. Cheeseball does get the call. Here's Zeph. Now it's all on to Gump.
Oh!
What a shot. I was going to say, position to recover the bomb, but yeah, Cookie. Mate, as you're saying, 56 years old, still bloody reactive as anything.
Yeah, I don't understand where this has come from. Like, I didn't see him play for ages. He used to rifle, I'm pretty sure. Now he's an AWPer. I'm pretty sure he was rifling for ages, and then he wait a second, I'm from New Zealand, and then he AWP'd, and he's just instantly a god. Because that's how it works. If you're New Zealander, you're just a god AWPer.
Oh mate, Gratisfaction, Chelios, Sterling, the goodies. Sunshines likes an eco frag. Forvin gets another one, and now it's all on to Gump.
Cookie, honestly,
standing.
He kind of reminds me of Muju's almost, like rifles initially. And like even a similar, very, very consistent AWPing style. Like he just takes the right lines, and he's got a little bit of flash to him as well. He doesn't try to go for like overly risky peaks or anything, but he definitely has some pretty flashy aim on the AW peak. This is big for 1620 Kings. They were getting smashed at the start of this half. Look at their money now. Insane. What a turnaround.
It is always sort of that way, isn't it? I think like the Kiwi AWPers do seem to play that maybe more device-y kind of style, long lines, good positioning. Whereas then you've got like Ali and Infrequent just tossing their salad around.
Tell that to Sicko running at me on top of a train.
That's Sicko though. When he knows his position, he'll just go for it. Man's an animal.
I'm still a bit traumatized, not gonna lie.
Oh, still remembering how many big AWPer plays we've had over these years.
Raz?
Raz. My God, another Kiwi starlet.
They just
Frequent coming back
out. It's like a
with
bloody,
Ricky as well. You know, like that new roster that's happening, looking good. But we'll talk about that in a second because they've run straight through the smoke. Sunshines has found one, but Versus now onto the other side of Blue Bin. Picks up no. Nor's ready. Okay, that's a better response. I was going to say, the way that Versus just positioned straight through the long corner smoke. And now Zeph, he's been going very, very large in this one. But yeah, look, he's had this kind of run away from him, the lead a little bit. 1620 Kings have very much put themselves into the hot seat. And I definitely do believe that, like, if DGG don't make the playoffs, they'll be gutted.
Yeah.
Like, early days still, like, obviously you can kind of sit back and go, but, like, just individually, all these five are going to be like, no. Like, we're maybe not favorites for the competition, but, like, you know, at least second, third.
I mean, no disrespect to 1620 Kings, because I actually really do rate them as a roster,
I rate
the way
them
that they're
highly,
playing.
yeah.
But if DGG lose a game to qualify against this roster, like just the names on this roster, it's an underperformance.
Yeah, for sure.
Said.
Yep. Similar story, right? Like Order losing to X8 ballers. Similar story, right? Like awesome thing to see the underdog story come up, get that dub. But then you kind of go, but that happened. Jeez, like what's happening in the other camp? But right now, 1620 Kings are just getting their peaks. Look at Cookie. Jeez, man.
He hits every shot.
Yeah.
Like, Cookie actually don't miss.
Harry's 6'7", benches 300 kilos, and has a great singing voice.
It's kind of crazy how long it took for him to work out he was from New Zealand.
It does take some time. It's like old mate Has. Probably still thinks he's Aussie. Spending so many times with us over the years.
Yeah.
Across the ditch.
He didn't peak with my triple flashes on Mirage side though.
I know.
Not happy with him.
Bring back the shitiots. Anyway, another sort of run-of-the-mill round here. I feel like there's been a few of them in the last couple of bits and pieces. Is he up close? But he hasn't spotted out Cheeseball. Inside the smoke, but Gump has a different answer. Now they want to try and potentially run in, find one of those rifles inside main. Will the crossback pay off? Sunshines! That's rough. That's really rough. Bomb dropped. Awkward position. I guess the only benefit is that Gump has no HP. Cookie's just going to go straight for the Tech 9, so he can actually recover this. Smoke out. Allows the cross. Nor's walking in as well. Gump doesn't need to overstep. Finds one. This is big. Potential. Opportunity now. Will he take the fight? Has to hit the shot, otherwise he's done for. Nor will clean it. Nor will spray it. And he's picked himself out of the dirt a little bit as well. Started off 1 and 8, found himself back up towards 5 and 9, and 1620 Kings with that. They take the firm lead now. Jeez, winning out the half.
Yeah.
Like, this was, a completely different story. It was 6-1, right? Or 5-1.
Yeah.
And, but it was like 5-1 of DGG smurfing.
Well, changing it up now, 16-20 Kings, straight into B
Yeah.
on the timing, it's looking like. See how Gump goes at holding this one. Mizzy doesn't have any flashes for the man. So he's literally just going to play retake. Mizzy tries to cross after that B pressure comes in, but Cheeseballs cut the map in half. That's a bomb. Again, how many times is this going to happen, Mitch?
Many more, I would say, as well. Molotov's over towards the top. I'm actually recovered. Well done from Nor. Little Houdini trick. Clearing their flank, though. Are they going to try and find this fight? B side of Old Dust 2, one of the toughest to take in the map pool currently. They do have mollies, they do have flashes, they do have smokes, but maybe they don't want to think it at the exact same time. Sunshine's low, Cookie has the AWP, back of the site, Utility goes down towards the tunnels now, but nobody's there, everyone's out here. Nor right on the line, tag up onto Zeph, tag up onto Nor, getting it done. Very, very nicely done. Unfortunately, the flash for Zeph actually benefits the opposing side, and that is a 9-6 walkaway with 16-20 Kings. Again, like, I don't even know what's kind of happening. It's like, you know, DGG just were absolutely walking all over them, but I can't tell if DGG have started to fall off, or 16-20 Kings just worked out exactly what they were doing and were just able to punish every time, because that certainly did happen a few rounds.
I think the structure of 16-20 Kings doing them a lot of favors in that half. Sometimes this team, all it feels like is that they just need that one kill and they can capitalize. Like, there's some teams that they get A pick, and I'm like, I still don't know if I back them to win the round. 16-20 Kings, I feel like they get first pick. I'm like, they know how to win this round. Ooh. That's an interesting mid to B smoke.
Couple of taps, couple of openers. First up, Wombat cracking a cold one in the form of the B site. Still that lurk as well. Mizzy seeing if he can catch anything, leaping down like Spider-Man. Will there be a kiss? There will be. Cheese goes down. So a much different paced round here. Maybe the T side's actually going to fare them well because it's almost looking clean. Nor, though, that's fine too. So at least there's some good damage to come through, but that was a much better round from DGG. Good mid to B split, straight through. Site blocked. And round secured.
16-20 Kings. Looking like they're going to single eco. A couple HGNAs purchased up. See how they go with this A1S investment in towards this next round. I feel like 16-20 Kings gets a lot of value out of these AWPs. Especially on Cookie in particular. Good ante so far from DGG. Not leaving too much to chance. Good Molotov into lower, forces that duel. Cheeseball got heated up a little bit. Got a bit melty.
Just going back to those food thoughts. That's what happened to me last night at like 1 a.m. Like, woke Emily up and I said, I'm cooking cheeseburgers this weekend. She's just completely like out of it, asleep. Shut up, go to sleep.
That's like my missus getting traumatized. One time, she was like fully asleep, talking in her sleep, and I shook her a little bit. And I'm like, "What's wrong?" And she's like, "Don't order the dessert share plate." Just traumatized from working on the line.
Yeah, of course. Oh, that's the thing. It's so funny. Like, very, very quickly, just to say, like, my old head chef, who I worked under for like 5 years, he would literally, we had the, day splits. We'd work like 8 till 3 and then come back to 5:30 to close. He lived 45 minutes away from the kitchen. He would drive home to have baked beans on toast with his wife in his 2-hour break. So then because worked in a kind of 4-star-ish restaurant, preferred baked beans on toast instead. That's a true chef right there. The simple things.
Can't be bothered making anything else, mate.
Yeah,
that was
exactly.
A cute little one-way, by the way, from Nor. I haven't seen that before. DGG just quietly. They've got a lot of map control. They've got mid. You can see 16-20 Kings still trickling in util to keep fighting Cat. They don't want to give that up. It's an awkward scenario. DGG These are always great rounds to watch how the CTs are reacting, and you can see them continually burning util because it's quite clear DGG are making 16-20 Kings very uncomfortable. They've cut the map in half, and you can see the CTs just wanting to make a play, wanting to find a pick so they can get more comfortable. Push on Long Heart goes 1 for 1. And now 16-20 Kings are kind of stranded in short. 35 seconds, though.
Certainly running out of time. Good hold, Forvin. Let's find another, get some information on the cross as well, but unfortunately, no shots quite connect. Bomb goes down. But that's already Forvin again, picking up another double up on short. Versa tries to take the fight, tries to take the duel. All members are coming from this position here. Mitch, CT, short, ready to rock and roll. Potentially even a little boost here. Versa does get spotted. Now up towards the site. Great shot from Versa. Looking really nice here, but now it's all onto Mizzy. 1 versus 3, and he will try to make it happen, but it will be a response for Vint with 3. The man, the myth, the site secured. And yeah, look, a 10th round for 16-20 Kings. Very nice recovery here in their first gun round. 2 alive, ain't horrible. But the money is obviously going to be good for 16-20 Kings. Whether or not they want to pick up the AWP for Zeph again, could potentially drop it over. That would have to be Gump, but he'd have to forego his utility. We'll see.
Yeah, a lot of damage done. 1900 loss bonus is just not going to cut it for 16-20 Kings. You're going to have a whole bunch of the lads on 2K if they lose this round. So it's make or break right now. DGG could really even up the scoreline. Glass Cannon AWP on Zeph.
Yeah, always interesting in those investments. Hey, I guess he sort of just said, look, don't worry about me. Pick up the util. I'll buy myself.
DGG again, going towards this middle part of the map. Not cutting the map in half out mid-doors this time, but going to go towards Catwalk this time. 16-20 Kings anticipating that mid-pressure have made this small adjustment. Chucking Cookie up onto that mid-to-B boost. So that might pay dividends later on in this round. If DGG do go mid-to-B, you've already got the 2-man stack on B side. This is a really nice setup. You're seeing the bomb trend in that direction as well. This could be a dub from 16-20 Kings. Forvid's still got a full belter util. Sunshine's has still got a smoke, and he's sitting on an MP9 on that angle. I'm liking your chances for the CTs here.
Gonna be tight. Big fight to take if they want it, but that molly will certainly make them question themselves for a second. Mizzy still looking to react, does throw a flash over, and I think they're just going to go for it. They have to at this point. Flash does come out the corner. Nate actually goes in from Sunshines. Is that going to give his position up? It's absolutely not. He finds 1, he finds 2. What a lockout. That was disgusting from 16-20 Kings. Just nothing done. Mizzy gets felled. Wow, what a turn.
That's what you call scissors, paper, rock positioning. Like,
yeah.
They just had the perfect setup against the mid-to-B.
He throws a nade, just straight from the top of boxes, doesn't care.
Sometimes you can tell. Sometimes you think like that's just a coincidence. They just happen to be in the right positions, but that looked intentional. When you see something like a boost on that mid-to-B line, the round after DGG applies a lot of pressure to middle, you can tell it's a very intentional setup from 16-20 Kings. The pacing as well that DGG were taking on that T side, they were hitting like 45 seconds, really taking their time. You just saw how much util 16-20 Kings sat on that CT side. Both Sunshines and Forvint both had full util. They just util dump on that timing as soon as the exit comes out. Very, very intentional, very smart adjustments that they're making on the CT side here, 16-20 Kings. I'm enjoying watching.
Just again, like a developing team, right? You know, and it's almost like a really exciting thing for yourself, right? You know, a team that plays fundamentally sound Counter-Strike and has obviously developing players at the same time. It's a really nice little cocktail.
The thing is that I gave them a lot of credit for that once on an Overpass game. When Forvint and Sunshines in his debut were playing really well off each other on the B side.
Yeah,
and then in the interview, they were like, yeah, Sunshines barely speaks English. We were pinging him and telling him where to stand or something. So, yeah, look, I'm going to continue giving them credit. I'm loving the nade dropping in spawn as well. And I'm going to hope that they are all Giga Brain Shads. This is all intentional.
Oh, CSF!
I mean, you're impressed, but I know Cookie doesn't miss, so...
No, correct. You are the big brain right there. Oh, surely Versus doesn't get 2. Okay, never mind. That kill from Cookie now kind of gets blown away a little bit.
That's alright.
Unless he gets more. No, he doesn't miss.
I told you,
There you
bro.
go. There's another. Does he get the third?
Don't panic, Mitch. It's all good.
I don't like Panic. He's got tattoos.
Yeah, it's a bit scary.
Yeah, scary man. They're all monsters.
He yelled at me
tattoos,
once
though.
after an official.
Same. On land, though. He yelled at me in person.
Is that the handshake meme format that's happening right now?
Being yelled at by
Guy's
Panic.
named Mitch, yelled out by Panic.
Oh,
Shitcaster
days.
from OCE. What else we got in common?
Yeah, we do, true. Oh. That's what I said when I showed Emily that video. She was like, are you both like brain dead or something? Like, yep.
Yes.
All right. Not brain dead here, though, again. Nor holding that lurk, top mid, punishing. Mizzy and Gump have to get very, very forward to try and fight this duel. They hear the footsteps in short. They've got to actually get moving quickly before they can be spotted from CT. And look at Nor. He's still just holding the line. Like, doesn't need to take the fight at all. Gets the flash over the top now, but he turns a little bit too far. Gump was actually blinded, but now that gives them the further forward position. Bit of spacing out. And Gump, he'll close. Little unlucky there for Cookie, I feel like. You know, narrowly missed that shot, but that's going to be DGG luckily getting their way back into it. 3 rounds still the difference. This is certainly an exciting game because, Mitch, look at the money. On the side of 1620 Kings, now they're really investing deep. But same thing could be said. DGG 2 alive, Galil's to come out now. It ain't great.
This is the swing round, Mitch.
For sure, yep.
This could be 14 for 1620 Kings, or this could be a close game. No anime cliffhangers here. Straight into the next round. DGG shut out along. They're going to start working cap. It's just what you do. That's how it goes.
Very disciplined in their mid-take as usual. They wait. They get the util out. Now they're walking their way up short. Still leaving that 1-bedroom push position in. A little bit of a gentler lean this side. Like having one member in CT now. Still a member towards car. My eyes start to deceive me a little bit at this age. Cookie.
Look at the util.
Happy to hold it.
On 1620 Kings. They're just not,
Yeah, still so much.
They just don't throw grenades.
That discipline.
They know what the pacing is. Every time DGG execute like 45 seconds to 50 seconds.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Jesus, just getting it done now. Forvin, he doesn't even... Nah, he gets the molly down. Look at that. Another. It's going to make it so awkward. Your Wombat, Zeph getting taken very low. Now info in towards the back of tunnels. Cheeseball picks up another. That's 2 in the position. Zeph does get a very nasty shot through the smoke, but Nor quickly on the trade. Doesn't allow any further positioning. Gump now taken down by Forvin. All on adversary. He's only got a Galil. Money broken potentially in this position, but Cookie doesn't miss. And there we go.
Yeah. 1620 Kings are playing them like a fiddle, mate. Honestly. The pacing of the util, the way that they're reading the passages of play, the CT setups right now, everything's just so on point. Like, they're actually kind of outclassing DGG in this game.
It is crazy, isn't it? Yeah. Like, they're not doing anything overly flashy either. It's just all positioning. They're hitting their shots short.
They're outplaying them. They're actually outplaying them.
Just all the way over. But I guess we'll use this time in the eco round to say, with your limited anime watching so far, which anime protagonist is Cookie?
I'm going to say Zenitsu from Demon Slayer. He was asleep for like 5 years and now he's a god.
He's still asleep though.
No, he was awake, I guess, and now he's
asleep.
asleep.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
okay, very good.
Yeah.
Yep, that's the one. The opposite.
Yeah. You can tell I'm really... Great reference here. Like, just
really
absolutely
into it.
nailed it. Definitely didn't watch that on autopilot on the plane. No way.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Like, you go overseas with RDW for 5 minutes and all of a sudden you come back a weeb. It's great.
He fell over on the first day. Bloody no. That's okay.
Oh my God,
no.
what a shot. Hang on. Util is good, at least. And they can't recover that AWP. I guess that's the main benefactor here, right? Still deep in pit is Nor. Can't get too upset yet. We're talking of swing rounds, though. If they win this one, that's an even bigger one. Zeph has found 2 with a Glock. Good nade, though, from Sunshine. So he's only got the USP out.
Reload your gun.
AWP in hand. No. He's got to get an ace with the USP, mate. Mizzy. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Dude, these
qualifying for playoffs
these Hong Kong guys
are
are built different. He's just literally running in with the USP. You're insane, mate.
He had an AWP, but he's picked up the AWP.
Okay,
so he's just running around with the USP.
I thought he had an A1S. Okay, that's fine.
Oh,
that's fine.
Dude.
I shouldn't be abusing him.
No, you shouldn't. It's okay. Because it makes it exciting, right? That's the best part about this stuff. You never know what you're gonna get.
No.
Life is like a box of Australian Counter-Strike players.
Yeah.
One might yell at you. One might not know any utility.
One might take a plane for 20 hours and go out in last place.
Dude, you're hitting right in the spot there. That one's naughty. It's like, oh yeah, here we go. Qualified, spent the whole year running for a big event. And it's like, oh, okay, we flew over for a best of one single elim.
And we're just playing Astralis in the first round. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. It's prime Astralis too. So that was a cheeky little tactical for DGG, and I do not blame them. They're 5 rounds behind the 1620 Kings. Yeah, DGG certainly looking more like princes at this point in time. They started off strong. They kind of threw their weight around a little bit, and then the King kind of just went, Pah! It's no sun. I am the master now.
King uses emotional abuse. That's how it goes in most shows.
It does, yeah.
Good late
Prince
long
is
take.
usually a little ass as well, but it's all good. It's not Game of Thrones, it's Counter-Strike.
It's true. Zeph. Yeah, look, sometimes you just get a bit unlucky. Cookie's nice on the line as well.
Oh, how good is this?
It just couldn't be better. You take attack pause, you go, let's go get some long control, guys. Yeah, this has gone fantastic. And then you have all of your hopes and dreams taken away.
0 damage. Nothing so far.
Emotional damage maximum, though.
Yeah, crazy. I'm just so impressed. Like, it's such a treat to watch this kind of Counter-Strike. Cookie missed there for the first time this series, I would say. So still, like, a position that can be brought back. We saw a 2v5, obviously, before from, I believe it was Cheeseball and Forvin. But the bomb... No, Cheeseball and Cookie. But the bomb's down now. Long way away. In their position. They've got to swing long to try and find it. Cheese. Oh, timing. Managed to get into the pit early. Gets the position, gets the info, but it's not going to matter when Nor's there with 4. Jesus, man. We're going to have to get the scoreboard quickly. I mean, it's not going to really matter because we're into the potential last round, but I just need to note how many rounds have been won basically consecutively. 1620 Kings have just been swinging. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. What a response. Both pistols, both counter ecos for DGG. And 1620 Kings are about to take it out unless they do something a little bit brash to kind of trip and fall. And they're going to run into tunnels and get both for free.
Yeah.
So they win this game.
Yeah, I'd say so. Cheeseball at elevator. Here's the cross smokes coming out. There's look, just a small gap. It's all good. They made it across. No one panic.
Give it up. Cheeseball. Kangaroo. Just boing. Gump 1v5. Don't really like his chances. But regardless, he's done some damage. He actually dinks up 2 members. That's really, really rough. But there you go. That is going to be map number 1 going the way of your 1620 Kings. And that was a beautiful way to start this series. Absolutely electric. I am so chuffed that we are getting to see this high quality because it's not a thing of where DGG have just come along. They've got the experience. They've got the raw firepower and, they can just kind of slot their way into any competition and dominate because they're actually getting the pressure put on them. And, even to walk out the thing straight out, it looked like that 5-1 scoreline. DGG were just dancing on them. But then all of a sudden it looked like that 1620 Kings managed to work out the methods of the madness and then they just slapped them back into place.
Yeah, look, credit where credit's due. They played an excellent game. They had a very good game plan, and they stuck with it. You know, a very, very good tenacity. Even against that double AWP style on the T side, they were still staying in the rounds. They were still trying to win them, and they turned around that game beautifully, even though they lost both pistols. But let's still not mince words, right? That's clearly a map that is not vibing for DGG right now. They've lost it to two teams they probably shouldn't be, and there's still the rest of the map pool to get through. So, look, I'm keen. I'm excited for 1620 Kings, but there's still a series left to play.
Absolutely, and it is going to be Inferno around the corner. I hate playing the map, but I love watching some of these teams that can go toe-to-toe in the server. Getting it done. It is going to be map number 2 around the corner. Get a drink, get some popcorn, and we'll see you back very soon.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
And we are back for what could potentially be the final map of our evening, of our stage 2 of the competition. It's the Let's Play Live CSGO Pro League Season 1 of 2022. I'm Conky, this is Pilski. Mitch, mate, we have just seen a very elaborate first map coming out of 1620 Kings. They were looking super well drilled, super consistent, and absolutely just completely outplayed DGG to lose, the 4 rounds resulting out of the 2 pistols, and then to still win it away 16-9 is a crazy result.
Yeah, I think DGG are feeling pretty safe about this Inferno pick. It's one they've got a lot of reps on, as opposed to Dust 2, which they haven't played a whole lot. And when they have, it hasn't gone so well for them. They've now lost 2 Dust 2s in a row to teams that you'd probably put them above in terms of like the domestic CS hierarchy, as it were. DGG on Inferno, though, they've only lost to Vertex. They're beating a lot of teams of around this level, and they've even 16-4'd 1620 Kings on this map about a month ago. So they're probably feeling pretty safe in this Inferno pick, even if they do have to start out on the T side. But look, let's see what 1620 Kings have for us. It's very clear to me that, when things are going well for them, when their game plan is working, they're a very, very solid team. But if I feel like A and B plan doesn't go very well, then they can. I've seen them fall flat from time to time and just not really have very much up behind that. So look, Dust 2, credit where credit's due. They played phenomenally. They were making all kinds of adjustments, not only in terms of like when they're aggressing in the timings of the round, holding utility, just game plan wise, they seemed like they had the perfect approach, and they really did outplay DGG in that game of Dust 2. But this series was not done and dusted, and I think there's 2 maps in this pool here that DGG can definitely play quite well in terms of Inferno and Ancient. So look, it's not all done and dusted just yet. There's still plenty of work to do.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this map, in Inferno, obviously it's, despite being quite regularly picked, and put up alongside Inferno, like it still has such a different feel at this point in time. Obviously Dust 2, like way more open. Inferno can feel quite claustrophobic with the tight angles and, all those different areas of choke points and that kind of thing. So I think like there is that potential of where 1620 Kings, if they don't get, up nice and aggressive and really fend off what, we're going to see DGG throw at them, like that's when it could potentially be like, okay, we've seen a few saves here, a few leaks on a couple of this, the BRA site. That'll be the telltale. So we'll be interested to see who's going to look solid on that City side, but it is going to be Inferno. This is DGG's map selection. Of course, Dust 2 was picked up by 1620 Kings, exactly as you mentioned, Pilski, talking about how they've had a couple of good runs, whereas DGG have not, and they did well in the veto selection to get there, but now we do move into the Thunderdome Inferno. This one typically, that kind of iconic map for the 3rd map in a series, but it will be Ancient around the corner if it is needed. Now, DGG desperately need this one. They would have considered themselves favourites coming into the competition, so I'm very excited to see what we will find on Inferno.
Going to be starting out CT side here for 1620 Kings, so they just finished themselves up a superb CT side. Let's see if they can keep along that same trajectory. They were playing off of each other very, very well on Dust 2. Their game plan was super on point, and I dare say they will have anticipated that this pick could be a possibility coming out of DGG. So if they've game planned accordingly and they're ready for what DGG is going to be throwing at them, obviously they played them about a month ago. There's plenty of reps on this map for DGG. If you're a bit of a VOD watcher, if you're a bit of a prepper, there's a lot of data there to go through.
So just the one member up, Nana. Happy to kind of sit still for the time being. Much quicker push sort of up towards this bracket position, but they're well and truly ready for it. Nor is he going to be able to find the opening shot? The answer is no. It's going to be your Wombat, but Sunshine's still inside. They're coming. He whiffs a couple of shots. We'll be able to recover in the end, but as a result, they've actually given up the site to the DGG side, as now they settle in this 3 versus 2 post-plant and Versa. Very, very good position here. So how long is it going to take for them to actually try and pick up this pace? Sunshine's really needs to try and find the fight. Gump spots him all on the cheese ball in the 1 versus 3 now. Does have the kit, does have the position, but Gump to find. And DGG, they win a 3rd pistol in this series, Mitch.
Yeah, doing very well on the pistols. It's the gun rounds that were kind of going missing on Dust 2. Not sure that they'll be the same case here. 2nd round force here for 1620 Kings. Always a possibility on Inferno. And indeed, the investment does come out. Cookie not buying up with the rest of the boys, looking for that alt purchase into round number 4. DGG not really taking this for granted. Only one player down on that Mac 10.
Open for something with these pistolas. Always a opportunity. once again, doing their due diligence, flashing their way up. Already Nana control very early on. Great shot from Forvin, though. Nasty. In the happy position. And a third! Not quite yet. Already all the way up is Zeph, but again, onto the line. Definitely taking a fight, and the advantage, you'll be happy with that a minute into the round.
I mean, the main thing is with him holding this line and fighting for that long is how long they've been able to buy in terms of the smokes. There was still 2 smokes, one of them just getting thrown out on that B side that they didn't burn for quite a while. Boost up above the jungle smoke reveals the position of 2 of the CTs here. Wow, that's keen from Sunshines in a 5-on-4. Maybe Molly pushing him into a position that he wasn't comfortable with.
Yeah, a bit hot under the collar. Good response as well from Mizzy. Only losing the 1 so far. Certainly not too bad. Nor tries to do some forward thinking. Will be punished for it. So, DGG well and truly ready for this one. Allowing them to push into the extremities. Come to them. Forvin's going to pick up the Galil. Actually might be pretty happy to take this one into the next round. Save the Kevlar. Looks like Cheese has made the same decision. And realistically, if you're DGG, you want to hold on to all of these weapons as well, especially that AK.
Oh, Shadow Dagger's Rust Coat. Oh, don't like it.
Yeah. Tier 12 knife for sure.
How much does that even cost? Who would pay for that? Surely
that's probably your answer right there. Yeah.
That's an unbox.
I've only unboxed 1 knife, and it was a Bowie Battle-Scarred Stat-Tracked Forest DD pack.
That's big.
$60
for the stat track?
Yeah. All in a day's work.
Money moves.
The $200 I spent on keys probably worth.
Just need to work on the marketing, Mitch. It's distress. It's not. There's not holes in it.
Correct.
We're going for a vintage look. The paint's peeling off a little bit, but it's all right. Yeah, look. The Molly, maybe not quite into boiler, but close.
Tried its best.
Bit of a metaphor, sometimes you just can't jump high enough.
Yeah, it's just like the dog meme. It's like, what's he doing? His best. Proud of you, son. Well, I'm proud of Forvin. Oh my god, Jesus, okay. A little shaky there. Versa. Wasn't looking super confident trying to fight that one back. Bomb only nailed, just recovered. 1:10 left on the clock. Cheeseball. He's holding down the fort with this 5-7. They are starting to clear their way up Nana now, and the rotation will come through from Forvin as well. Again, Mr. Impacts, really. He's been doing the big things. Cheese now knows the CT smoke is down. Flash goes up. Another as well to try and deny something. Cheeseball goes down. Forvin in position. He's going to have to wait for that smoke to dissipate. So this one's going to be a tough one, actually, in the end for DGG. If they play their cards right, they should be able to just hold the lines, hold the crossfire. But yeah, look, Forvin with that Kevlar, with that Galil, certainly can make some things happen if he throws his teammates in first. Slow creep out towards construction. Cookie waiting for the utility to come in now. Another Galil, both in the hands of Sunshine's Nord. This is already starting to pick up. They're waiting for movement, but I think they need to start to go for it. But the plan doesn't seem to win. Yeah, they're just going to hold it.
They're playing
absolutely. Oh, Jesus, great shot too.
Yep.
Is everyone going to go down? Looks like it.
Perfect.
Well done. Gump, last man standing. This is a huge response.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
That's absolutely perfect from 1620 Kings. Understanding that they don't actually need to go for that at all. Taking guns away from the T's and keeping their loss bonus right where it is just as good. They get a Galil, a couple of AKs around. That's a big money swing. Going to give them the opportunity to get into this half now. 1400 loss bonus. You got Versa on 100, Gump on 100. It's going to tax a bit of their util away. Big call from 1620 Kings. Again, just another great heads-up play from them. I've been impressed with their calling tonight. Their understanding. And I think in general, they've always just been a team with a good approach. Just about whether the approach is working on the day or not. We take util in here after GG takes Sanana. Snap's going to respect it. Going to instead go for the totem pole over the half wall. To be able to maintain that control and info.
Slow walk up on the little stack.
He was so close.
Didn't find anything off it. So 16-20 Kings, you know, most of these rounds they've actually been...
You see that chicken?
I was trying to make a point there, and I've been chooked. Now, as you know, 16-20 Kings is pretty happy early on so far. I mean, you know, very early days, of course. Haven't really looked to contest Nana just yet. Assuming we'll be seeing that shortly, but pretty happy to leave the kind of passive split for now. That's a good nade. Izzy has taken a fair bit of damage there. Orbit though, up with Cheeseball. Good response, but Cheeseball does find two. Oh, unlucky. Forward thinking. Now Gump tries to get to the site. The lurk is here. Is it going to be big? It will. Wombat does manage to obtain some investment from that one, but Nor... Oh, okay, they're going A. Nor actually could find this.
Oh.
He's heard it. He's cleared it. Beautiful.
7 seconds, 6 seconds.
Yep, round's done. Goodbye, sir. Beautiful stuff. 16-20 Kings, man. Giga brains.
They actually are. Very, very smart gameplay.
Do you reckon it's just Cheese saying, like, no, wait?
Oh, dude.
Like,
one
it?
dude cannot instill this much big brain. Like, one dude is like, yeah, you got a couple good calls. But, like, just the way that they're playing overall, very, very good. Although, you have to say, I think we had an interview for Forvint where he said it's all Cheeseball.
Yeah.
He's telling us, whenever I'm not sure what to do, I ask Cheeseball, and he has the correct answer.
Correct. Even if it's wrong, it's the correct answer. So, but Cheese, I died. Yeah, but it was just bad timing.
That's important, though. You need someone to tell you when a play wasn't a bad play, even if.
Well, how many times do we see good strategies, or even bad strategies, fall apart because no one's listening to the call? Too many Chiefs kind of thing.
Too many Chiefs.
Yeah.
Maybe not enough Chiefs at the moment.
Yeah, I do bring back Chiefs, by the way. Couple of organ free right now, boys. That's all I'm saying. Pre-workout sponsor Counter-Strike. Thank you, Team Icon.
Some people who just don't even they just think you're on drugs.
Yeah, people. The betters in the chat are just like, huh? What is this idiot on about? I love Team Icon. They're great. But so is Cookie. But look, again, it's one of those sort of rounds. It's like hard retake, bring in another good shot, maybe winnable. Tying the line down here. It's that late lurk. Very, very late lurk in from Gump. He's heard it. Oh, the timing.
He's on it.
Not quite. Gump has potentially found it. There we go. It was tight again. Jesus. So many emotions in that round. Maybe I am in outer space.
Oh, that's huge. That's not a kill through smoke according to the old kill feed. Pause there for 16-20 Kings. Oh, actually, it's for DGG.
Mm-hmm. Good point for them to do it. I still feel like even though it's a 4-1 scoreline, 16-20 Kings have still been applying really good pressure.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these rounds coming down to XVXs.
Mm.
They've kept that economic pressure on. You saw that from the exits earlier.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look, regardless, whoever goes out here, they've had a good innings. I think, DGG will be the team that's more disappointed, given their previous, involvements in playoffs individually. That's what we're sort of talking about a little bit in the break. How's it going to feel on either side here? Realistically, we're always looking at this one like it could potentially be a 3-mapper anyway.
Chuck them all in the playoffs.
Yeah, can't we just have one big playoffs?
Just everyone wins.
Come on, man. $6,500 for everyone. That's
each
crazy.
Individual player.
Yeah.
Might be slightly breaking the budget.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
That's what I used to say every time on other broadcasts. Is we would come up with an idea for a broadcast, and I would just say, no matter what it was, it's in the budget. Even though I'm clearly not the project manager.
Hey, Cookie. Doesn't miss. Great shot. Taking the opportunity again. Gump's heard him. Cookie, not gun out. Wrong. Oh, ring around the rosy. Does
Why
find
did
it
he
though.
Stop.
Oh, look, you're so deep in that round. It's like, geez, where do I even go from here? First up, holding the walk. Good hold. More going in. Lines them up. Nice and easy. That was a good result there. You don't want too many more members going down. You want to try and hold as many as possible.
Yeah, that's really stabilized the money for DGG. 4 alive. Excellent. Given one of them's a Mac 10. So we're going to see Mizzy probably have a whole lot of fun this round. Some kind of suicide mission ensuing. Straight up Nana, perhaps.
It will be indeed. But it's not paying dividends right now. Mizzy completely blind. Forvint does give him something back. Both are dinked, both are tagged heavy. A little bit rough. Versa also very low. So it's been a bit of a toss and turn inside Banana here this round, Mitch.
Yeah. Bit of a flambe. I
was trying to think of something like good to respond there with, but I can't remember the quote. My brain is broken.
It's alright. Sometimes you have to do more than a half day, and I know it's hard.
Dude, thank God daylight savings is over. That's all I'm saying.
Makes things easier, you know.
Yeah.
Working for a New Zealand company from Perth.
Yeah.
I've had teams where you have someone from NZ and WA. I wanted to give up.
Oh, man. Dude, it's just like, okay, hey, guys, you know, we've got a 6 p.m. broadcast. Need you to get up at 6 a.m. to make it. Yeah. Oh, the boys always putting in the long hours. No. Does at least manage to open up with one. So 25 seconds. Certainly starting to get very, very tight here. You know, Forvin in a great position. Finds one, but it's actually Cookie. It's actually Cookie. He's found two here. 15 seconds. Got to get a bit of a wriggle on. He's feeling confident. Wants to go for that shot onto Mizzy. Jesus Christ, Cookie. You are an animal. Impact frags. Left, right, and center. Gumped and goodbye. You will have to wait for the next round to find a couple frags.
Yeah, but I mean, again, it's like this time for 16-20 Kings, they're the ones who scrape through that round. They're going to drop 2 guns over, and they're going to be broke. And DGG survive with 4. They now have some very real reset potential, and if they break the CT money here, they are away with it, mate. They'll be like 6-2, 7-2. Absolutely cruising on the T side. Yeah, they're pretty broke as well, though.
Yeah, they need it.
Big swing round.
Sure. We've had a few of them tonight. Across both series, really. Ooh, Counter-Strike.
It's melted.
Yep. Smoke didn't quite do it. Good nade. So, still a lot of work, you know. Again, this push and pull. They do invest early, you know. That's one thing that I do like from 16-20 Kings. They do enjoy a 3-man early towards Nana. Send some utility, try to get some control, but DGG have done very, very well to fight it back. You know, they're getting that window flash over. Contesting well.
Yeah, got a lot of map control now. Full Nana. Some presence in brackets as well. Keeping 16-20 Kings guessing. A lot of util still being held though. Cheeseball drops the first B smoke there at a minute. Just shows you how committed 16-20 Kings are to holding on to the util until they absolutely have to. In this case, maybe a little bit too long for Sunshine. He's actually going to give him an arch smoke. They're going to throw a little bit of a deeper one. He's going to use that to try to creep out here.
Good shot. Nor though. Will be the impact man once again. Back at the side. Picks up 3. Not bad at all.
Gorgeous.
And yeah, Versa. 30 seconds. This is that swing round. 3 here for 16-20 Kings. Well, it very much should be. There it is. Sunshine swings mid. Yeah, look, this should be 4. Save definitely for DGG. Yeah, please.
Hey,
Jim's
man,
not here.
Can I get in the bomb site? No.
Took me a second. I need some sunshines. Missing it. Too much time inside. Likely to get them out of apps at some point. They are burning a little bit of utility, but once again, you know, it's always 16-20 Kings that are the ones that are cool, calm, and collected with that.
Yeah, it's fine to be a little bit less greedy anti-ego. You probably want to be burning through it a bit quicker than usual. Shut down the rushes. Once those side hits come in, try to rely on the crossfires or cookie. Ever reliable.
He hits him when he needs to.
It's a good try, Gump. Good try.
Yeah. Valiant attempt.
I thought he was going to get him with the 6th shoulder peak.
Does Zeph get any more, though? Regardless. Nah, he's going to throw the off out. Okay. Nope. No, he's got it back. Bounced off the wall. Where's he tossed it now? Okay, it's away. Now to library. 15 seconds. Oh, jeez. Great shot there. But Nor says not again. And now only 1 round the difference. Not a swing round here. So much. But just again, another round where 16-20 Kings can continue to apply that pressure. And, you know, the minimal reinvestment. Oh, actually, that's a lie. Nah, still pretty bad for both sides.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 kills Zeph got actually made a huge difference there.
Big dent.
Some good stuff from the man. Combat. Gonna give a couple of the boys a boost up. DGG, really good timing to take banana here. Retake util comes out. Versatus does not respect it. Flash onto the line for Mizzy. Sets him up to 1-for-1. And that's kind of big, because when you're playing this greedy style where you're holding a lot of util, kind of an irrelevant point now after that duel. But look, DGG are running into 0 players, so you can still talk about it. When you're playing this greedy style, you even see the smoke on the ground there. You're holding a belter util. If you lose that player to like a sharp entry and drop that whole util set, everything kind of falls apart from there. So Cheesewall invests all of his util to be able to retake banana. Forvit has a full util belt, just gets 1 bid, and all of a sudden nightmare ensues. Even if Cheeseball doesn't get 1 beat there, like if he gets exited on, he's going to have a tough time holding B down.
Just such a push and pull game, Mitch. Both teams putting in a really solid innings. As I said, it's been very enjoyable to kind of be a part of. Like, you know, just to reiterate again, it's been a awesome series of upsets, you know, underdogs really stepping up to the plate.
This will be a close game, whichever way it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I was talking about it because I guess this is a reasonably decent question that's very much on the topic of, unless something obviously happens in the round here, but like, a lot of the teams being away... Yeah, he does. A lot of the teams being away, like, you know, giving maybe some more opportunity to these newer teams to really step up, and I feel like there's just that, like, extra drive to do so lately.
Yeah. I love your point, but I'm just watching Zeph run back to spawn.
Can he even get one? I don't think he can, nah. He's run out of time.
Cam. Oh, God, he hasn't got a primary weapon.
That's very rough. In this part of the game, playoffs on the line, mental blank, has a Glock. Has utility, at least. So he just has to go in last, hope for his... He could be a blessing in disguise, Mitch. Maybe getting that early damage. Cookie, though. Jesus, he is just unwavered, isn't he?
I mean, I like the adjustment, because a lot of the time it's been that one player with the smoke shoulder peeking that angle, and then all of a sudden the AWP is on that line. You're feeling very confident swinging that on the T side, and then you just get punished.
Another frag as well. Sunshines gets the job done. Looking for more too. I think he actually did spot out Garm, but falls off. Doesn't want to get too spicy. Only mild in this round. Maybe extra hot later. They do walk into brackets as a result of it, DGG. Clearing around the jungle side. They are going to be sitting in this smoke and walking through. Still 25 seconds, like certainly leaving it a little bit too late. They've only got the couple of flashes, 1 volley for Mizzy. Lots to clear. 20 seconds, they've got to go.
They're getting there, Mitch. Come on, mate. Relax. Side exit's coming in. Smoke onto Moto's side. This crossfire is way too good. Surely on the CT side. They've got rid of Sunshine. Cheeseball's still in the back of the site. Yep. I think they left it too late.
I was just getting a little worried, you know?
Yeah, that whole round was a bit of a question mark, I think.
Been a couple of those. Just where it's like, geez, you know, leaving it so late. But nah, another one where 16-20 Kings just stay in position. Cookie, another fantastic round where he hits the mark, nice and sharp. One round separates them. Realistically, another swing round for 16-20 Kings. I mean, there is some cash in DGG's store. And same could be said for 16-20 Kings, but that's a huge nade. Oh, beautiful. Double up. Now Zeph trying to make something happen as well. And it's beautiful.
Grenades.
Yeah. 20 seconds in.
Oh, no.
Great HEs. Flash for the trade. Sunshine's then potentially throws the side hold.
A bit of a miscellaneous peak. Cookie, though.
Oh, he's hit another.
That's too good. Imagine double entering on that line. He's on top of the graveyard wall. And just like does 2 180s. Easy as you'd like. That's a save.
Has to be. Save here means they buy again, obviously. Cookie can get his AWP. Good response.
That's one for the VOD review, 100%. Like, man advantage, Sunshine's walking up dig. That's honestly like peak Hong Kong, China kind of play style. I remember I used to watch like Tai Lu. I used to watch Bottle from Invictus and like other teams. He was the worst defender. His whole team would be playing crossfires in the site and he'd be walking up under porch trying to shoot people in bracket and just getting absolutely slapped.
I think it was like Tai Lu versus Tiger or something, like back when Urcast was playing with them, or August, maybe even in those days. And I just remember it was like a really, really close game and, you know, very dying rounds, like starting to get towards overtime sort of thing. And I think it must have been like summer. And he's just pushed straight down through the bottom Nana smoke by himself solo.
That sounds like somebody.
And got 3 kills.
That's definitely somebody.
Yeah. He just got 3 kills from bottom Nana.
I used to have a counter for I used to call it the somebody push counter. If he gets bottom Nana or like B apps on Mirage CT side, I used to count the number of times. Sometimes you get into the double digits. Impressive.
Yeah, definitely made it pay off.
Look at this Scarbs push though. Completely different setup.
Yeah, exactly in line with that, like, right? Like, you know, taking that into this game now, how when you're seeing players do the same old, you've just got to be ready for it and adjust your approach accordingly. And that's why a CT side on this map is so damn important, to not just play super passive back on the sites. Right now, it is going to be DGG cruising on into the brackets. It's still a very early 5-on-5. And they've tucked their way into the cubby already.
This is a super interesting round, actually. You don't see many rounds play out like this.
Down to the site now. Sunshines does get the smoke down. He's got a lot to clear. They are spraying into it. Your Wombat, though, dives straight into it. Sunshine's middle of the site. This time, not getting over aggressive, actually controlling his aggression. Cheeseball waiting. Does get traded. Zeph, great shot. Another. Wow. Big hits from Zeph, too. He is a heavy hitter. We've known that for a long, long time. Molotov goes down. It does actually flush him off the site to a different position. Safe plant. Open up for the pit position in Gump. Gonna be able to lock that down. Zeph wants to get real aggressive here. Has to try and get off the site if he can. But he should be happy knowing that his teammate is in position to try and lock it down. 4Vint now cruising up Diggity. This is going to be the big impact play. On the other side of that smoke, warning shot goes off on towards Cheeseball. Def does get taken. Cheese on for 3. Gump goes for the peak. Doesn't quite find it. Good HE, but again, it's planted down towards the back of the site. Gump still on the line. Cheese trying to find it, trying to go for this fight. There's no kit, there's no time, and Gump will find it. DGG, 8 rounds. And the money, well, see you later, 16-20 Kings.
Yeah, hard reset on 3 of their players. That's a rough one. In round number 14, no less. 2.4, though, means single eco is a possibility. That's an interesting purchase from Cheeseball. A scout? Really? In that round?
In this economy?
Literally in this economy. He's going to be 3.7 now instead of like 4 point something. That is the perfect use of that phrase.
For free? No, it is a big risk, but I hope it does pay off. Always makes it exciting. However, it could blow up in Cheese's face. Maybe it was an accident, but we won't overthink it.
I've never seen him buy a scout as well.
Yeah, I know. Not exactly the scoped man. But, you know, regardless, like, Sunshine still has that Deagle. Good opening pick from Zeph. He's really, really stepped up these last few rounds as well, Zeph.
As long as he's buying a weapon, I'm proud of him.
Almost.
Don't think that's worth.
Oh, 4 bin. Not quite.
A lot of dinks.
There's been a bit of that. Just like the round, I believe it was last series. Yeah, super. Almost pulling off something pretty crazy with a few dinks on that USB.
Oh, yeah.
I saw he posted a LFT as well, which is exciting.
Is it, though?
Yes and no. Like, I think the way he said it...
These people used to do this to me, dude. They'd be like, I'm LFT after this season. I will be staying with my team if I don't get an offer. And
yeah, it's like,
team.
why are you there?
Team. I'm like, that's great, man.
Why are you the second option? Come on, man.
Feels great. It's all good. I didn't want to date you anyways. It's all right.
Exactly, mate. If they're not all over you the entire time, then, you know, they ain't worth your time, King. Chin up.
I think I have something else on that day, but I'll come if that doesn't pan out.
If nothing else is on. Yeah.
Last gun round here. Cheeseball, thanks to his teammate saving, has got a very nice buy. So thanks, Nor. Appreciate that. Bailed him out of a bad situation. Got a good gun round to close things out. Cookie walking on that single zoom. That's a great molly to push him back on dig side. Cheeseball gets the opening pick as well.
Yeah, a lot of forcing back away in this position again. Cheeseball wants to try and find this fight onto the other side. Does he have a flash though? No, it's going to be a dry clear, but everyone has fallen off the brackets position for now. Gump now in Boiler. Sunshine's up on the oh hey cart. So they're still playing their time here, DGG, knowing that they are losing or missing an arm of Exodia. Molotov does force Cookie off the line as well. That's a good one to at least apply that further pressure. That's actually put... Oh! I was going to say, Zeph has gone for the big brain there, but... Okay, never mind. He had, like, the largest brain, and then it just, like, evaporated.
He just keeps re-peeking.
Yeah.
3v5, DGG. All they've ever known is brackets. It's a sad existence.
Yeah, hasn't really been many B fights, has there? Like, I guess the pressure applied by 1620 Kings.
Okay.
Forvin, please get 3. Oh, no, he's left it too long. I guess that's kind of good, kind of bad. Maybe nothing. There we go. No, you got 2 in the end. Well done. Great timing, great hold, great Forvin. And now it's all on the Gump. Does some maybe damage, but Sunshines will close. And yeah, Forvin, look, he's been pretty quiet there, but I think 2 massive impact frags to win out a round is certainly not something to laugh at. So there we go. We've got it. Another half goes this way, where obviously DGG have actually pulled away in the lead. We did see this in the previous map of Dust 2, but obviously 1620 Kings well and truly managed to bring it back as they swapped onto that CT site. It's an opposite this time. Always a thing right now of... Again, I just feel like a broken record saying it. How well will the CT side play out? Will they do good things? Will they slip and fall? Will they take control? We'll have to find out. And Gumpton is straight down mid, so my answer is yes.
I think someone forgot to tell DGG that they're on CT now.
I'm okay with it, though, because it's paying off.
Are they going to plant soon?
Yeah.
I think
I hope they do. They're taking B. Yeah, they're taking B here.
That's got the lurk through. Perfect.
Cookie's actually got a plant too. That's insane. Like, Cookie 1v5? Big chance.
I think big issue for 1620 Kings is... Oh, look, we'll give this one the benefit of the doubt.
No. I wanted it so
Just
bad.
Too many.
Yeah, absolutely. There is too many, but it's always those rounds where you're like, you know, DGG have made the overstep. You kind of want to see it pay off, but
1620 Kings are 60-40 CT favored. So that's concerning. Only a little bit concerning. It's only from 3 games, so like, not the best sample size. Bomb plant is huge though. I mean, we talk about the second round buys being big in the meta right now. Whether you plant or don't plant makes a big difference of whether you can invest. And look, this is another variation we've been seeing.
Yep.
Throw your
Just the
AK
one.
to your best rifle-y boy. Give him a slap on the back and go, good on you, mate. Get in there.
That's it. Halftime oranges.
Oh,
Straight back in.
Straight out the S key.
Yep. That's it. Your mum's been, you were good this week, did your homework, so you got a Powerade. Good flash. Forcing him back. So still this control trying to sort of be forced through by 1620 Kings. Forvin really wants to try and find something with what he's got. Does walk into the apartments. And they're going to try and flash away at apps because DGG have such a solid position here. Great flash in. Your Wombat. Can he keep Cookie at bay? Doesn't look like it, but it is going to be a 4v4 duel whatever happens at this point in time.
Sharp. Just tapping away on that Famas.
Dink through the wall too. Nicely done. AK still up? No, down. Jesus found 2, 3.
Ooh, okay. That's made it worth.
Oh, hang on. Okay, luckily Gump was quick. Whew, Jesus, yeah. Those are the rounds that start to stress you out a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Will they be able to recover the AK?
Terrible,
Yeah.
and then Cheeseball did this, and then now it's amazing.
Definitely a good result. Good footy, as
And
Foggers would say.
Actually, he was the player to drop AK, so the fact that he's got all those kills, I was going to say means that he can play a little, but after getting all those Tech 9 kills, he's gone, this gun's pretty good.
Well, now Cookie can get the orb. Does try find the fight early. Oh, almost. Timing not quite, though. Great utility, however, from Mizzy and Gump. The double up does take down the Tech 9 Starlet.
Yeah, those catches definitely built early as some cold oranges. Good
Another
entry
great
from Forvin.
catch. Yeah, chest mark.
DGG's got full Nana control though, so they've got a great read on what's going on right now. Rotation around from Gump and towards Speedway side. Re-aggression actually. Zep's going to get flashed on the line, I'd imagine any second from Versa.
Dude, Forvin again. More control. Good response though from Zephyr. Nor will be able to capitalize. Big position here for Versa now if he can try and stop the bleeding a little bit. Knowing that they're going to be making their way up. Molly does go deep enough to actually flush him off. Is he going to be ready for the graveyard peak? Not quite, because Mizzy is going to take him down. Now it's all in the Sunshines, 1 versus 2. Up close and personal, though. He has been very, very sharp, so they've got to be careful with the headshot angles. Very, very careful to fight this man himself in Sunshines. The King on top. He takes a bow, and that is a solid round from 1620 Kings. But, yeah, man, Jesus. Individual prowess there. Get the job done.
They needed that. They get this next one subsequently, they'll be feeling a little bit better about it because this was double eco territory that they put a lot of DGG onto. They're on the force. This could be the swing round where 1620 Kings start to put themselves in touching distance of double digits. There's Gump holding on to this Nana control, flash over the top. Retake attempt from 1620 Kings who are going to start to run through the smoke top mid and fight on towards bracket side. And it's not gone well at all.
Not at all. Such an important round for DGG with such a, rough-looking economy, and they managed to actually pull it forward. So Cookie 1v4. Has the bomb, has some space, can keep moving accordingly. But regardless, if DGG play back, make sure they hold on to the weapons that they do have. Try and collect some after time as well. Maybe go down mid afterwards. Good result for them, but... yeah, right now they're just playing the passive route, letting Cookie kind of walk into whatever position he does choose. Mizzy back sight, happy with it.
Same token, though, you want to see these Deaglers pick up rifles if they can. After the round. Off angle from Gump. Anticipating the push into Con. That's a very cheeky off angle. I am absolutely blown away that Cookie has been able to have the right crosshair placement to clear that line. He even taps it, kind of anticipating the positioning of the second player. If I see Gump on that line, I'm thinking they are hard retake B.
So here's that eco that we've been waiting for, I guess. Obviously, recovered weapons. 3 AKs in the hands of DGG now. A lot of space, plenty of rounds. We see a 16-9 victory, way of the 1620 Kings in the previous map. So it does look like we are in for the long haul here, the 3 map up. Which, again, a series like this deserved. Was a little bit taken back from the previous. But, you know, a little bit scrappy from Antic, but they do manage to throw it together in the end, maybe saving their best Counter-Strike for the playoffs. We'll confirm the dates of broadcast, obviously, shortly as well.
Yeah. I'm kind of wondering if Antic are just going to save strats indefinitely. It's never used them.
Fiend will tell you. He's got so many, but just doesn't want to give them away to the scene.
Yeah. So selfish.
Look, Fiend is a good shout. He's good quality, I think. He's come a long way. Definitely a entertaining guy to talk to.
Very strong chin.
Does have a good chin, yeah. Very defined.
Strong money for DGG, bloody hell. Got another buy in him.
Yeah, managed to stabilize quite nicely after those AKs being recovered. What are they going to do here? Oh, this is very bold. I don't really know how it's going to go, but at least it has been traded. Versa, though, hearing so much. If he strikes like a Cobra in the night. Ah, there we go. 2 very easy. Cheeseball now holding the lurk, holding the catch. And Zeph's going to be able to pick up another. Versa with 3. Great timing. Great play there.
Yeah,
that seemed a little lackluster there from 1620 Kings.
These fast bracket plays have not been working for them at all. They've been getting slammed in this part of the map.
Well, it's just nice again to see a CT side doing well on this map. You know, like 1620 Kings do have still a pretty good, solid, structured approach, but they've just been decimated every time from DGG, and that was like a throwaway round. Like, okay, let's just try something different, speed it up, run through a smoke top mid.
This is kind of what I said, like, after Dust 2. I was like, that was a great map win, but we're playing Inferno next.
Yeah. You know, best of 3, right? Have to win the series.
That's it. And this is what I mean when I was talking about 1620 Kings. Like, they can have flawless reads and look amazing, like on Dust 2, or they can be running through a top mid smoke because they think they have a game plan or a read, and it's just not lining up, you know? It's a spectrum.
Much smoother looking DGG. Way more flawless. Solid CT side. Great trades. And good control again as well. You know, not throwing themselves too far down, but happy to take a couple of risks when it's, you know, appropriate. So realistically, like, we should have a very easy slot back up to a 15th round here to line up map point. You know, 16-7 certainly is a happy result for DGG. Gump should close. And he does. 3k for Gump. So, very good coming from DGG. And you can just look across the scores here as well for them. Pretty much everyone is doing what they need to do. Everyone has had a pretty decent game. Impact frags around. A few couple of individual moments. But, you know, there's been nothing overly flashy. Just good CT-sided fundamentals. And a nice little closer. So, realistically, yeah, moving to Ancient. That's a scary prospect for 1620 Kings. Unless they were kind of hoping it was going to end up to be the veto like that.
I think they have the right skill set to play Ancient. Just haven't seen it yet. Bit of a slower tempo this time. 1620 Kings not trying to contest bracket too early on. They're again getting smoked off a bracket, and this time they've actually been able to commit through the smoke. In the meanwhile, they've lost Nana control though.
Into brackets again. But, you know, still 3 happy members of DGG are here. Zeph. Great pick. Drops the bomb as well. That's going to be a really odd re-aggression. Molotov to go through. Sunshine's bleeding. But he does manage to at least find one for his troubles. Good response, but Sunshine somehow again gets away. really sneaky beaky around this angle, and now they're going to start to force the pressure up towards Diggity. Versa, very close at the hay bales. Is he going to get clear? The answer is absolutely not. 2, will he get a third? He will! Cheeky little flick down, and that is going to be DGG, walking away with a 16-7. Exactly as you said, Mitch, this is a series. It's a best of 3, and after a really solid-looking dust 2 from 1620 Kings, DGG step up, strike back, and say goodnight on Inferno. And Ancient's just around the corner.
Yeah, both very decisively kind of winning their own map picks and looking good doing it as well. So now heading into Ancient, it's going to be a very interesting one. You've only got a couple of reps for both of these teams. 1620 Kings playing it twice against Antic Dynasty. Only the 1 rep against Nutty for DGG, who don't have a super wide map pool usually. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one, kind of untreaded territory for both of these squads to close out this series. And it's qualification point. This is the do or die map.
Absolutely. This is the one for all of the marbles. DGG definitely looking for it, setting up this roster for victory only, but 1620 Kings also looking quite deserving. We're going to wait. We're going to find out. We're going to swing into Ancient very soon. But until then, replenish your beverages, and we'll see you back in a couple.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Hello and good welcome. I was going to say it was good morning, good evening. That's sort of what I was going for, right? But yeah, one job, and that job is to cast some video game, and that's exactly what we've been doing this evening. We have actually managed to see, of course, a 1-to-1 scoreline right now between 1620 Kings and DGG. Of course, 1620 Kings did manage to walk away with Dust 2, 16-9 their map selection, and then it was 16-7 on Inferno for DGG. Pilski, mate. We're going to Ancient, and yeah, this is a very interesting deciding map to be having. Don't get to see it a heap these days, but like it's certainly coming around a little bit more in the Oceanic region, and it's a very, very entertaining map to watch.
Yeah, I feel like I haven't seen too much of it. You know, we've been straight down the middle of the map, pulled in almost every series. Sometimes you might get a little cheeky pick in there, like I think Nuke. Like the amount of maps that there must be on like Dust 2, Inferno, Mirage, Nuke is insane. And then like Vertigo's in there for a lot of these like top level teams. Ancient is kind of the spicy pick at the moment. Overpass a little bit spicy as well. But as for Ancient, I mean, I think it was DGG who won the knife round. So they're going to be starting out CT. They destroyed Nutty on their CT side. Whereas 1620 Kings, they have got a pretty good T side for themselves. They're sitting like 67% off 2 reps, which not a great sample size, but at least shows you that they can play a fair bit of T. Won about 70% of their rounds there. So I think it's going to be, in theory, off of almost no data. You know, you got one team that's done very well on the CT and they're one official. You got one team that's done very well on the T. This first half should be pretty good.
Yeah, should be exciting. So let's dive straight into Ancient. The green map, it's very, very green. Dion can't actually see this map very well. But across the board, it has been an entertaining one, right? You know, it was super nice to see a map come into the map pool internationally and be welcomed quite regularly. You know, we're seeing really, really big games come out from like Na'Vi, and you know, we love to see Gambit playing this one really, really dominantly as well, of course. But, you know, across the board, it has just been exciting to see teams actually lean into it, even locally. A few more runs are coming in, and you know, being able to see it now down in a matchup like this one between DGG and 1620 Kings, where we don't really have too many innings from either of these teams on this map, as you mentioned, definitely does make it spicy. Both teams' capacity is good to take it, but, you know, maybe I'm feeling potentially a little bit more on the side of DGG here. starting out on that CT side.
Yeah, and this is a BO1 to make it into the green, you know, or walk away with nothing. No playoff spot. Early one straight into Cheetah. You've got a two-man setup with the dualies, and it goes 2 for 2. So 16-20 Kings getting a bit of space, getting a couple of picks on this B side of the map. But can they get into the site and get that bomb down?
Slowed down a little bit, but as that bomb does get planted, Kit obviously in the hands of Gump. A little bit of a rotation in. Forvent does get hurt out by Versa, and he will be spotted at the exact same time. Ooh. So now it's going to be on Cheeseball to try and find the control here.
This flash
has to be the person, yeah, exactly, to try and call for these picks. Doesn't go into the right way. They kind of ignore it, though. They don't really look to clear it, and that's going to be Gump to find it. A great shot there. Cheeseball in a 1-on-3, and they're already on the defuse. Round is done and dusted. Nicely done from DGG. Solid with 3 alive. And they can push forward into this start of the CT side nicely and build up themselves a nice little economy.
For sure. That's something you definitely need. Ancient can be a bit of a blowout on the CT side sometimes. So if you get a good start like you do have here for DGG, you're probably feeling pretty good about things. Hero AK goes to Cookie this time. We gotta be fair and equitable, you know. Sometimes Forvent gets the Hero AK. Today we'll give it to Cookie. Don't want to play favorites too much. Hey, as long as it doesn't go to Zeus instead of Simple, I'm all good.
Yeah. Oh, Cheeseball taking sacrifices. That's my IGL. He was my IGL.
At your service, my IGL.
Yeah. Had a short stint with the boys. It was good fun. Very nicely cleared there. AK put to no use. Nor kinds of wants it, but he's been spotted out by Versa.
Damn.
So a clean innings again.
It's looking like the start of Dust too, mate.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Have an original thought for once, huh? Don't steal my thoughts.
Mate, we've known each other so long. We've casted together so long. We also wear Valentino suits and all of the people's glasses. We go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
I just want you to know that I was in the server when we were screaming Puppy Chulo.
Those were the days. Screaming I Puppy. Anyway, yeah, good clear. They've already straight down mid and just taking so much control. So you can already see very early on in the CT side that they're like confident on their CT side with the mid control.
Yeah. They have invested a fair bit of util there and not actually got a whole lot out of it. Like, they got info that's no longer really relevant to the round. Now you've got these mid smokes coming out for 16-20 Kings. They're taking some control over there. You can see DGG posturing to re-clear mid in the mid round. Peek out donut, peek out top mid.
Up close. Gets the info. Great shot from Mizzy too. Little burst. But, ooh, okay, maybe an overinvestment as well on that swing. Forvent's got the trade. So it's back down to this 3-on-2, but they're 2-on-2 now. Versus happy for a coupler. Now your Wombat in the 1-versus-1 against Forvent. Doesn't quite mark the timing. So Forvent will be able to get the plant for 20 points of HP. It's going to be a tough one. Where does he go? Looks like he is going to make his way through house and around towards CT. But where will the timing favor? It's always one of those things. He's got the kit. He's got a flash if he really wants it, but surely doesn't want to give away his position. Forvent's actually dropped back towards just outside of the temple. But if he clears too hard, too fast, he might just walk straight into the claws of your Wombat. But he looks to be ready for it. Watching straight focus, but again, not enough HP. Great round from your Wombat, great recovery, but very good damage at the exact same time from 16-20 Kings. So all the members of DGG are going to have to invest, but the main factor is, right, they didn't really upgrade anything. They just held onto their MP9s, got the job done, and this should certainly be an all-pup for Zeph early on.
I mean, it's a bonus win of kinds. Those MP9s really wrapping away. Going to bankrupt themselves to reinvest here. You don't get the investment here for 16-20 Kings, even though they were sitting like 3.7 plus. Indicates to you that they, on this T side, like to play a bit more of a util heavy style. Maybe they're favouring an AWP purchase. Good pick from Nori towards Cheetah. Puts a little bit of pressure on the CTs here. Rifle's gone loose now. Cookie's died in the meantime, though. On towards that B ramp position.
Nothing to trade out. Cruising on in. Cheat up. A little bit of control gathered. Never mind. Collateral headshot for Mizzy. So another quick looking around. DGG are just poised. Of course, you know, this map, actually crazy how important knife round is. CT side is a big one here on Ancient. Still the, you know, it's kind of like, I guess, almost resemblant. Maybe not quite. Maybe a little bit more space, but I sort of tee back to the old Nuke, old Inferno, when it was kind of like 3-4 rounds was enough, quote unquote. Maybe not that CT-sided, but definitely has a bit of a semblance.
Hey, at least you can't throw B smoke from jungle anymore.
Yeah, big change.
That was disgusting. Just time people out of B the whole round.
Yeah.
Cheese just wants one more frag. Can't quite get it. Good timing onto Mizzy.
Yeah, big round, 3 kills.
Yeah, Cheese has done well there to get the second. Try to keep that round a little bit more honest. That was just a half buy investment, so 2 guns taken away, not too bad.
So it sounds like there will be a tech pause on the side of 1620 Kings. Doesn't look like we've had any disconnections or anything along those lines, so maybe just some lag. Surely it won't be long before we get back into it. I have seen, look, Cheese and Forvin, they've been smiling pretty much the whole time. The master, his little prodigy.
I don't think, this whole season, I don't think I've seen any rage at all from 1620 Kings. Maybe some mild disappointment.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Decimation.
Yeah, this is exactly what Mizzy was doing to Nutty. Mizzy had like a 20 frag half, just swinging from top mid, and dueling people.
Yeah, it can be so challenging trying to find that fight, even with some measured utility to get out. Like, there's just so much space. That timing on mid-spawn, Versa boosted up as well. We'll find Cookie. What an angle, too, on the top of the sign. Great line to be held. Now Cheeseball has to kind of walk out solo. Versa actually looks like he wants to take the same spot, and he will find it. Risk and reward. Doesn't quite find the final. And now, it could potentially be 5 alive unless Sunshines does get a couple of warning shots off. Versa might just want to choose to fall away and take that rifle into the next. You know, their money is still not fantastic. It's good, like it's set, but extending it even further is going to be sort of the key for DGG to really drag this one out and, you know, close it in their way.
Dude, DGG could have the worst T side on Ancient you've ever seen, but you'd never be able to find out. These games, I think both games they've started CT and just absolutely don't.
Yeah, it definitely allows the teams to play into the control mechanism. Lots of choke points to lock them out of early. You know, just having that capacity to get straight into cave and cheetah. Mid control up into the window if you really choose. You know, hiding in donut. Even a main control. Look at that. Another round. Like 5 clean. Still alive. Damage dealt onto Versa short. But yeah, it really just has been exactly that Mizzy game so far, right? You know, Versa's cleaned up a couple. Zeph is the good position too. Everyone is doing their mark so far. And yeah, 1620 Kings haven't really been able to break it. But again, regardless, you know, 1620 Kings, I think if they go out here, like, they've got to be happy with the development that they've had this season alone. Great opening from Sunshines, and it will be the pace changer out towards this A site. Zeph now holding the line inside Temple. A little bit of a fight here. Forvin gets one, and now Zeph holding the line. So it is an equalized round, 3-3. Zeph with a flicky. Does get sticky for old Forvin as he wants to try and now clear in towards CT. It's really, really rough. They've got to be careful. It's Cookie, though. Oh, that's huge. Forvin, great sign, great pick. Great timing. All under your Wombat and a 1 versus 2. And with that time ticking on the clock, creeping his way back in towards the tomb and watching the line. He is there. Does get the pick, your Wombat, but he's still got to find Forvin, who's obviously been fantastic in this round, has just remained relatively unmoved. Does clear it. Oh, a little shaky. Wombat actually can find the time now to get onto the defuse, and he does swing it. Does look to clear it, but not quite. Yeah, I think he almost didn't have enough time anyway. But regardless, that was an awesome round for Forvent to take the first of 16-20 Kings.
Still only one surviving, though. Which is going to give some issues reinvesting. Cookie actually only went Deagle that round. And on the lurk through, picked up an AK late into the round. It almost looked like he was holding over all money. So that will help them make this buy look a lot more convincing than it might have. This Cookie can now get a full set of util and an AK. Reinvestment comes in from TGG. This is the swing round yet again. 5-1. Good opportunity for 16-20 Kings to start stacking on some rounds. They're going to again contest bottom of big ramp and cheat up. Cookie gets that mid pick. They should be well aware that this part of the map is pretty dirty. Shoulder peek comes out here from Cookie.
Good trades. Doing it again. Somehow still alive. Dodging, dashing, jumping. Looking like he is playing Elden Ring. Is he? It's done well at least to bring it back to the 3-on-3. Forvent still looking clear though in towards the donut. Somehow, some way gets the job done. Mizzy though hot on his tail. Inside house. Cookie with so much control though, but they're just so separated, so isolated. Look at the positioning from Gumpmich. Walking around on the other side of Cheetah now into the window. He does find this timing, does spot out Forvent, but I think Forvent can actually just sort of pump the brakes there, wait for the space to be closed up by Cookie.
Yeah, these rounds are all timing. DGG, I think, playing quite well on these extremities, though. Having pretty safe positions, just kind of skirting around the outsides of the map. This basically means they can always have their back to a wall.
Mizzy goes forward, and he can find Cookie. So realistically, it's on Forvent again to try to do something massive, and, you know, he has had the impact, but Mizzy's playing the time so perfectly. Waits for the clear. Here's the round. There we go. Great pincer. Mizzy, again, you know, just with that passive nature of the play in the round. Huge performance from him so far. 11-3. He's been really leading the charge for his team.
Yeah.
Because now the position of money, not great. Like, you really shouldn't be reinvesting here, I guess, again.
And for context, I think Mizzy was like 20-7 last Ancient game DGG played. This just seems to be his map. And he was doing a very similar thing against Nutty. Seems to be very good in that window role.
Well, Mizzy's still leading, yeah? Still IGL?
I think
in this
so.
roster?
I think so, yeah.
To my knowledge, he is, I think, a little bit of, you know, some mid-round calling maybe elsewhere, but, like, having the capacity to sit there, right? Like, kind of reminds me of old Dexter playing, like, outside warehouse. You could listen out for so much and play the passive route with all the vision. You know, similar sort of story here, right? You know, gets his way down mid. He can play the audio for a lot of the rounds. Reposition accordingly. Tell his teammates to change up where they are. Oh, Jesus Christ. Eco-frag, sure, but it's just still the crosshair placement, the positioning, all looking so good. Could even get a fourth here, but no, it'll be Zeph. 7 for TGG, and there is just not looking like shaken at all. It went down to a 1v1 in the only round that 16-20 Kings have pulled away.
Well, they've been able to put together a much better buy. They had the option for AWP this round, I think, if they wanted it, but Cookie's not invested. It's going down onto that rifle. I feel like contesting middle has not been working out well for 16-20 Kings. They're going to try and give it another crack. Flash onto the line. Zeph goes bottom mid. Again, Mizzy straight through the smoke. Can't even see the tees. It's just pre-firing the right lines. And like I said, every time 16-20 Kings goes towards middle, it doesn't end well for them. Where are the quick B execs?
It's been very slow, hasn't it? And now another situation. I think Mizzy actually might find another. He's up to 16-3 now.
Yeah. He's actually unbeatable in this spot.
Yeah,
I would just
9 rounds,
I would just
man.
go hit the B side, dude.
Yeah.
I've had it, like, I would have had enough at this point.
Absolutely. Bomb down. Mizzy spotting out again. Nor just so far away from anything. There's been no clear, no quickness. And they got out towards the A site like maybe once, but they were denied again. Versa will be spotted. Great shot from Nor, but still a whole lot of more work to do. Bomb still up just outside house in top mid. Now he's clearing out all the extremities as well, but again, you know, DGG could just hold this position once more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a contact setup off of Mizzy's contact. Gump's going to swing. Not even needed.
Is he another? How many 3Ks and 2Ks so far? Like 17-3 is insane. Like the last time I can remember something similar to this was I think Sterling almost had a 30 kill half, or no, he did have it was like 29 or something on Overpass.
Well,
I believe it was last season.
Scorebot's a bit behind, but we're already in 7 rounds. He had 4 2+ kill rounds, 4 multi-frag rounds, and he's 100% KAST.
Yeah, not often you see that at all.
Here's this quicker B1.
Yep, that's right. Straight up onto the other side of the flames. Jump though. We'll lock down the position. You can choose to fall away as well. Like, still, it's just so split, right? Forvent looking to find something else. Flashed up. Awkward positions. Gump can get the smoke down as well if he really does want to over towards long. But he doesn't even need to. Use the nade if he really so chooses. Then finds another. Walnut one more. Cookie goes down. Sunshine's also low. Mizzy's found him. It's just straight down mid, mate.
The opportunity was there. Like, Nor could have found that entry off slope side. If he picks Gump there, that's a completely different round. So that's one of those situations where I think the opportunities are there going towards that B side of the map. But yeah, the mid default's clearly not working right now.
Yeah, just crazy. Like, how a map can be such a change. Like, you know, 1620 Kings, obviously with a decent looking map pool so far, but with some pretty, like, you know, regular kind of bans, maps that they just refuse to play. And, you know, by doing that and by having that lean very early on in the vetoes, it does kind of leave it a bit awkward, you know, and seeing DGG obviously come out swinging on Dust 2, get punished, get denied. 1620 Kings were looking fantastic on Dust 2. Now it's just a completely different ball game. 9-1, not looking like there's going to be any changes. 4 Vince 3K to win them that one round. That's all it's been.
Pretty much. Cookie started to use fuel early on. That's a hell of a shot out of Sunshine's. Versa in this side anchor roll has made an absolute meal of it. This could be a bit of a freebie given the 1620 Kings if they can capitalize.
Yeah, 2v2. Definitely an opportunity given. Sunshines has to try and make something out of it though. Deep line, awkward, because now he can be spotted by your Wombat. Does get a little bit tighter around towards Temple, but Gump's already ready for it. Has to hit a good shot here. Sunshines, and he won't be able to. So they do manage to fell the Titan in Mizzy, but it's only for a couple of short seconds. He did actually get a frag in that round. 19-4, round number 12. Obviously got another reinvestment as well. Maybe it was the M4, the AK, sorry, in that round that did him dirty. He needs his M4 back. But yeah, regardless, it's just good signs, right? Like, obviously, as you mentioned, just getting these CT-sided rounds early, it really leaves it in a position where they don't have to stress too much in the T side. They can afford to lose plenty. They can restabilize. They can rethink. They can throw out different strategies before they really need to, you know, start to maybe slow it down.
Well, mid-smoke's coming in yet again. They're going to have another crack at Mizzy, who's playing towards Donut side this time. He's going to pop flash himself on the angle. Bit of a slower pace from 1620 Kings. They wait out that initial util. And they've actually got some space in middle. And a first pick.
I was about to say, first time they've had this, I think. They expended so much util to do it as well. Still got a fair bit, I guess.
They got tons, dude. DGG's actually burnt way more nades. Mizzy's... yeah. He's uncomfortable with the T's getting past bottom middle. He's like, what? I didn't know they could be there.
Well, the forward thinking this round from DGG. Both members inside Cave and Cheetah. They are tucked away nicely, but it is going to be a tough overwhelm here. They do at least have the Molotov to go in. Sunshine. It's on the line. Gump does go for the wild spray. Obviously a very common spot. But this one might be a little bit too much for DGG. And their money is starting to dwindle a little bit. So they've got to be careful, you know, given this kind of scoreline. You would have really been hoping to see them walk away with like 12 or 13. Still an opportunity to do so, but to give as little rounds away to the T's as possible. 3-on-1, Zeph should probably save the AWP, But at least 1620 Kings do find another, and it was off the back of finally having an answer for Mizzy's mid-aggression.
Do not engage.
Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
They doubled up their T-side rounds. Their T-sides on these other games looked a hell of a lot better for 1620 Kings. Go back and take a look at those matches from March. They had a 7-round T-side, and they had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They had like a 11 in a row T-side against Dynasty. So contrast that to this.
Straight through cave. Once again, trying to find that fight. Pushing the Kings back into the corner. And the smoke down as well to isolate the B-long position. She's spotted. Same with Nor. A little bit awkward though from your Wombat. Might actually get peppered away. The Molotov is good, but Gump is there to defend, and now Wombat has to go forward. 9 HP. Very rough position to be in, but Cheeseball still also in a bit of a predicament himself. Rest of his team trying to work their way up towards A. Versus still on that line again. He's played it a couple of times now. It's actually paid off to him as well. Corvin. Nicely done. Good util as well to continue to flush. Want to try and take this site and settle into the post plan as quickly as possible. Good Molotov as well. Forvin. More damage from Forvin. 2 members remain now, but it's only the one in the form of Mizzy. Catch off one. It could be an opportunity, but Forvin, what a bloody round!
Yeah, massive impact. 3 or 4K from him. He's had a lot of success on this A site. And this is why he was highlighted. You put him in a XVX, you put him in a mid-round, put him in a post-plant. He just frags out. Very, very reliable rifler to have on your squad. Big asset for 1620 Kings, no doubt about it. They have broke DGG's money, so they're saving for round number 15. That's a meaty 5-17 to kick things off, though.
Oh, good pick. The opener that they need. This is their sort of pathway back in here. And all of a sudden, you just never would have even considered them kind of getting 5 rounds here. Wombat, Willie spot out Nor. Smoke still a couple more seconds to go. Definitely playing with fire here in this position. So DGG, you know, looking for just an 11-4 at this point in time. The cursed scoreline.
Forvin contesting up donut side. Versa puts a few too many shots into the concrete. Missy's actually come through on the flank though and got himself an AK, and this is a very low cookie, a wounded Nor. This is not a open and shut round by any means.
Yeah,
The
wow.
Gump's got a bit of a timing here, actually.
Jesus, this is not good now. Really starts to get dicey. He's got to be careful, though, that he doesn't overstep, and he will. Mizzy no Kevlar. That's the saving grace here for 1620 Kings. He's had such a good run, such a good game so far. Obviously, no kit as well. And looks like Nor's actually going to make the big brain play and cruise his way down towards Long to join his teammate and Cookie. So Mizzy is going for it. Does want to try and take this fight here. Will he look over the top? Even if he could just find these frags, do some further damage, but no. Cookie hits his shots, stays sharp, stays vigilant. And that will be a 4th round here for 1620 Kings. So it will be the full reinvestment into the final round of the half here for DGG. But 1620 Kings certainly holding on to a lifeline. A 10-5 half certainly isn't something to laugh at. We've seen bigger turnarounds.
Yeah, one more. Could be all the difference here. 11-4 puts DGG in a position where if they win pistol, this game's probably over. So you need to try to protect yourselves from that if you can, 1620 Kings. I'm liking it. I see a strong correlation between Forvin putting boots on the ground in the A side and T side rounds.
Here's the opener. More control being gathered. Mizzy forced back against the wall once more inside the temple. Open for a prayer. Just waiting now. It's going to be a tough retake to sort of set their way up into 3 members moving in towards that temple. Just the one to kind of hold on in Zeph, seeing if anyone does move across that line. They're all so well set up into this post plant. There is some good counter utility that can be thrown out, and same with some flashes as well. Very nicely done, but Sunshines does try to dive in, go for the fight early. Zeph another, so it is equalized back to a 3-on-3, but Cheeseball, Norvin, Forvin, and Sunshines. There we go. My God, a little bit of a tongue twister, but 1620 Kings, 5 rounds. What a turn of events, Mitch.
Yeah, really, really good grind mentality. This is what got them back into the game on Dust 2 after getting slammed in the first 5 or 6 rounds. But again, it's been enough to keep them in contention. This pistol round could be everything. DGG grabs this pistol and look, CT side comebacks are very difficult in the current state of the economy, so DGG take that pistol in the subsequent second round. That could be very difficult for 1620 Kings to recover from, but if they take this CT pistol, we've got a game on our hands, and as such, DGG are going to take a tack pause and have a chat about how they can win this very important pistol round.
Yeah, really want to set the pace. Can't have it. You know, similar talk, right? Like, I think we actually ran through it on Dust 2, saying how sometimes it takes a little bit of a while before 1620 Kings can find it, kind of work out the method to the madness and, you know, take their steps forward and pick up the pace. And that's exactly what's happened in this map. You know, to go from a 10-1 to, or 9-1 rather, to a 10-5 is pretty crazy turn of events. Yeah, 5 T-sided rounds. Good stint here, I suppose. Cave, good hold. Nor finds one. Zeph though. Ooh, Sunshines! Oh, we can take a breath. Holding on to a Cheeseball. Good flash over the top from his teammate, but now he has to actually fall back towards the end of the site. Mizzy looking for the clear. Let's go a little bit deep. That P250 not quite connecting. They are trying to find this fight, but look at Sunshine all the way on the flank. Versa and your Wombat find a coupler. Now Sunshines, is his flank going to be for North? We'll have to see. He's been tagged up. Versa, nicely done. What a round. DGG win the pistol.
That's very winnable for 1620 Kings. Bit heartbreaking, I think. Dueling towards Cheetah side went very well for them. I like the fallback from Cheeseball and the counter flash. They were starting to flood in through CT, and then DGG just hit so many shots back to back. 1620 Kings know they're pretty far behind now. They force up into this one, outside everyone but Cookie. Oh, pressure on Forvin. He'll have to go huge for the boys yet again, but the flashes are layered perfectly. He's white for the whole first 5 seconds of that engagement. And now DGG have space to get into the site.
Yeah, forcing him back very, very much. Sunshines tries to find something. Cookie does in the interim, however. So certainly not a lost cause just yet. No kits certainly does make it a little bit more challenging, of course. And pretty happy where they are right now. Versa has been forced into CT, but he's okay with that. He can sit pretty. Lurk in from Mizzy. And, Sunshines is going to be spotted. So great shot, great collection. Another, obviously, inside the donut is going to be Nor, and he hits a good shot too. Narrowly missing the second. Zeph will clear. And that is going to be 12 for DGG. So they win the important rounds. Should find 13 here. Eco from 1620 Kings, but
yeah,
then they've got to find 3 gun rounds, Mitch.
Yeah, this is like a 95% now for DGG. Especially if they have a clean anti-eco here. They are in such a commanding position. Love the money man from Gump. Glock and armor. That'll get it done. It's just probably in on the hard entry. Yes, he is. Good on you, mate. Get in there.
Yeah. Straight in there. Playing the bonus. Keep your 2K, guys. Eco into the round, you win. Nah, he's got to be happy with that. Doesn't need a whole lot to work with. And immediately, it is going to be the 5-on-5 retake. Maybe just exits. There's not really anything for 1620 Kings to save, though. I guess the only thing that they could be concerned about potentially is, like, not losing, like, giving any cash over to DGG. It would be good for them to burn some of these weapons for sure. Good damage. Versa taken.
Oh, hold on.
Cheeseball. Here we go, yeah. Real big pace change up. Mizzy does clear out, though. Adding to his arsenal of frags. Good nade, though, from Cheese. Doesn't quite connect. There's definitely been crazy things happening. Like, this is not a good round from DGG in the end. They've lost so much, but money's good, I guess. But it's still a step in the right direction.
Yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, still an absolutely massive step in the right direction.
Yeah, look, after all that reinvestment, you're talking about losing an additional gun round. Sure, they still have plenty of room to work with. Like, it's not the biggest of deals. But they're going to be scraping the bottom of the bank accounts, especially with the AWP purchased up here. So, now we start a very long road for 1620 Kings to try to keep themselves in LPL Pro here. Last chance saloon for them. If this first CT gun round does not go well, that's probably all she wrote. No contest on middle. Zeph going to creep up onto the line with the AWP. Smoke on top mid. Should be able to get onto that donut line. Not too many issues at all. Getting concerned for Sunshine's safety. Lucky to be alive, young man.
For sure. One of those slow walk starts. No real mid contest here out of 1620 Kings. Rip their way into cave. So still 50 seconds left on the clock. Bomb recovered. Seems like they're still keen to kind of wiggle their way towards this B site. Setting down for some extra utility. Smoke down towards Donut. And now they can really sort of set their sights on this site.
It's got to be a good flash layering as the exit kicks off here. Zeph's getting them ready.
Alrighty, there's the openers. 1-for-1 trade so far. We're going to get this plant down. Cookie though takes the fight, and that's actually the bomb dropped as well here, Mitch. This is going to be a tough one now. Cookie with another huge, yeah, exactly right. Oh, and another. The predictions. This man is a bloody animal.
He's having a cheeky little grin on the cams as well.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you? Narrowly misses the fourth, but there's the big smiles from the man. Huge, huge stuff to come out from the side of 1620 Kings. They win their opening CT gun round. And this is the start of the potential comeback. Because look at that buy now. 1,400, 3,350, 3,350, 1,600. That is grim when you've just won the first 3 rounds of the T side.
Gonna even up the money with the hero rifle. See if Wombat can get some damage done. The CT economy is still a little bit shaky there, Mitch.
Yeah, it's an awkward one. Like, definitely questionable purchase, I guess, into the next. Like, you'd really sort of think about a save. Wombat should be dropping the gun over. Yep, Zeph's made the call. Swap it out. Deagle, please.
It's a good trade offer. I'd give Zeph my AK. Low HP or not.
You receive a shot from Cheeseball on the AWP.
Accepted. Oh, bloody hell. It's really getting passed around, this AK.
Dropped again. Who's going to collect? Can Gump find it? Yes, he can. Will anyone get a kill with it, though? That's going to be the question.
Yep.
Yes, finally. Gump gets the job done. Now the rotation is good from 4Vint, but surely they've got to be ready to some sort of degree. Cookie, another good shot. Gump though does get the trade, however 4Vint's going to be ready for it. Doesn't know which area of the smoke he's in, and that's not exactly the wisest. I mean, it is still going to be a very, very tough play regardless. He's got so many angles he needs to clear. Does get a reposition away, and now the swing is out. Cheeseball, though, maybe goes a little bit too far. That's a lot of good damage, but again, you know, still a motley buy from DGG. Not really sure what we're going to expect into the next round, whether or not they take the save, given that Mizzy and Zeph are quite low on the cash.
Yeah.
Maybe some pistols, but yeah, good response from 1620 Kings. But yeah, lost. Like, losing 3 is a big blunder there.
Yeah, big investment coming in. Versus board up. So Techies and Mac 10 maybe, something like that. For Zeph or Mizzy. So I'm assuming, get another tack pause about what they want to be doing with this buy.
They're taking a lot of tacks, which is good. Lots of, you know, good points for conversation, keeping their cool. You know, we talked about earlier kind of pondering, you know, longevity. Roster like this, they are putting in the hard work. You know, a lot of these guys, external commitments as well. So it's very nice to see that they are still, you know, putting in the hard yakka. We know Mizzy will be up early for work tomorrow. So always good to see that everyone's getting together and, you know, making some good decisions. They seem to be, you know, a lot more mature in this roster than, you know, maybe some of them in the past of, you know, kind of the confident plays and that kind of thing. They seem to be, yeah, maybe mature is not the right word, maybe a little bit more concise with how they're approaching the games.
Not surprised to see a BXE with that buy that they put together. No one playing on the side though, nor in towards Cheetah's side. Cheeseball actually on the second aerial. He's made good use of it. Opens up the accounting. DGG forcing their way deep in towards CT side. But Cookie's got that mostly under control. He's under a little bit of pressure now. But still no plant just yet.
And again, you know, Cookie just with those impact frags, he just keeps doing the right thing at the right time. Mizzy has actually managed to pick up another, but it's not going to be enough. And there we go. 16-20 Kings closing the gap. Slowly but surely. I guess the whole thing is, you know, DGG are very much leaning in to the loss bonus here.
Yeah.
They're not really caring too much. Just keep chipping away at that economy.
I mean, they all got 1k in the bank account. They get that bomb plant plus the loss bonus. Bam, 4k. Low util buy. See if that's something they're interested in investing in, or whether they want to go for a half buy. Two parts of approaching that one. You saw 16-20 Kings go for the more passive approach to the economy. Just go for the half buy. Kind of leans on the school of thought that you back yourself with the buys that have a lot more utility, maybe a lot more drawn out default, or a buy where you can get an AWP. DGG, they're going to back themselves with the low util buy. A lot of that util invested in that mid util. Top mid smoke, some flashes, smoke onto donut. Now they only have 6 grenades to work the mid to late round at 1:30 on the clock. So they've got to find some good timings on some of these duels. Zeph's taken the bomb on a bit of a mission here. That would actually be a great position to be in if only he did not have the C4. That would actually be like the perfect spot.
Yeah.
But now he just can't push.
Exactly right. Has to wait for something to kind of happen. But yeah, look, you know, it just gets that scary territory, right? Like where we are sort of starting to see 16-20 Kings get their groove on. You know, 5 rounds away is still certainly a big thing to be made. But like, look at this line. Cookie doesn't miss.
No.
Hitting shot after shot after shot and in such a tight line. You know, doesn't get sold by the fake at all. Now they push into house, looking to get into CT. Sunshine, he's close. He does get spotted, but not going to be able to find the frag, so it's a 3-on-5. And Sunshine's can just walk straight into CT. Look at this. My God, he doesn't give a damn. Straight out. Should he get another? A little bit shaky, but that's okay, because his teammate is there, and it's Cookie to hit another shot. He misses one, but it doesn't matter, because Forvin is there to defend his honor. And only 4 rounds of difference now here in DGG, looking down the back of another eco.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. I'm like, I haven't seen too much of DGG's T side on this map. They smashed a team on the CT side. They've also smashed another team today on the CT side. But those couple of rounds at the end of the half of 16-20 Kings are looking pretty juicy right now. Because if DGG just win hard enough on the CT side, they could have set themselves up to not have to go deeper into the playbook on this T side. And look, the approaches haven't looked too bad, but credit to 16-20 Kings. They are keeping their composure.
Definitely so. Definitely is one of those games. Counter-Strike, keep the good mental. And, you know, as you mentioned, right, 16-20 Kings, untiltable. They know that they're the underdogs here. They lean into that.
It's such a big thing, honestly.
Oh,
like,
God, yeah.
There's only been a couple of players that I've ever played with that are genuinely untiltable. Very, very special skill set.
Yeah, confidence, a big factor as well. Definitely a big changer. So we're seeing that from 16-20 Kings. And, you know, it's like, if this team stays on, like newer players, relatively unknown, finally getting their way into this and developing rapidly. You know, even Cheeseball still stepping up where he needs to. Does get dinked, but Cookie, he doesn't dink. He hits the shot. And Forvin also straight up in the grill as well. Oh. I thought it was 2 from him, but Cookie just doesn't... He's got his bloody wall hacks on, mate. He is hitting shot after shot after shot. Crazy
That's
stuff.
what it is.
Yeah.
I was starting to believe I could make a comeback.
Plenty more to think about.
Yeah, money's set. The 16-20 Kings. Ooh, Zeph spotted out the cross, but his opponent spotted him out too. A lot of fan damage in through here from Sunshines. Caught on the timing by your Wombat though, so now 16-20 Kings. These are the rough rounds. A 4-on-5 where you're running a double AWP. Sometimes hard to get yourself out of. Cheeseball tries to go aggressive down B ramp, tags up Mizzy through the door. HE Nade doesn't quite polish him off. A lot of low members here for DGG. Can 16-20 Kings still convert this round? They're all pretty healthy here, Mitch. Alright, I like this approach as well. Forvin, hold the left side of the map. Rest of the team, hold B.
Yeah, Forvin, you're playing good tonight. You can take this whole area all on your own.
He's good for it, mate.
Oh, absolutely he is. Just like, look at the clear as well, you know. He's happy to kind of spot his way around. Because, you know, 3 members, Mizzy, Wombat, Zeph, 50 HP or less combined. 38 if my math is quick.
Damn.
And 40 seconds, though. So time is ticking. Guess the only big factor is that Forvin has actually left it here, but look at that spot. Great timing from Nor. It is a 4-on-4, though, so still definitely a winnable prospect here. And now Gump has heard the timing. He knows that the rotation is going to start to come in, but Forvin again in this forward position is smoked off inside the temple, has to wait for the rest of his teammates to get back, but the plant will go down. And Mitch, this post plant is going to be so important.
This is where the composure can really shine through for 16-20 Kings. So many low players on this B side. They just need to take their time, take the duelings at the right junctures. Versa, not quite polished off there either. 3 players a bullet away from death.
Cheese finding the opening pick as well. And look at Nora on this flank, and Versa has to try and sell the fake, has to try and sell the information, but Gump's done the exact same thing. It's not going to matter. Versa alive and kicking as well. And DGG, they're screaming, but they drag themselves out of the dirt into this round. Oh, wow, what a change. They finally got the control that they needed, and Gump with a massive lurk. You know, it was all so important to see where he actually chose to take that position that he had. Did he drop down mid? Did he go into house? And that's exactly what he did in the end. Not through B. Cruised around the cave side. Now they're going for that mid contest once more. It looks like the line was actually held. Zeph goes for the repeat. That's going to be a big nade. It's going to hurt. Sunshines, though, falls away with his victory.
Not done and dusted, though, for 16-20 Kings. They're setting themselves up for a good round there. And their money is still well and truly stable here. DGG playing with a bit more of a spring in their step, though. They've taken cheater control at a pretty early timing. They're pressuring middle. Smoke up to top mid. Zeph on this line knows that Sunshines has been hanging around Donut over and over again. Off the flash. Dink for dink. Well, not a dink from Wombat, but still polishes him off. Now DGG, man advantage again.
Great shot. Cookie. Mr. Consistent on this AWP. And your Wombat, obviously, again, just a gentle breeze away from death. Already this position, Forvin, he's just got so much. That's what we talk about, right? 1 wing in the map. 1, 2. Will he find a third? Not quite. Versa steps away to 2v4. And yeah, again, DGG's money is just at such a risk of being demolished once more. So many angles he needs to clear, and Forvin, again, like, he pushes in, he gets the frags, and he gets the hell out of there. Doesn't push for the clip, doesn't push for the highlight play. Man is humble. Sit down.
Well, last chance in this round for DGG. Gonna try to force this plant down. Nor. Gonna see that util coming in. Starts to call the audible. Cookie on his way over.
Oh, good swing. That was a good defense there from Gump, but now it's going to start to get awkward because they've got to be ready for Forvint, as we mentioned, right? This angle, if he gets cleared, though, I think Versa might actually be able to spot him on the swing up, and the information is there. Versa, he might have done it. Not quite. Gump so low. Pistol out. Where's his position? Rotating back around towards long. It's not quite planted for him. They are going to start to clear this cave. Will they make the call? Will they have the read? Cheeseball sees it. He finds it and he clears it. on top of the game, and that will be an 11th round here for 1620 Kings. Oh man, DGG, they've got the money for the repurchase, but God.
This is why CT side comebacks are so hard, mate. The full loss bonus plus the bomb plant. Some of these closer rounds. DGG just reinvest. No worries, mate. Straight into another buy round. And that took a big tax on 1620 Kings economy. They had some players in the 5-digit economy. It's starting to shrivel up a little bit. Only 2 players surviving. And sure, it's not an issue right now, but they still have to win a couple of gun rounds back to back. If they keep coming down to these XVXs, one of these rounds is going to break the money. You don't want that to happen on match point. Maybe we won't even get there. Wombat opening pick. Nice flashes here. Pressure on Forbin in the back of the site now.
Oh, he's so good. The line. The line. Oh, Jesus Christ, Forbin. He might have done enough. He's allowed extra time for his teammates to rotate over. And again, the positioning once more from Sunshines. He's going to walk through. He's going to be able to find your Wombat, but not quite. Damage is dealt. 8 points of HP, but is it enough? Clearing around. Just very much biding the time. Both of them know that it's awkward. Sunshine's in towards the line. Your Wombat will manage to find it. He overstays his welcome once more. Now it's all in the cheese ball, and your Wombat will collect the bag. 4 kills in the round and stoic in the emotion. Just completely still. He knows the job's not done yet, but your Wombat, my God, what an incredible round.
Good AWPing from the man. 4-Vint snap buys an AWP for Cookie, which puts down an extra player to an MP9. Would have been well worth the consideration of double A1S drop and forego the AWP. Sunshine's on the MP9 though, is good for it. Opening pick for him. 4-Vint under pressure again over towards this side of the map, and he's multi-fragging up a Storm. Crab walk spray goes beautifully for him. Mizzy able to pick up Cookie in the meantime though, so the AWP hits the deck. Surely they can close this 4-on-2 here. Hopefully
Still
upgrade
just...
these MP9s as well.
Oh, you know, again, it's just an open game though, right? Oh, anything can happen. Izzy's slowed down a lot.
Yeah. I think similar thing, CT side, insane.
It is.
But on T side, he's suddenly burdened by the calling.
Yeah, well, that's it. You've got to start to think way more, right? Cogs ticking. Okay, Versa, that's a massive opening.
There's no one anywhere near Mitch. Bloody hell. MP9's on the retake.
All right. Big breath. 1620 Kings. Right on the money. Their last ditch chance. No kits. Minimal time. Already now ticking away up close and personal. Mizzy on the line to find it. Doubling up. Massive plays here, Mitch. This could very well be the round victory that DGG need to take them to playoffs, and Mizzy will do it. A 4K from the in-game leader. And there's barely even a bloody smile across the board from the boys. They know what they've done. They've done it correctly. And Versa will have a cheeky little look over as well with a nice little smile. But all I've got to say is even the fact that 3 of the members, or 2 of the members at least, of 1620 Kings have disconnected from their camp, it's not going to matter, because I got to admit, mate, like, congratulations to GGG, but I think like that was always kind of to be expected to a degree, right? Like, but really need to say 1620 Kings, what an incredible season.
Yeah, they've done well for themselves. I think, you know, just lacking a little bit in terms of the consistency. It's what I've said time and time again. I really, really admire the 1620 Kings boys because they play a good brand of Counter-Strike. They have some pretty standout players who are in some good form as well. They play the team aspects very well. They play the macro of the game very, very well, but just a little inconsistent in terms of whether their approach is working and having like enough depth sometimes. Sometimes their game plan doesn't really match up against their opponent very well, and they're not looking as impressive. But when it works for 1620 Kings, they look like the best team in the region sometimes. Like they just, that Dust 2 game is the perfect example of it, the way that they were maneuvering around that CT side. It's just, they need to be able to do that more consistently and more often. And I think as well, sometimes they're falling a little bit behind in terms of the overall firepower. I think you look at the kill distribution there, for 1620 Kings, comparing that with DGG. DGG were all within like 6-7 kills of each other across the board, and that's such a big bright spot of this roster. Like they're just so consistent at fragging across the board.
Yeah. Well, I think that's the thing, right? Like, looking at all the players across DGG and how many times we've seen them in this league, in other leagues of high caliber qualifiers, doing damage against some of the top tier teams in the region. And then you look over the side of 1620 Kings, right? Cheeseball hasn't had a huge amount of success in previous sort of runs, I guess. He's always kind of had a bit of a cap, it felt like, but then he brings in a bunch of new Starlet players, right? That listen to him, that trust him, that work with his calls. And, he's putting in the hard work with them, right? He's, one of the older sort of heads in the scene. He's been around for ages, and being able to work with that younger talent, right? It's Forvint's first season of pro. Same with Nor, I do believe, or no, second, rather. They did have that run, obviously, with the previous roster, Silix, I believe it was. But and now Sunshine's just out of nowhere, comes in, barely even speaks English, and he can just slot straight into the roster and still do some good damage. And you just look at like the minor mistakes. I think you said demo review a couple times, right, of some of those rounds, or that really could have impacted the way or pivoted potentially a part in the game. So I think, yeah, again, a massive credit to 1620 Kings. It's been such a treat to watch them play because, yeah, for DGG, we kind of expected them to be in this position. And I'm very glad that they have made it to the playoffs, because now we've got 4 bloody solid teams, Mitch, right? We've got Vertex, we've got 8 Ballers, obviously we've got Antic, and we do have DGG now. So kind of the 4 teams we were thinking about, really. So let's reel it in. Let's get a little bit of a recap into what we actually did see over the last couple of weeks of the LPL Pro League of Season 1, 2022. It was a run through that upper bracket. Obviously, that was when we first saw our 4 invited teams. Vertex, obviously, Lonely 5, who had a little bit of a rough run, Antic, and 8 Ballers. So it's going to be 3 of the 4 invited teams that actually did make it all the way through into the playoffs. Of course, it was that team that made it through, being a new team. Obviously, they haven't had the runs together on the board yet, so they did drag their way through the bracket and ultimately get through into that spot. And going down to Vertex, it's a tough pill to swallow that you have to verse Vertex, right? The favorite. So I'm very, very proud of DGG for making their way into that position. But Mitch, around the corner, what are we expecting? We are expecting the playoffs. And now it is going to be not this Saturday coming, but the Saturday next, of course, where we are going to be having these 2 games in front of you right now, the semi-finals, Vertex and DGG. So again, a rematch in that position. And then, of course, 8 Ballers versus Antic. The winner obviously goes into the grand finals, and there will be that bronze match played on, I believe it will be the 23rd as well, so the week after. You and me, Mitch, will be running in the grand final. I believe you and Jordan will be taking in the semis. It's been a fantastic competition so far, and it's crazy to think that we're already almost towards the end of the season.
Yeah, I got debated by the HLTV single Elim bracket. I thought Vertex was going to play Antic, and I was ready for some absolute garbage tier content about wolf memes and org logos and whatnot. Either way, though, I think there should be some excellent games. I think DGG and Vertex has been a series that I've looked toward for quite a while. Maybe didn't necessarily impress me as much as I wanted. Vertex kind of dispatching them a little bit more one-sidedly last time. But let's see if DGG have learnt anything from that. And, of course, 8 Ballers looking pretty strong at the moment. That other semi-final should be looking pretty spicy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, it's that fantastic run of top 4 teams. It's been a really good competition. Like, we've seen so many close matches, so many upsets, so many, exciting things, good pieces of content, great involvement from the community and the players. It's just been brilliant to be a part of, and, stoked to see where we've come. Obviously, for everyone who is still watching along and who's been a part of it and who is over across the other side of the pond, just like our beautiful production team, !Orcon in the chat. If you are obviously interested in getting some of that Razor swag as well, beautiful stuff. If you do sign up, obviously, with the 18-month plan, the Orcon Fiber Pro plus Power Package, look, $1,000 worth of stuff from Razor. Big shout out to them. And again, !Orcon in the chat. Mate, Mitch, any sort of before we do wrap up the broadcast?
Not really. I think I'm looking forward to the semi-finals, but even further past that, yeah, future seasons looking pretty strong at the moment. We'll see how many of these lineups are going to continue improving, continue sticking together, and yeah, I think just excited for more good top-tier domestic Counter-Strike, and there's more opportunities than ever at the moment.
Absolutely. Well, you heard the man. There is more opportunity. So if you are interested in playing some Counter-Strike, jump in to the Let's Play Live Discords, follow the Twitters, do all the thing, get onto the website and make sure you find a team, because if you guys put in the hard yakka, you can be in this position with these guys as well. It's been an absolute treat to have you all this evening. Thank you all so much for being a part of Stage 2 of the competition. Playoffs just around the corner, not this Sunday, but the next. We'll see you there. Take care.